He was the best player in a playoff series.
It's not that LeBron guarantees a championship, not by any means necessary, but it makes you feel better about their chance to win one with him than it does without.
The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps. Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Andy thought yesterday was a good guess.
Thought last night.
I think today, Dan thinks whenever. But I think we all are in agreement. It's only a matter of time. Unless LeBron changes his mind.
Again.
Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin.
Good morning. How are you?
Couldn't be finer. Thank you very much. If you're the head coach of an NBA team, you don't sit in front of microphones and talk about your free agent pursuit of a player and do everything but call him by name unless you know something. And that's what Kenny Atkinson did over the weekend. As soon as Kenny made those comments, Andy, it's like, okay, well, what day is it going to be? You don't say what Kenny said.
It's interesting
unless you know something.
Yeah, I think I just had a different feel.
Hear it in just a second.
Well, good. It's all right.
Dan says sorry. He's getting it queued up, ready to roll. That's good.
Well, Kenny's getting excited to talk. That's why. I just think that, you know, it's LeBron, and it's different. And, we saw the decision one time, and then we saw the Sports Illustrated article for when he came back. By the way, didn't the Sports Illustrated news come down around noon, too?
That's today.
That was
Andy.
a midday thing.
Get ready.
The decision was a nighttime.
Did you look at the rundown today?
I did, yes.
It says noon, Guardians first half, or when LeBron announces, we'll just pitch the rest of the show and talk about LeBron.
And that would be different than what?
Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't say that on the rundown. I'm sorry. I'm just planning ahead.
Jeff, I have that weird feeling that, before LeBron picked Miami the first time, I thought he was coming back, and I had heard little things here and there, but never 100% positive he was coming back here until I had heard from somebody that I knew worked within the Heat organization that told me, I don't know, maybe a couple hours before. I felt real strong, and I still feel strong about what I heard late last week, even though the whole world flipped upside down when Wendy said something that made it sound like he wasn't coming here on Friday. So, again, we're just kind of waiting. If it seems obvious to you, it probably isn't with LeBron. That's the one thing that I think we've learned through his travels of picking different teams. So, that's what holds me back, but I still feel strong about what I heard last week about the chances of him coming here. Who knows? I mean, he could wake up this morning and go, you know what, I'm going to Minnesota.
You ever been to Minnesota in January?
I have. You don't have to walk outside.
It's not really where you want to be.
You don't really have to walk outside, though. Everything's connected by a tunnel.
So you're going to tunnel your way to the arena.
That's whatever it takes. Will they put the practice facility halfway between his house?
I don't think they will. Yeah. Maybe he could use Kevin Love's old house.
Oh, see, now you're thinking, Jeff.
Oh, wait a minute. Or maybe Kevin Love will just use his old house here in Cleveland after he re-signs with the Cavaliers after LeBron comes back. I threw that out last week. I said, don't be surprised if Kevin follows suit and comes to Cleveland. And Jake Fisher, who's NBA insider, Jake said the same thing, and that's been floating around like crazy now.
Did that validate you? Did you feel better about it?
No, I don't need validation from anybody else.
You sure about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I know what I think. I really don't give a hell what anybody else thinks about what I think.
After 16 years, Jeff, I will double down that you're 100% correct. You don't care what anybody else thinks.
That's the way you go.
Unless you seek the opinion.
Kenny Atkinson went on Sirius XM. He made a couple of comments over the weekend. Mm-hmm. And this first one is courtesy of Sirius XM. And he went on and talked about his team, but took it a step further than you ever hear a coach actually take something when they're talking about somebody who's not on his team.
Okay.
Here's what he had to say.
Listen, this is an exciting time for us, right? Like we're in the mix for the greatest player of all time.
That guy.
My my personal opinion. So it's exciting, right? Like, man, we're I think you're nervous, but we understand how it is. He's obviously has earned that right to take his time. Obviously, family plays a big part of it. But I know the state of Ohio, man, that there's something special there.
That's Kenny Atkinson on Sirius XM.
Okay.
We're in the mix for the greatest player of all time, in my opinion.
Okay, I agree.
You don't say that unless you really, I personally, Andy, you don't say that unless you think he's yours, unless you think he's coming to town. Because otherwise, then it's like, oh, wait a minute, he went to Philadelphia? Well, what was Kenny talking about?
See, I disagree. I don't hear it the same way you do. Here's what I hear. I hear a coach that reads everything that we all read, that knows that probably in the front office. He
better know more than what we read.
Well, I'm just saying, Jeff. I mean, look, the whole world knows that he's in the mix. And Rich Paul's basically Rich has come out and actually said it, right? I mean, if his
it's a pretty small group, but Andy,
I don't think it's that big a deal.
But let's go back here. How often do coaches ever talk about guys who aren't on their team?
Well, they don't if they're under contract from another team because you get fined.
How often do coaches ever say, you know what, we're in the mix on this free agent? Because if it doesn't work, you look like a doof.
I disagree, Jeff. I think he's just being realistic.
Okay.
That this team and organization, he knows that this is Cleveland. This is where, his roots are here in Northeast Ohio. He started his career here. He came back here and helped this city win a championship. And he feels good about the fact that they're in the mix. I don't see that. If we don't get him, I don't think it's that big a deal. I mean, would it be nice to get him? Yeah. If they don't, okay, let's move on. They've got to have a plan. They're a Final Four team from last year, and they better have another plan. If they're banking everything on LeBron, I think it's wrong.
Well, so far this offseason, they've re-signed Thomas Bryant, drafted a kid in the second round, and signed an undrafted free agent. And lost 3 guys who could have helped. Dean Wade, Keon Ellis, Larry Nance Jr. So if they have a plan, their plan appears to be right now, and this is okay. I mean, this is okay. As Kenny said, LeBron's earned the right to take his time. But their plan appears to be, let's wait and see what LeBron does.
I mean, remember when he first went to Miami, and we were looking at, you look at their roster, and you're like, huh. And then they dumped the entire roster. They literally dumped their entire roster except for Dwayne Wade. So what is it? What are the Cavaliers doing? They're not adding? They're letting most of that roster go away. Now the guys that they want to say you got Mitchell to come back. We're sitting here waiting for Harden to sign his deal. I think if Harden signed his deal today, then I'd be worried because then you'd be locked in on cash.
Well, I'd give you that. I agree with that one.
And the other thing you got to keep your eye out on is the other movement from other players that could get traded or moved. Well, Schroeder's gone. If he's gone,
but he
now
isn't.
You can see what's going on, right?
But he isn't. Neither is Strus.
Right. So, but we're watching.
Nor Merrill.
Are you not watching those 2 players in particular?
No,
I am.
I'm not visibly watching. Like, okay, once this happens, then this is going to happen.
Yeah, I think they're dominoes in this whole thing.
There might be, and perhaps that's what's going on here with the waiting game. Kenny had more to say during the telecast of a summer league game over the weekend. He made this comment about the Cavs offseason and a certain player in particular.
That's going to be our step, and then you guys know there's a little free agency thing going on right now, so
you never know what
that could be our real jump.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about. So that's exciting too.
Yeah. There's this free agency thing going on.
Yeah, and our real
that
job
could be
is
our real jump. And you know what I'm talking about,
well,
Andy. I mean, he's basically saying our move is to sign LeBron, which is fine. I mean, I don't have any qualms with what Kenny said, except for the fact that my point is just this: he must know something, because he basically not let the cat out of the bag, which is a weird expression, by the way. He didn't let the cat out of the bag because, as you said, everybody knows they're in the conversations here.
Yeah.
But to me, that one in particular even says, this is what we're doing this offseason. This is our big move.
Yeah, I don't.
Dano, can you play it one more time?
Yeah.
Kenny on NBA TV. We'll get it in a second. To me, it just screams, okay, this is our move. We're getting LeBron James in free agency. Here it is one more time.
That's going to be our step, and then you guys know there's a little free agency thing going on right now, so
You never know what can happen.
that could be our real jump.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about. So that's exciting too.
Yeah.
That could be our real jump. What needed to be said there, subtitles, boy, if they don't get LeBron, what the heck are they going to do?
Kuminga. I hope. Or they have another plan. I hope they have another plan. I still don't think that these, and I hear you. I heard Dan say what he thought this morning about these sound bites. I just think first of all, if you think he looks like a doof here because we don't get LeBron.
No, I don't think he looks like a doof.
If they don't get LeBron, right? Is that what you said? You said it looked like a doof.
Yeah, I do think that.
Jeff, there's nothing dumber than the analytical thing he said during the playoffs.
Kenny. Well, that's true.
That's about as dumb as it gets. I mean,
well, that's true.
Analytically, they've had LeBron on the team since 03, since he got drafted.
But
so.
it'd be a really bad look, I think, Andy. And then I think the fan base would have to sit back and say, wait a minute, Kenny basically said we were getting. Said we're getting LeBron, and now we didn't. Okay, now what are you going to do?
I'm curious because I don't see it that way. I just see it as head coach who realizes what's going on in the world and gets excited about the thought of maybe having LeBron on a team that made it to the Final Four. And if he's the missing piece, then if you were Kenny Atkinson, would you not want to be in that mix? I also think about LeBron and his relationships with other coaches. I cannot forget about Byron Scott walking into the gym days before the decision and that they didn't even talk after Byron had been hired here.
Not on Byron.
No, it wasn't on. Byron went out of his way to go try to talk to him, is what it felt like at that point. And LeBron was like, he said, I'll pass. I'm like, really?
All the more reason that.
And then he ends up in L.A. after that. That's even
all the
crazier.
more reason for Kenny to say something, and you just don't do that. So to me, it just seems to me, okay, it's only a matter of time, and Kenny knows it. I think it. You think it. We'll see. What do you think what Kenny said? To me, it solidifies, okay, this is going to happen. 216-474-0092 is the number to join us. We're going to talk with the Athletics NBA reporter who focuses on the L.A. teams coming up in the 1 o'clock hour. But you heard what Kenny Atkinson said, folks. Dan and I thought it was going to be today. Well, today's only 10 hours in. That means there are 14 more hours to go. I'm standing by right here on the Fan.
in the first round, 15 in the second, and 15 swings in the final round. 8 players partaking in the event. The favorites, Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber from the hometown Phillies. Want to catch highlights from the Fan from earlier today? Head over to 923thefan.com or favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
That's going to be our step, and then you guys know there's a little free agency thing going on right now, so
You never know what
that could be our real jump.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm talking about. So that's exciting too.
Yeah.
Was Kenny Atkinson, Amazon TV, is where that was. Correct, Dano? Dan caught you in mid-cough.
Correct, Amazon Prime.
Amazon Prime. Thank you very much. Kenny saying that. It's brought different opinions here. To me, it screams Kenny's just not spilling the beans, but just sounds like, hey, hang on, this is going to happen. Andy doesn't feel that way. Fearless Leader came in the room. He said, I felt the exact same way you did when I heard it. Dana, what do you think about that comment? What's it scream to you? Anything?
It screams a guy who's putting himself out there for something he doesn't 100% know is going to happen.
But you don't do that unless you have a real good feel, do you?
You'd hope. Boy, oh boy, that's definitely a rake that you just set up right there, and I hope you remember that it's there.
I mean, you guys do realize there's like a bunch of mixed messages going on out there right now, right? So you've got that. You've got what Wendy said last week about, Cleveland not maybe perhaps being the team that it's not Cleveland. And that was the shocker for everything that people I was talking to this weekend. They were like, well, wait a minute. And I'm like, that's not what I'm hearing. Hang tight. You never know. I do trust Wendy, but he's again, what's right is what's right in the moment when you're talking to someone. I hate to say it, especially when we're playing the speculation game. LeBron James knows what he's going to do. He's got to be he's the only one, or at least he knows when he probably wants to make up his mind. So you had Kenny say that. You had Wendy say that. Draymond Green was talking on Sirius XM2 that, he spent some time with LeBron and he pitched Golden State and is Golden State out of it. Just run a Google search. You'll see that, every team feels like they're in the mix. I keep hearing about, Minnesota never felt like Minnesota feels like they're in this thing. You can keep reading that. Some of this feeling I'm having is from like LeBron free agency, point one when he did the decision. And there were a lot of people that thought right up until the last minute, there's no way LeBron was going on national TV and not saying Cleveland. And now you've got people that are saying, well, the longer this goes, the better the odds are that it's Cleveland. And then I think it was Bill Simmons said he's going to Cleveland. I mean, there's just all these little things out there. And by the way, who is this good for? It's good for LeBron. It's good for the brand. It's good for all of his sponsors because they're talking about him every day.
You think at this point, does the brand matter?
Yes.
You think it does?
Yes. Because LeBron knows there's got to be life after basketball, too, whether he's a billionaire or not.
I would think he's got that handled.
That he knows there's life after basketball? Or
he owns a production company. He's got all kinds of stuff.
Of course, he's made investments.
They're very good at keeping LeBron and the brand relevant.
If you don't,
and that's what they're doing right now.
If you don't go back and look at the history of what's going on here, you're not going to learn. That's right.
You're doomed to repeat it. You heard what Kenny said, folks. How does it sit with you? What do you think? And if he says all that and it doesn't happen, then I wonder what's next. Andy's thought, the guy I've thrown out for several years that I've always liked him, Jonathan Kuminga. If you brought in Kuminga rather than LeBron, is that better? You could make the argument that it's better.
Age-wise, it is. There's no question.
Yeah.
If you feel like
if
you can
Kuminga
get more,
could sign a multi-year contract here, it might be better.
I just wonder
in certain ways, not in all ways, but in certain ways.
Yeah. What kind of numbers you're going to get out of Kuminga?
It depends, and
what kind of position you can put him in, right? Yeah.
Depends on how much James Harden and Donovan Mitchell are going to give up the ball. Ken's in Brooklyn. Hello, Ken.
Hi, Ken. How are you today?
Top of the morning to you.
Good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Hopefully you are doing well as well.
We are. Thank you.
Look, look, guys, this is not exciting. This is nauseating. This is the clown show, dog and pony show that we hear all the time with LeBron James. It's all about LeBron James, not about the teams or nothing. It's about LeBron James. All right, I've had enough. I'm done. You know what I'm hoping, Jeff, Andy?
Tell me.
Yes.
Go out and get Jonathan Kuminga. I think he's been used the wrong way both places that he's been at. Okay? He's, 20-something? Yeah, that's the guy you want. When everybody's trying to find a wing in the NBA, that's the guy you want, not a 42-year-old to be a player. Okay? Great player. Don't get me wrong. But he's 42. All right? Don't play no defense, nothing. And you know what else I'm hoping? That the Cavs are looking at those players in the summer league that might have a chance because our team stinks. And I haven't even watched any of it. I can look and see what's going on. They stink. But I hope that kid that they drafted in the second round that nobody wanted, that was looking for a 6'8" forward,
Malik Thomas,
whatever. Yeah, I hope he plays well so they can trade him and get one of those guys.
Get Bronny for him.
No, I don't. No, no. You know, I'll tell you what,
Ken,
Jeff,
that was just for you, for your enjoyment.
Jeff, listen, I'll tell you what, though. Bryce has a future, I think.
Well, he's also 5 inches taller.
Yeah, that's why, because he's built like his father, not his mom.
That's actually valid, Ken.
Yeah, it is, because what I've been told is the kid can play. He hasn't had much of a chance there, I think, in Arizona. But I'm looking forward to seeing him play next year.
All right, bud. Thank you very much.
I agree with that. I mean, you're right. It's body type.
We'll see. Well, it's also game. Do you have one? How good is it? We'll find out about that. It just seems to me that, you know, if you're looking, and there was another story out today, it appears that there are two teams really in the market right now for Jonathan Kuminga. One is the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yes.
And it said, and this team will not let the Lakers get him without a fight, and that's Jonathan Kuminga and the Cleveland Cavaliers. And I just thought, I would love to be wrong on this. I don't think there's any possible way the Cavs could get LeBron and Kuminga. And if you're looking at next year, I mean, I think this is very basic. If you're looking at next year, which one would you rather have? I truly think, unless you're angry about the whole shtick that's going on right now, I think you'd rather have LeBron next year. Which one would you rather have in 3 years? I would think it's Kuminga.
Right.
But and again, I'm partial here because I like Kuminga a lot, and I liked him when he was playing for the G League elite team or whatever it was, and they were really good, and I thought he was terrific. And I've said before, in that draft, I wanted Evan Mobley. And if you couldn't get Evan Mobley, I'd have taken Kuminga at 3. And I think he went 7 to Golden State. He could come in here, and if you take LeBron out of this equation for just a second, if you have a team that made the Eastern Conference Finals, that's the Final Four in the NBA, and you bring it back basically intact, okay, you lost Dean Wade, loss not significant, and I say that only because he was not one of their top 4 guys. But I like Dean as a player. You lost Keon Ellis, who you never really cashed in on, and you lost Larry Jr., who was out of the rotation. And you put Kuminga in that spot. Andy, this is a better basketball team. It is. Now the question is what you said. All right, well, what are you going to get out of him? Because Harden, Donovan, there's Evan. How does Kuminga fit, and how do they get the most out of him if he ends up being an addition to this team? But the same things hold true with LeBron. It's just LeBron's track record, LeBron's greatness, LeBron's place in basketball, I think gives you much more confidence that he would be able to come in here and pretty seamlessly help Kenny Atkinson make it fit. The one thing to remember about Kuminga, he played with Kenny Atkinson. Kenny was an assistant coach at Golden State. So Kenny was up close and personal to all of the Kuminga doesn't fit in Golden State storyline.
Well, he would know better than anybody.
Yes, he would.
Yeah. So.
And if Kuminga were even to think about the Cavs, I would think it would have to be, with this thought in mind, Kenny and I had many talks over the years, and I always liked what he had to say about my game, and he knows how I can fit on a team. He knows how I can make it happen. It didn't really work with Steve Kerr and that group of players, but I think it would work with Kenny, who I know well, and this group of players. I mean, think about it. The Cavs don't have anybody like him.
No. No, the way you've laid this, I mean, when we've been talking about this for a couple of weeks now, just the way it lays out and the way that you can look at LeBron James and put him in as a missing piece of the puzzle, if you keep the other four guys, to me makes sense. You're still going to need a little bench help to fulfill, some of the losses that you've had. I kind of just want this thing to be over. I think that you've got the fatigue.
Don't. It's fun content, Andy.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but for fans, it's not. I do agree with Ken. At points, it does feel nauseating because it's like being on a roller coaster that your stomach goes up, it goes down. You're trying to figure out if he's coming back, and it's not the same as what it used to be. It used to be really bad. When we were hanging by a thread to see what LeBron was going to do at each and every turn. When he came back from Miami the first time, it was probably one of, if not one of the biggest sports stories. I don't know. For here, probably ever, right? One of the biggest sports stories ever, as far as trades are concerned. And in the end, it was a trade. Same thing that the Cavaliers had to do for Miami to try to salvage something out of it. And Miami ended up doing the same thing when he ended up coming back here, right? That was a trade when he came back.
Did LeBron came back?
Yeah, it was a sign and trade, wasn't it, when he came back? Or did Miami just say, forget you?
I think Miami just said, see ya.
Said, forget.
If I'm not mistaken.
We don't even want anything. I can't remember. I do remember when he went to Miami that the Cavaliers at the end
ended up getting a sign and trade.
It just seemed so weird to read the press release. It said, Cavaliers trade LeBron James to Miami. And I was just like, that's not really what happened. But on paper it is. I keep looking at the history of what's happened here in his career. I keep looking at that 42 that is after his name. And I wonder what the end game on this is going to be.
We had Lakers play-by-play guy John Ireland on the show.
Saying, don't worry about the 42.
And LeBron, and he said, don't worry about it. He said he's still one of the top players in the game. And John has watched him over the last 8 years. And I respect John's opinion a lot. And I just keep thinking, I think this. And John even mentioned 45 if he wanted to play. At some point, it catches up with everybody. And it could be really fast, especially since LeBron has had very, very, very little slip up. I wonder if it just suddenly comes to an end. It's like, ooh, it's gone now. And after 24 years and being the age of 42 in December, that's okay. That's okay. And that's why I'd be so hesitant to bank multiple years on LeBron. But I don't know that LeBron would want that. I don't know if the Cavs would want that. I would certainly rather have LeBron than Kuminga for next year. And I say that as a guy who loves Kuminga. 216-474-0092. Atkinson's comments mean what? LeBron's patience means what? I still think today might be the day. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
15 in the second and 15 swings again in the final round. 8 players partaking tonight. The favorites, Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber from the hometown Phillies. Listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Paying attention today. Paying attention today. Something's going to happen.
Or nothing's going to happen.
And then we'll be paying attention tomorrow.
Yay. But what's
Kenny Atkinson's comments over the weekend, Andy? Just scream, hey, stay tuned. It's going to happen here, and it's going to happen soon. To me, anyway.
Analytically, I think they got LeBron locked up then. How's that sound? Just throw analytically in front of everything. I thought it was funny when you said at the beginning of the show that he'd look like a doof if they don't get LeBron based on what he said.
I do think that. Do you think that?
I don't know, man. I just think that.
I'd be
okay,
like,
let me just say this.
What are you saying?
Let me
then,
say this.
Kenny?
If you believe that, and I'm still curious how many people believe that he made it sound like he was coming to the Cavaliers. To me, I just heard a coach that knows that they're in the mix. But
But guys don't say that, Andy. Guys don't come out and say that. Hey, we're in the mix for LeBron James.
He didn't. Yeah? Did he say LeBron's name? I think
the greatest player of all time, in my opinion, and Jordan ain't playing anymore.
I just don't. After that, so the question now is, if they don't land this,
Wilt's not living.
And fans were already having trust issues with Kenny before.
Magic doesn't have game.
Then you go out and say the analytically thing about the Knicks, and you're just like, what? Did you really just say that? Now, if you believe that, I don't believe what Kenny said was, we got him. But if you believe that, that probably means somebody else believes it, which means that there's
Fearless leader believes it.
Oh, well, okay. Never
Man
mind.
behind the glass believes it.
I'm good.
That's 3 out of the 4 I've checked with here.
Fire up the kazoos. Show's over. You guys all believe it now, that he's coming back because of what Kenny said?
I think.
Or that Kenny thinks he's coming back?
I think if they don't get him, I think there's going to be a meeting with Kenny. Hi, avoid microphones, please. Cool Ray's in Bedford.
That I agree with.
Cool Ray.
There's a level of trust.
Hey, what's up?
All right, buddy.
Hey.
I'm taking Kenny's comment with a grain of salt, man. Him and LeBron, they on the same thing. Don't mean nothing till the final word comes out. I personally think he's going to Golden State. That's personal. That's what I do. But I'm not really sold on Atkins because of the way they performed in the playoffs. And, I love Keon Ellis. I didn't know who he was until he got to the Cavs.
All right, don't worry about it. He's gone anyways.
And they didn't play him when they needed to.
Right. So I'm not – his decision-making skills are suspect at this point. You got rid of a guard that was defensive-minded that can hit shots at a high clip, and you let him go. Now, I'm not saying it was all him. Could be organization. But this LeBron watch, to me, it's just look at the teams just not making moves. To me, if LeBron is your sole purpose, then that means you're really not, to me, trying to win a championship this year. He does fill a lot of holes for a lot of teams, but for you that's the only moves you're trying to make, doesn't ring championship to me, even with the Cavs.
Cool, Ray. Thank you very much. I saw a story that somebody wrote, and I thought, that makes sense. And Cool Ray just said Golden State.
Mm-hmm.
And the story said Golden State. And this is why. It said LeBron's daughter is an up-and-coming volleyball player.
Yeah, I brought this up right away. This is one of the first things that we talked about.
And volleyball's huge in California.
It's big here, too, though.
Not like California.
Why? Because it's a bigger state and they have more kids playing?
No, because it's a bigger sport there.
Jeff, I beg to differ with you. If you want to go look and see all these convention centers that are booked every weekend with hundreds of teams. Now, whether they're all from Ohio is one thing or another, but and maybe it is bigger in California, right? But I'm telling you, it's very big here. It's gigantic here.
Not like California.
We can agree to disagree. I think it's proportional to the ratio of people you have in your state. So
I just, for instance, football is a huge deal here, as it is in California.
As it is in Texas.
But football here, in comparison to California and Texas, to me is on a similar level. And I nothing against volleyball here. I just know what a big deal volleyball is in California, and I personally don't sense it here, but that's okay. But the getting back to the point, it was that LeBron's daughter is all in the junior circuit, and though she's very young still, she's in the junior circuit of all the volleyball stuff, and they probably wouldn't want to move her out of that, which would mean if LeBron was going to sign here, he's moving across the country and not seeing her that much, and not seeing his wife very much, because his wife would stay in California with the daughter.
Right.
And I thought, well, that makes sense. And it said Golden State is a very easy hop on a plane, fly to L.A., you're good to go. You can travel all around California, watch her play volleyball.
Well, she could still play on the same team. She could live in San Francisco and still play in L.A. I mean, if you got the plane that wants to go back and forth, what's the difference?
Yeah, but yes.
I mean, these kids are doing it. They're already. It's the same as AAU basketball.
Yeah, but you're going to go back for practice, flying after school, going to L.A. for practice.
Do you really need to be there for practice? Or are you there for the games? By the way, NCAA Division I volleyball players, it almost reflects what you're saying with football. You're right. California's the undisputed leader in total numbers of players, but it really mirrors the same as football, with California being 1, Texas kind of 2, Florida there. But then you've got Ohio, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana. It's like the Big Ten country for you. Kind of, if you look at the landmass, it's probably about the same.
And yes, you have to be there for practice.
I don't know, man. I'm telling you,
well, she has to get better. I mean, you're going to practice with a different group of kids and then go play on another team that you've not been working with?
I think you practice on your own. I know of a couple, like softball's another one. Like there are kids that are high level elite girl softball players here, but this is true of baseball. This is true of all sports. If you're a high level elite kid, and a truly elite kid, not the elite kid that someone brands their team on to get you to pay so you can travel all around Ohio and the Midwest and give the organization all that money and not really learn anything. I'm talking about true elite. Those kids are all over the country, and they're basically playing all-star games every weekend on their team in different tournaments to get better. I just watched there was a game in Colorado. I saw a little bit of a game from Colorado that was all-star girls from all over the country. And these girls were they were all on the same team, like summer league team, and they live in different states. They just gather to go play in these weekend tournaments for softball. You got to get your work done at home. That's all, during the week.
We'll see. I thought it was an interesting thought by the writer about that being a reason LeBron wouldn't go elsewhere, would stay in Los Angeles, living in Los Angeles. Well, living in California. And then,
but if anybody gets it,
in LA.
I would think LeBron would get it as far as traveling her around to be able to, so that he could see what she's doing. I mean, he traveled like when he was a kid,
Well, and if Bryce is playing basketball at Arizona, a flight from Cleveland to Arizona to catch a game, that's a challenge. A flight for
LeBron, he's got a private plane. What's the difference?
Practice the next morning.
3 hours. I'm not saying for her
time difference.
Yeah, I think you're as much as we want to believe practices. So you just you hire an individual coach.
No, if add his college son into the equation,
right?
LeBron has a 7:00 game shoot around here in town, at 10 a.m.
Right,
and he goes out to watch his son play in Arizona.
Okay,
right, that game ends what? 1 a.m. Cleveland time?
Yeah, but
you hop on the plane, you fly back 4 hours, 3 hours.
I'm going to be honest. It's more
4 a.m. You get 2 hours sleep. You show up at shoot around. That's no way to take care of a 42-year-old body.
Yeah, but that's Jeff. You know as well as I do that's probably more on Savannah than it is on LeBron. That Savannah's at all the games. That LeBron's got to work.
But LeBron wants to be.
Well, I agree.
He wants to. He's been a great father.
Yeah.
He shows up for things. That's terrific. He goes to the games and everything else. I'm just throwing this out, Andy.
Yeah.
It obviously would be a much bigger challenge for him to be present at functions for
Agreed.
his two younger kids if he's
Sure.
playing in Cleveland or Philadelphia. If he's playing at Golden State, it's a much easier deal.
True.
And there's been no question that he has been adamant about being a part of his kids' lives, and good for him for that.
I agree.
You know,
and don't you think his kids want to watch him play still? If it's a farewell tour? Goes the other way, too.
Dude.
Yeah.
You have kids about the age of his kids.
Yeah. But I'm not LeBron James.
How often do they listen to your show?
Every once in a while I get the I heard the show today.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
That's one more than
Put it
I
this
get.
way, I played a men's league tournament a couple years ago, and I was like, hey, you guys want to come? You want to come watch? You want to come watch? And they were a little bit younger, and somehow, some way, they didn't make it. My wife or my kids. And I was like, oh, thanks for coming.
Yeah. I don't know that my family is aware of what I do for a living.
They don't know. They seriously don't know, Jeff. They have no idea.
I am quite sure of that.
Yeah.
I'm quite sure of that. So that's my only point. There's so many little different things here. And that said, if LeBron wants to come back to Cleveland, okay, great. He could move the whole family back. They already have the house. They have the grandparents, and it's all done.
Yeah,
so,
I think
the article that I was just kind of referencing in that whole conversation,
yeah,
I thought made an interesting point. Whether or not it's valid or not, that would come into his thinking. Who knows?
I just think we sit here and we're trying to spot LeBron and the James family into the regular dynamic of what most travel team parents are going through to try to get from point A to point B. It's all logistics at this point. They're in a different world. Now, the team that she plays on is probably, more like us when it comes to trying to figure out the other stuff. But LeBron, they're in a different world. It's just
well, sure.
It's a completely different world.
However, there's logistically Cleveland to Arizona, Cleveland to Los Angeles. It's not like flying from,
No, it's like driving
Philadelphia to Cleveland. Or something.
It's like driving from Cleveland to Cincinnati,
Chicago.
Kentucky. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe, yeah, Chicago. It's like driving
6 hours by the time you get to the airport and everything else. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
There are a lot of factors, and depending on what he wants to do with the rest of his career, those are factors he's going to have to think about a little bit. 10 days from today. 10 days from today. Rookies report to Berea, Andy. 15 days from today. Veterans. It's game on, baby. About 2 weeks. Scott Petrax working on the golf game for another 2 weeks, but he's going to take a break to talk Browns with us next. He's from the Chronicle Telegram, and he'll join us on The Fan.
This is
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m.
July 23rd is the date. It's when rookies show up. And it's the 28th veterans show up, but we know they'll be here early, Andy. New coach, got to make a good impression.
Yeah. That's why you don't skip OTAs. Next thing you know, you get traded for doing that.
A guy who's enjoying his last quasi days off before he jumps into the Browns like crazy for the next 6 months joins us right now on the Weishart Right.
You wascally wabbit.
Well, if you look up at our little sign where we have our little thing, there's so many W's in that thing. It made me think, and I said, White now. Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. He covers the Browns for the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com, where you can read all of his work. He's Mr. Scott Petrak. Scott, good Monday to you, sir.
Hi, fellas. What's going on?
LeBron's always wanted to play football. You think the Browns are in?
They could probably use another tight end to complement Harold Finn Jr.
I would think so. I would think that's a possibility. So what do you do to prepare for the start of training camp? Yeah, you hydrate? What do you do?
Yeah, I try to have as much fun as possible because I can't count on that happening once training camp starts. And then it's all thinking about, what I have to write the next couple of weeks as a intro to training camp, battles to watch, guys to watch, storylines, all that kind of stuff. And then what we're going to focus on besides quarterback when we get out to that first practice in a couple of weeks.
So give me, as you talk about the focus, and I was trying to think of other storylines going, the offensive line to me, I've been talking about for a while, is to me is intriguing, I guess is probably the most optimistic thing I'll say, because you got 5 new guys on the offensive line. What is a realistic expectation for this offensive line that we're about to see? And I mean, do you feel better? I know I feel healthier about the guys they have on line. I don't know that I feel better about 5 new guys playing offensive line.
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel better because of the health. So I think those are intermingled. I don't know if I would doubt that Zion Johnson is better than Joe Bitonio, especially Joe Bitonio in his prime. And I thought Bitonio still played at a high level last year. But Jack Conklin couldn't get on the field last year. So Titus Howard should be an upgrade over there. We still have to see how center shakes out. I thought Ethan Posey was pretty good. So I don't know if that guy will be better. If it's Elton Jenkins, then probably, but is Elton Jenkins going to play right guard? In Wyatt Teller, I thought was up and down last year, and then he got hurt. And then left tackle, was a mess with injuries and everything. So I assume, and he better be, Spencer Fano better be better at left tackle. So I think as a unit, I have optimism that they will stay healthier, that they will be better. I like the infusion of youth with Fano, and maybe it's Parker Brailsford at center. We still have to see that. Obviously, Zion Johnson is younger at left guard than Joel was. So I do think there's reason to think this line will be better. It's probably a leap to say it'll be a top 10 line in the league, but I think there'll be more continuity and more consistency.
Hey, Scott, there's something funny going on with your phone line. All right, we'll disconnect and we'll call you right back, okay?
Oh, all right.
All right, thanks, bud. Appreciate it. Scott Petrak, we'll call him right back and get things hooked up again. I think his thoughts on the offensive line are on the money, Andy. If last year's group of players had been healthy, I think they'd have been just fine.
I do too.
Conklin couldn't get on the field. Wyatt Teller had some things health-wise. Ethan Posick got hurt. Bitonio, terrific. Dewan got hurt. To me, the only thing better about this offensive line so far is that they're younger and healthier, which is huge. I mean, those are huge factors. But right now, to me, that's the only thing that is going on. It's not like they went out and signed premier talent for the offensive line. They signed good vets, and that's good.
Well,
I mean, that's a good thing, and I think they needed to make some additions.
They
and
added
hopefully
two,
Spencer
right?
Fano ends up being the real deal.
They added 2 for depth on top of Fano, right? So you got Parker Brailsford and Austin Barber. So, I feel like the depth, if this line can stay healthy and block, that they're going to be okay. And Zinter's still here, and DeJuan Jones is still here, and Luke Whippler's. I don't know what Whippler's deal is going to be this year. They need him to step up.
Yeah. Let's go back to Scott. Scott, you with us? Hey, Scott, you there?
Yep. What's
There
going
you
on,
go.
fellas?
Yeah, that's much better.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
We were just discussing your offensive line thoughts. To me, they replaced unhealthy guys with healthy guys. And whether the healthy guys have better skill sets than the guys who weren't healthy, I don't think so. But it doesn't matter if your skill set's better if you're not on the field. And that's the end of the situation.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's individual, right? Like Fano should be better than whoever was playing left tackle a year ago.
Yep.
Jack Conklin in his prime was really good. He's probably better than Titus Howard, but he hasn't been in his prime in a while, and he was hurt. So I do think the age and injuries are the biggest factors because, going into last year, those were the questions. If not, it would have been a real solid line, but all that stuff caught up to it.
What do you think of George Warhop coming back to coach these guys? Because I kind of feel like I feel like we've had really strong offensive line coaching, and then maybe it tailed off a little, and now all of a sudden you're here again. So
I think that's exactly right. Bill Callahan obviously was missed for those last couple of years. And I thought Mike Bloomgren was fine. Last year did a good job. He's a respected guy.
Mm-hmm.
And in the last 2 years, really, the guys have had a really tough hand dealt to them. But George Warhop, when Joe Thomas says he's the favorite line coach he's ever had, that carries so much weight. So, I remember Warhop a little bit from the first time he was here. He's been around for a long, long time. I think that was a huge hire for Todd Monken, and I think it will reap benefits.
Is Andrew Berry, is he golden? Is he locked in here? Last year's draft has played out well. The draft that was just taken place, he's had great reviews for, even though nobody's played a game yet. It's weird to me that such a difference was made between the status of Kevin Stefanski and Andrew Berry after they were both responsible for what's happened the last couple of years. And it makes me think that Andrew's locked in here.
Yeah, how many times have we talked about it? At the time, I didn't, I thought they should have been connected. Obviously, the Haslam's felt differently. It's a great question. I get that a lot when I'm out and about Andrew Berry. Things change so quickly in this league, and if they're 2-15 this year, then anything's on the table, I think. Yeah. And I think it's hard to say, there's any certainties. And if Todd Monken struggles, and that was a Andrew Berry hire, right? So I'm not willing to say that he's going to be here the next decade, but I know the Haslam's really like him, and for good reason. He's a smart guy.
Sure.
He represents the organization really well. I think they like having him as kind of the face of the organization. He's still young. I think he has gotten better. I think there's reason to believe he will continue to get better. We've seen that he's aggressive in trades, and I think that's the way you have to operate in today's sports world, especially the NFL. So, I would say that Andrew Berry is really liked inside the organization. That means that he's probably going to be here for a long time. And as long as he keeps drafting well, and we know what last year was, and you talked about this year, looks like it's going to be good, then that's huge. And then the next question is, can he figure out the quarterback? Because until that happens, at some point, it's forget about the draft picks, forget about the rest of the roster. It's can you win because you have the quarterback? And he's been yet to solve that.
So let me ask the same question, but with Todd Monken instead. Yeah. And how do you think Todd Monken's looking at this quarterback situation based on what we've seen so far with minicamp and OTAs, and then what's it going to look like going into camp?
Yeah, if as far as is Todd Golden. I mean, it's his first year. We've seen coaches get fired after 1 year. So, again, nothing's off the table. I know they like Todd. It's a 5-year contract, right? So that doesn't lead you to think that it's a short-term solution with him. They're confident that he's going to help fix the offense, and that includes quarterback. And that was where the team was really let down the last 2 years. If the offense had been better, the results would have been better. The win-loss record would have been better. So that's the hope for Todd Monken. As far as the quarterbacks, I keep coming back to there's two things. Is one, he's going to want to play the guy that gives him the best chance to win.
Yep.
He's 60 years old, head coach for the first time. Is there a comfort level with it being Deshaun Watson, given his experience compared to Shedeur Sanders? Yeah, I think that is a factor in this competition. I personally keep going to the fact that go with the younger guy, go with the guy who's under contract. Watson hasn't stayed healthy. All the things we've talked about a billion times. But, if it all comes down to who gives you the better chance as Todd Monken to win week one, maybe it's that simple. And maybe it should be that simple. And, I could see how that could end up being Watson over Sanders.
Scott Petrak joining us, Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com. We've been kicking around this depth chart, the roster for the Browns since the draft and everything else, and we all can't wait to see it on the field. It looks like everything except quarterback on the offense is penciled in as who your starter is going to be, with young guys and on the offensive line, maybe just juggling exactly where somebody's going to play.
Sure.
But in Baltimore, Todd Monken had two really good tight ends in Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely. Here, you mentioned right off the bat, Harold Fannin. I wonder how much he's going to use tight end here. And are they comfortable with Jack Stoll, Joe Royer, Blake Whiteheart as the backups?
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of tight end. They went after Charlie Kohler in the offseason. He wound up signing a huge deal for a guy that, had barely had any catches, but Todd Monken knew him from Baltimore. So I think there is a desire to use two tight ends. You see that more and more across the league. Kevin Stefanski did a ton of that. So I think you will. Plus, Fannin was proud of the way he blocked last year because that was a question mark for him coming out of Bowling Green. But he's not a true inline blocker. So I think to use Fannin to the best of his capabilities, it means having another guy out there that's more concentrated on blocking. So, I liked what Blake Whiteheart showed last year. There were a couple plays that really stood out to me.
Had some moments, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And I tell you what, I saw him a lot in the OTAs and minicamp. He showed up a lot, and, part of that was because Fannin wasn't practicing with an injury. But I think Whiteheart has a chance to be a contributor to this team. And then you talk about the rookies, and, is one of those rookies going to line up as a fullback a little bit? I could see that. But I think they're okay. They have some depth at that position, but I have little doubt that we're going to see a lot of two tight end formations.
Just as far as going into camp then, in years past, we've seen Camp Cupcake and we've seen camps that are brutal. I would think that because the roster is so young for the most part, that this is not going to be one of the easier camps in the NFL. True or false?
No, I think that's 100% true,
Okay.
Andy. And it's the youth of the roster is one of the things. I think when you have a new coach, how many times have you heard that it's easier to back off than to step on the gas?
Yeah.
So I don't think you can come in and, okay, we're going to take it easy, and then you look around and go, hey, I don't like how these guys are prepared, and then say, okay, we're going to practice for 2.5 hours today. That just doesn't go over well, so I think you got to come out of the gate kind of jamming. And if you look at the training camp schedule, I don't know if it's out there for everybody, but with the media schedule, I think there's practice 11 of the first 12 days. So that sets a pretty significant tone because I do not remember Kevin Stefanski having that kind of, workload in the first 2 weeks of camp.
Sure.
All right, buddy, hit him straight. You got another 10 days.
Oh, must have hit him straight already?
Scott already hit him straight. He went to play golf.
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Thanks, bud. Appreciate your time.
Later, man.
Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Scott Petrak joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. When we talk to Scott, when we talk to Mary Kay, when we talk to Daryl, we're all kind of nitpicking because that's this team is so ready to get on the field and start sorting a couple of things out, Andy, that we're looking at, like I asked about tight end, backup tight end. I mean, come on, right? But that's kind of where this is.
Well, it's a legit question, though.
Well, there are some concerns. They might be minute in comparison to the big one, but there are some other concerns. There's the quarterback, and then there's others. What other concerns might you have about this team, folks? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps on the Fan.
participating this year, including Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper of the host team. And the All-Star Game will take place tomorrow night. The Guardians are sending 3 players to Philly for the event: Parker Messick, Cade Smith, and Travis Bazzana. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You know, you can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, including the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 to 10, our show from 10 to 2, Afternoon Drive with Nick and Jonathan from 2 to 7, live each and every weekday on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to the channel for free and watch all of the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand now.
We're going to stay on top of it. Is it LeBron Watch? Do we need to label it anything?
Yeah.
I thought today would be the day. Mark mentions in an email to me.
Yeah.
I think Mark's thinking is probably better than mine on this. I thought today because, no baseball, although tonight's the home run derby, tomorrow's the All-Star game.
Doesn't care.
Well, no, but hang on. Because, I thought downtime. Mark points out after the game, Wednesday, because then you're certainly the story of the day, which is true. After the day after the All-Star game at like noon.
Yeah, what you're forgetting is...
And then Thursday, and then, the season comes back for baseball.
The ESPYs are Wednesday, though. I don't think
Oh, yeah.
You got to...
Is that something you need to think about?
He does. Remember, because when he did the original decision, he got fried at the ESPYs. Fried. To the point where I think LeBron was upset.
So maybe he waits till Thursday?
Well, they were making fun of him, and they were making fun of Jim Gray, and so...
His Jethro Bodine shirt?
Well, I don't know. See, LeBron has been to the ESPYs since...
Nothing on that?
Nah, I missed that. I forgot about that.
Red check shirt?
Yeah.
Jethro wore him all the time on the Beverly Hillbillies? Okay, go ahead. Okay.
So...
And Max Baer was a beast.
Boxer? Right.
No,
his
son.
dad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Son was a beast.
So I don't know that I don't know what they think, what that camp thinks about the ESPYs. If they want to step all over the ESPYs and don't feel like going, make the announcement on Wednesday. If they want to step all over the ESPYs, because it'll be the story of the night. But then again, it'll get worked into every joke through the. I mean, if he decides that he's coming, especially if he's coming back to Cleveland.
What's the joke this time?
Well, if he comes back to Cleveland, they'll figure out a way to write a joke about Cleveland in there.
Right.
I mean, we've seen this 10,000 times.
Okay.
And the reason behind a lot of those jokes about Cleveland are because a lot of the writers early on in Hollywood were from here. And it was kind of like, joking around about their own hometown. Then we became a joke.
Yeah, thanks
in some
a lot.
ways.
We appreciate that. We're going to stay on top of the LeBron stuff. If anything happens, you'll hear it right here. And at 1 o'clock, we're going to talk to Law Murray, who is an NBA reporter for The Athletic. He focuses on the LA team. So he's been watching LeBron up close and personal.
Any chance you guys think he does it at the ESPYs?
No.
That ESPN cuts him a check and says, do it here?
No.
Okay.
Although, didn't they already do that once before with the decision?
Whoa.
I mean, they did give a lot of that money to Boys and Girls Club, but that's really the only good thing that came out of that whole thing.
We'll stay on top of it. We asked as we went to break after talking to Scott Petrak, what concerns do you have about the Browns? Quarterback obviously is the biggie. We'll push that one off to the side. One concern I do have, Andy, and it's not the ability of the offensive line to mesh, it's the ability of the offensive line. Okay, they got healthier guys. Well, there was a reason that all of these guys were available. What's one of the most precious commodities in the National Football League?
In Cleveland's getting across the goal line.
It's offensive linemen who are really good, and you lock them up, and they don't go anywhere. And the Browns brought in 4 guys from other teams who other teams thought, yeah, okay, we're all right with letting them go. And that, I don't think you can dismiss that. I am not against the guys they brought in at all, and some of them have solid track records, but it's not like they brought in guys who are absolute studs throughout their careers on the offensive line. They brought in competent guys who appear to be in better health. That's good. That is a good thing. I'll readily admit that's a good thing. I just wonder how well will that line perform. You know what I mean?
That's like I said, you talk about, we were joking about kids who are going to practice and just playing in games. I mean, these guys need practice. They need time together. They need to sync. Everyone knows that.
I'm even more concerned maybe just about their overall abilities. You know, did they get guys who are going to be good enough to give whoever is at quarterback, to give Quinshon Judkins and Dylan Sampson opportunities to run? You know, are these guys going to be good enough? We know they're healthier, but are they going to be good enough?
The goal of this team should be blackjack every game. 21 points. Get to 21. Get to 21. Whatever you need to do.
It should be blackjack.
But right? That should be the goal of every game. Get
Don't
to
hit
21.
on 16.
No, they don't hit on 16. They never get points after 16. That's why they're stuck at 16. Dealer's got 2 face cards. You got to take a hit.
You got to go for it.
I don't care if the dealer's, I don't know, give me as sitting 15, 14. Go. You got to hit. Got to hit. Come on.
Is that offensive line thought that I had? Is that
No,
concern?
I think it's a concern. There is no doubt. I don't know how the offensive line can't. It's a concern until it's not. So let's get into the season and let's see how often our quarterbacks are not staring at the sky, and our running backs have holes to go through to get open, and our wide receivers have a little bit of time to get downfield because they're maintaining, they're pass blocking. We're good. I do feel like overall there's a little more depth on the offensive line than what we had last year, and that's only because they drafted 2 guys.
I would agree with that. Yeah, Austin Barber could be a real wild card in this whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, you have a 3rd round and a 5th round pick that are not slated to start. You know, obviously Fano is, but Brailsford's not. Barber's not. Brailsford, who knows? I mean, could be snapping the ball middle of the season. The issue becomes injuries, right? And I think that's what we've seen in the past is that the injuries have just taken its toll on the offensive line. I think that Andrew Berry's done a pretty good job of building depth here on the offensive line that we haven't seen before. And they may you know what I want? I want hard choices. I want to make sure that it's difficult for the Browns front office to try to figure out who they're going to keep, who's going to start. Now, I know they have money invested in a bunch of the free agents, at least 3 on the offensive line, but how many of these guys are maybe not going to make the team? I mean, is Whippler on his last leg?
I think so.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah, I would think so.
So, I mean,
and Zach Zinter as well. I mean, Andy, you drafted Zach in the 3rd round.
Well, there it is. That's all you need to say. 3rd round. You're good for 2 years and you're done. Their 3rd round.
3rd round offensive linemen are supposed to play.
Agree.
At some point. And my hope is he actually comes in and is so good he becomes a starter.
My hope is that the Browns trade their 3rd round pick from now until eternity because 3rd round picks just don't work here. They haven't for this regime.
Oh.
I know you're digging deep into your head.
That's convenient. No, it's convenient.
Do you want to go back and name off our 3rd round picks here?
No, the 3rd round wide receivers haven't been good. I just think that's a convenient thought. But
what about your quarterback you got last year?
Third round picks are supposed to play.
What's Cedric Tillman going to be this year?
We'll see. I personally think it could be huge if Zinter comes in and just is the guy that they thought he was when he came out of Michigan, and let's say he beats out Tevin Jenkins at right guard and becomes your starting right guard and is good. What if Austin Barber comes in as a rookie and is really good at tackle? Is there any way he beats out Titus Howard? I don't think so.
No.
Because you traded for Titus Howard. But I think he could be a year away from being your starting right tackle. You could move on. He could get moved inside to guard. If he's really good, maybe he could play inside. That's a possibility.
I mean, how do you think they feel about, Jenkins, the center, not Tevin Jenkins?
Elton Jenkins?
Yeah.
I think they think he's starting somewhere. and it's either center or right guard.
Dan,
that goes back to Parker Brailsford or Luke Whippler.
How good was he in Green Bay, Dan?
Made a couple Pro Bowls.
Yeah.
Guard, excellent. Center,
Yeah, that's the
maybe they move him over.
That's the thinking. Well, I think they'd love to.
Yeah.
In a dream world, you want him to play guard.
Yeah.
Probably Jenkins out.
There will be some guys who get
Brailsford up.
There will be some guys who don't make this team. Who you think?
And that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course
If they're cutting guys you think can play for other teams, then they're doing something right.
That might be the case. I do have a slight concern at my favorite position.
That's funny. I have a slight concern of my favorite position too.
Go ahead. You talk about tight ends first.
Well, I like Blake Whiteheart. I do. I like him, but Fannin. I want to see what he looks like.
They got a lot of young guys there.
In his second season, he did have a great year his first year. I think people are excited about him coming back again next season. So, Njoku had some leadership qualities there. He had some experience, and he's a big body that could make big plays if you got him the ball in the end zone late in the game. By hanging on to the ball. I know we had some when he had the dropsies there for a while, it was kind of hard to watch, and I get it, and I can understand also why he's not on the roster anymore. But beyond that, you went out and you drafted one too. You got Joe Royer, that they picked up in the 5th round, so out of Cincinnati. I'm concerned about the tight end spot unless they're not going to use it as much. I do think they have the wide receivers that they don't have to rely on throwing to the tight ends as much.
Well,
for the first time in forever.
Well, let me follow that up. That's where I do have a concern. I like the guys they brought in. Casey Concepcion could be a lot of fun, and I think Denzel Boston is going to be the best of the bunch. My fingers are crossed. This organization has not done a good job of identifying wide receivers. This front office, they just haven't. They've not committed assets to that position very often. And when they haven't always worked out very well. My hope is that they nailed these 2 draft picks. I also have said all along, I especially like Boston. I hope they've nailed them. I hope these guys step in and play. They are still rookie wide receivers. And even though that is not as damning as it used to be, it's still something to keep in mind. And I've advocated all along, okay, now bring in another veteran so you have somebody else in that group who you can count on. And they haven't done that. Maybe they're hoping Cedric Tillman makes that step, Andy, becomes that guy. Jerry Jeudy is competent without question, but I still wouldn't mind seeing them add a veteran to that group just to take a little heat off of Boston and Concepcion and allow them to be rookies and learn on the job a little bit. Because you have 2 rookie wide receivers that you're going to count on big time. If you hit on one of them, that's great. If you didn't hit on both of them, then do you have a hole there? So that's a slight concern I have, and it's just a slight concern. Coming up at noon, Guardians have finished not the first half, but the first about 2/3 of the season. And they're in first place. We're going to talk Guardians coming up at noon. We also have our big awards coming up, Andy.
Oh, I'm so excited.
The heck with the ESPYs. We have our awards for the Guardians coming up.
The Phelpsies?
I'll give you the name of it.
Right.
The 59.9% of the season awards.
Like I said, the Phelpsies.
They're coming up in the noon hour. Next, headlines on Baskin and Phelps.
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Just had some piece of plastic come flying off of something.
Man, we have problems
It
in
like
here,
bounced
don't we?
off my hand. I wonder if it came off my headset.
Oh, here we go.
If it
Jeff
came
is now
off-
currently checking out his headsets.
I bought these headsets at a place that is known for its
$1?
Economic purchases.
Yeah, like for $1?
No, they were $9.
Oh, they were $9?
I've had them for years.
I told you when I lived in Montana,
They've held up.
we'd get bored. We'd go to the dollar store and ask for price checks.
I don't see it. Oh, no, Andy, it did.
Oh, it came off your headset?
Yep.
While you're fixing your headsets, I'm going to tell you.
Right here.
As always,
get it
you can
fixed.
listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yep, broke off right there.
We'll get it fixed.
Guess what? Won't make any difference.
Will we really?
Won't make any difference.
You may have to pull
We're going to talk
$9
some
out of your
Guardians
wallet.
coming up at noon, and we have our awards for the first part of the season here. You're going to enjoy those so much.
Oh, man, I'm pumped.
I know you would be.
I might go change. I might go put a suit on.
Until we get to that.
Live from the center of the universe, here's Dan Mennigan.
All right, gentlemen. In this segment, we've done a lot of moments where we've sat back and went, so-and-so just got paid.
Paid!
We may have the ultimate of that is never going to be beaten.
Oh, boy.
So the estate of Paul Allen,
Oh.
the former owner of the Seahawks,
The estate got paid.
especially when I give you the stat that's to come. The Seattle Seahawks were sold to a group of people for $9.61 billion on July 11th.
That's a
That
B.
is the second highest that a franchise has been sold for. The Lakers were sold for $10 billion. Now this is the second highest with $9.61 billion. Again, this is the estate of Paul Allen. All of this will be heading to charity from what I have heard as well.
It's all going to nonprofit organizations, supposedly.
That's awesome.
So, let's put this together with what happened about 4 months ago when the Portland Trailblazers were sold for $4.25 billion. So
Another Paul Allen asset.
in the last 4 months,
If you'd like to give to the Phelps Fund,
if my math is mildly correct, and we're doing this kind of loose.
9 plus 4.
13.
$13.86 billion to the Allen estate. Ladies and gentlemen, the Paul Allen estate got paid.
And isn't his sister, I think his sister is the executor of the estate. And she's handling all the stuff.
Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah.
Invest in sports teams, kids.
Either that or create your own software.
Yeah, that helps too. And have it be an operating system used by a lot of people.
So let me see this. Again, that was what?
9.61 billion.
9.61 billion.
And that's a hard B on billion.
And he paid what for the franchise when
I
he bought
have
it?
no idea, Andy. Is
I
it in front of you
do.
there?
Yes.
I'll say, give me a year it was bought if you don't mind me being nosy.
1997.
Oh, shoot.
$400 million.
I'll say 750 mil.
194 million.
Wow, I should have gone $1, Bob.
Wow. Think about
Good
that.
gravy.
In
Man.
29 years. Oh my God. That's unbelievable.
194 million
to 9 billion.
9.6 billion.
Wow.
Good gravy.
I was in Portland one time and Paul Allen walked by me. I thought, that's one of the richest dudes in the world right there. Wow.
That's what kind of everybody always said about him.
Yeah.
Is that he was very unassuming.
He was extremely unassuming. He was with some people. He was kind of like, he kind of had a I wouldn't call it an entourage, but he kind of had some folks around him to make sure idiots like me didn't say, "Hey, Mr. Allen, how you doing?"
Hey, by the way, you want to know how much his art collection went for?
Oh, stupid amounts. I mean, just
Well, the stupid amount is the Seahawks. This is more realistic, I guess. I don't know.
$800 million.
Higher.
1.4.
Yeah, 1.5. Good job, yeah.
There you go. Rams defensive tackle, and this is the section that we're going to call, we're keeping an eye on this.
All right.
Rams defensive tackle Aaron Donald worked out with the team on Friday. Donald, of course, retired, and there has been some rumbling and rumor that Aaron Donald may find his way back to the Rams for one last run to get a ring. So something we're keeping an eye on. Something else that we're going to keep an eye on.
Wait, didn't we get a tip on that last week, Jeff? From your good friend from the Lakers?
John Ireland?
Yeah.
Yeah, John said pay attention.
Pay attention to it, yeah.
On something else we're keeping an eye on, The Athletic believes that Tua Tagovailoa will be the Week 1 starter for the Atlanta Falcons.
Ooh.
Again, things we're keeping an eye on.
I hope he's the Week 16 and Week 17 starter as well. In other words, I hope he doesn't get another concussion. That guy's really had some issues.
Agreed, for the sake of him.
What about Kevin Stefanski with Tua?
I think Tua plus Dome will be good.
Yeah.
He's going to play in a lot of domes in that division, too, which helps out a bunch.
I would think that's true.
Yeah, Tua plus Dome feels good.
Yeah, but it's this infatuation with under 6'2" quarterbacks.
I don't know. I think this was just best available to cover for Michael
6
Penix.
foot
Yep.
quarterback.
Yeah. I'll take
He's
that one.
He's officially listed at 6'1".
I'll take him.
Tua?
Yeah, I'd take him over anybody we have.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
I'd rather take the 27 draft pick than Tua Tagovailoa.
Well, but we don't have that yet.
Yeah, we do.
Well, we don't
you
have
have the draft pick.
We have
Where
the
it's
pick. We don't have
is
a
different
player.
story, but you have the draft pick.
He wants direct snap this year. That's his. We're not even going to have a quarterback. We're just going direct snap.
Gentlemen, the Scottish Open took place over the weekend, and Rory McIlroy, he's one of us.
Oops, this is not good.
Oh my God, I'm so bad at golf.
I'll swap you anytime.
I have no rebuttal to that. It was the most truthful, relatable thing that Rory McIlroy has ever done in his life. Hit a golf ball and then go,
oh my God, I'm so bad at golf.
I love it.
Tom Kim ended up winning the tournament, but that's secondary.
Oh my God, I'm so bad at golf.
We got a major this week, gentlemen. Open Championship going to be taking
bad.
place at Royal Birkdale up in
yeah,
Manchester, England.
Here we go.
We got a big boy golf tournament.
I like that.
We're going to have 5 a.m. golf, 4 a.m. golf. Let's get cooking.
This is the tournament that always cracks me up because
I love
it's
the
like,
British Open.
okay, so that's not the way we play golf here in the States. What the heck is that? Wait a minute, you're keeping the ball on the ground and letting it roll? What are you doing?
The wind's blowing at 35 miles an hour and it's monsooning.
Yeah,
into
I'm
a
turning
moon
around
crater.
I'm hitting bunker shots backwards. What the? Always a weird tournament.
If you want a brief refresher of what it's going to be, pull up Robin Williams' thoughts on golf. We can play none of them on the air at any point, but you will laugh way too hard. So if you play them at work, put a set of headphones on. It is the perfect way to describe the weekend that we are about to have. All right, gentlemen, here we go.
Baskin and Phelps present Dan's World Cup Roundup.
Hey!
So we only got a few of these left, gentlemen, so we got to enjoy every last bit of them. England took care of business, 2-1, sending the Norwegians home. Sorry, Andy. Apologize for that one. Jude Bellingham with 2 goals.
One of the loser cool advice on that one.
If you want a cool moment, the entire crowd started singing Hey Jude at the tail end of it for Jude Bellingham. There's something about an entire arena of people singing Hey Jude a cappella that's just cool. So enjoy every last bit of that one. That's about chalk. Same thing with France taking down Morocco 2-0 as well. The Spanish ended up winning along the way. But probably the big game of the weekend that had everybody biting their nails was, of course, Zombie Argentina. Every time you think they're dead, they end up picking themselves back up off the mat.
It's my new team.
Drooling for brains and going forward from there like they did in this game. So 1-1 match going into the 112th minute. That's right, they went into extra time. During this entire thing, The Spanish had been down to 10 men since the 72nd minute, which means they had gone 40 minutes playing 11 on 10 without giving up a goal. So props to the Spanish for that one. And so then, of course, our boy, Andres Cantor.
Julián Álvarez.
The heck did he say at the end?
Argentina! Beautiful. Audio courtesy of Telemundo. Our guy, Andres Cantor, just killing it. Continuing to kill it.
Is that better than, like, one goal and then, talking about it? Probably is.
Darn right it
There
is.
just aren't that many goals, so that's why it's so impressive.
I guess.
It's outstanding. And by the way, for those
that
of
goal
you
was unbelievable.
who have said things like, oh, he only cares about Argentina, audio courtesy of Telemundo, this was the Swiss goal.
A ver, ahí está Ricardo Rodríguez en doy. ¡En doy! ¡Gol!
And that joy goes on for another 40 seconds. So for those of you out there thinking it's only for Latin countries, nay.
I should have said,
Nay.
Switzerland. Goal.
Goal. Bad.
Goal. That final shot was awesome, though. That was a great goal.
Well, so Argentina, Zombie Argentina ended up winning 3-1. It opened the floodgates. Argentina got a insurance at the tail end. Basically put this thing away. So this puts us at the top 4 teams all making the semifinal. Which, while you love every last bit of the upsets and everything together, there's something about seeing the top 4 teams in the world make it. So we are going to have tomorrow. This is we'll get into it a little bit more in depth. But hey, you may want to block off your schedule, lie about some meetings, anything like that, doctor's appointments, whatever you need. France, Spain will be down in Dallas tomorrow. That is probably going to be the quote-unquote
I ain't getting fired over France,
pseudo-championship match is going to be that. That's going to be awesome. And then England versus Zombie Argentina is coming up on Wednesday in Atlanta. This is why Jeff Thomas always made me make both of your microphones not work during this segment.
Jeff Thomas
Some of us are trying to get through these things while the two of you are just flapping your gums. Go back to eating.
You need to take the day off. No one's eating. Who's
Go back to
eating?
eating and sleeping like you did during Make Jeff Thomas do it.
We never used to sleep.
That's not nice.
Oh, you're saying Jeff Thomas didn't like to do the segment? Is that what you're trying to say?
Oh, I'm just saying that he enjoyed it most when he could just do it instead of living in this world of, having to talk over you.
I feel it's our time, don't you, Andy?
Yes, Mr.
So I think
Hand.
this is our chili.
That's true.
Anyway.
So this game's going to be a good one?
The pseudo-final is going to be tomorrow. It's France versus Spain, and then England versus Zombie Argentina on Wednesday in Atlanta.
Zombie Argentina.
So you're saying the
just
winner...
zombies at this
Is that
point.
like Dr. Congo?
It kind of is. Yeah, they are officially known as Zombie Argentina. They just seem dead, and then all of a sudden they just pick back up and go brains.
You
and
mean
score
like
2 goals?
Like down 2-0 and then score 3?
Insane. They're Zombie Argentina.
All I know is I was going to text you when they were going to overtime or extra time, whatever you go. Or it's
extra time. You were right the first time.
They're going to extra time, and I was going to text you, and I'm like, you know what? He didn't text me back on the last USA one because I was like, because they were playing guards.
I was
ball.
at a bar with no reception and was sadly drinking Guinness out of a boot.
So I was going to text you and say, this is it. Messi's going to hit the game winner. And then I'm like, nah, I'm not. I was too tired. I was too tired to text.
That's beautiful.
Don't text and sleep.
Home run derby tonight as the All-Star festivities get rolling in Philadelphia.
Woohoo!
Our team rolling into the break. The Guardians might have something cooking. We're going to give them a little credit coming up here in the noon hour. Along with Guardians Talk, our Guardians Awards. Straight ahead on Baskin and Phelps as we pay attention to LeBron James and what decision he might make today.
favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Don't trust anybody with your Cavs coverage unless they have sports in their name. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
It's noon, just after. Nothing from LeBron yet. Still thinking it could be today.
I don't know, Jeff. I don't know. Maybe if it's not today, I'm saying, is he going to the ESPYs or not? If he's going to the ESPYs, then he's not announcing until after the ESPYs. If he's not going to the ESPYs, he could do it the same day. By the way, John Carroll's own Marcelo Hernandez from Saturday Night Live is hosting the ESPYs this year.
Well, that's lovely.
Former soccer player.
That's
Who does a
lovely.
fantastic job on Saturday Night Live.
He's actually
hysterical.
funny, yeah.
He's really funny. Yeah.
Good for him. Good for him. Hope he has a good time today.
The one he does, Sebastian
Wednesday.
Maniscalco.
Maniscalco. When he does him, he's hysterical.
He's a good buddy of Joe Bonamosa, isn't he?
How many jokes do you know from Sebastian?
I was making a joke.
Maniscalco.
Maniscalco.
I was just making a joke because when we had Maniscalco's name in a giveaway.
Oh, that's right.
You
we
butchered
did.
it like this,
Yes.
just like Joe Bonamassa.
Yes. No, Joe Bonamassa. We're tight.
Say it. Go ahead. Say it the way you would say it.
Joe Bonamassa.
No.
Joe Bonamassa.
Here's Andy saying the name. Joe Bonamassa.
Oh, you mean high school football highlight. Yeah. Oh, my God. Look at Joe Bonamassa go. Oh, man. Wow. Did you see that? Joe really got it down pat on that one. Oh, man. That was great.
Well,
that Bonamassa kid is great.
Well, we're keeping an eye on the LeBron situation. By golly, we have a baseball team that won 4 straight games going into the break and is back in first place in the American League Central.
Oh, it's a good thing I walked in on the red carpet for this one.
At least tied. They're tied. Way to go, Andy.
Thank you.
Come on, aren't you pumped about your Guardians?
It's good to be here.
51-46 at the break. That means they've won a few more games than they've lost.
Okay.
You keep plugging away, little buckaroo. You'll get there one day.
With one of the worst offenses in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, that's true.
Way to go, fellas. Way to hang in there.
Man, DeLauder hit that moonshot. So that was fun to watch.
You ever notice, I love watching Chase play.
Mm-hmm.
His swing to me is interesting because it looks like he has like some air brake on the end of his swing and doesn't have a complete follow through. Have you ever noticed that? It's like he stops it before the bat goes all the way around his body like it does for most guys. And I just think, that's interesting.
Okay. That's interesting.
No? Doesn't do anything for you?
I just don't know that I've noticed it. I'll watch. No, now you got me watching.
Yeah, it's not, not like a great big long swing. It's like he kind of chops at it and away it goes, which is good for him. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yes.
Yesterday they had a nice win, 5-2, and good for them over the Marlins. And
big weekend. I mean, look, they took down a team that was playing pretty good baseball.
Well, and I think it was important, Andy, to finish strong because you don't want to. You come out of the All-Star break, you're tied for first place. Now you go. Let's just say it had flipped, and you're a number of games back. So good.
I just feel like they're going to be swimming above water the whole way through the whole season.
So far, they've been able to deal with the losses of Jose Ramirez and Angel Martinez without drastic consequences. Is that fair to say? I mean,
it's not been drastic. They've been able to swim,
kind of stay afloat,
and they can they can get some water or they get some air. They're good. They're not drowning. They easily could be drowning in this thing. It's not like they're jumping back on shore, but they're not drowning either. So it's a good deal.
Which is kind of what you're looking for, is it not?
Yes, exactly.
Well, in celebration of their strong finish and their slightly above mediocre first part of the season.
Oh man, I can't wait for this.
We've put them together, and we do this on an occasional basis. We kind of have some fun with it while trying to point out some good things about our baseball team or some realistic things about our baseball team. So with that in mind, I did a little math.
Oh, boy.
And here's what we came up with. Dano, hit it.
Baskin and Phelps present the Guardians' first 59.9% of the season awards.
I'd love to be able to say, they're 3/5 of the way through the season. That would be 60% on the nose.
Nope, not 60.
But according to my math, it was 59.9% of the season. Ted did such a nice job putting that together. I think we need to hear it one more time.
Wow.
Isn't that nice?
Baskin and Phelps present the Guardians' first 59.9% of the season awards.
So there it is. With that in mind, Andy, let's go to our first category, shall we? And this one directly relates to yesterday. It is the That's What We've Been Waiting For award.
And the 59.9er goes to
Joey Cantillo, pitcher. Came to the Guardians, of course, in the Clevenger trade. We've been waiting for this. It was back in August of 2020 that the Guardians Indians acquired Joey Cantillo at the age of 20. Well, it's been a long journey, hasn't it? He's now 26, 6 years after the trade. I think he's finally looking like the pitcher that the Guardians were hoping that he would become. Third Major League season, Andy, 20 starts. He's 8-4. I do have one concern.
Can we just talk about yesterday for a second? 9 strikeouts?
Oh, he was good.
1 earned run?
Yep, he was good.
Could you maybe get another inning out of him?
Andy, this is why we've been waiting for him award.
Mm-hmm.
He gets it. I do have one concern. I want your thought. Is this a concern? He is within 19 innings of the most innings he's ever thrown in a season. So he's closing in on, places that he's never been before. Is that a concern at the age of 26?
Yeah, if they're only going to throw 5 innings a game, then no.
Okay.
Then no. I'm not concerned.
I
mean, if something goes sideways, that you could kind of.
Dano, is that a concern? Within 19 innings of the most he's ever thrown in a season.
I don't totally think so. I think it's more, son, congratulations, you're a big league pitcher. Let's go. You've been preparing for this your whole life.
Yeah, he's 26. It's time, right?
Yep.
Yeah, if you look at most of it, I think he's only gone more than 5 against the Angels. In May, he threw 6. I'm trying to find games where he threw for more. He did throw 8 innings against Houston. They must have burned through some relievers before that.
And it's not like he relies on 97 either.
No, he relies on a lot of other stuff.
Jeff, he's only thrown 15 innings this month.
Well, but it's within 19 of what he's ever thrown in a year. So we'll see.
Yeah.
But, Joey, congratulations. You've been worth the wait. I've liked him since they picked him up, and I thought, okay, can this guy do it? Can he do it? And he's doing it this year.
He has not had a 100-pitch performance.
So congratulations.
He has not seen 100 pitches at all.
Our next category, this is the please tell me this has all been a bad dream, and I'll be my old self after the All-Star break award.
And the 59.9er goes to
Rhys Hoskins.
Oh, that's not who I was going to give that to. Wow, what an upset.
Rhys Hoskins.
Oh, the Kalshi betting lines were going crazy on that one.
Who was the other candidate?
For me?
Yeah.
Say the award again.
Please tell me this has all been a bad dream, and I'll be my old self after the All-Star break award.
Stephen Kwan. Although he's been hitting better lately.
He's been hitting a little better
I thought
lately.
you were going.
Rhys Hoskins hasn't. Are you ready for the worst stat I've dug up all year?
Is that an award?
No.
Oh,
he's getting this award.
Oh, all right.
I'm president of the Rhys Hoskins fan club, right?
Yeah, I know you are.
Of anybody in Major League Baseball who has had 200 or more at-bats this season.
Boy.
Rhys Hoskins has the second lowest batting average.
Point.
He's hitting 178.
Any chance
second lowest batting average of anyone with 200-plus at-bats. Lower, Cal Raleigh of Seattle, who was unbelievable last year.
Been banged up as well.
So Rhys Hoskins has his lowest batting average and lowest OPS of his career right now. I don't think he's done. After his years in Philly, he messed up his leg on a play at first base, and he missed the season. And then he wasn't quite the same in Milwaukee, but he wasn't bad. He's still only 33 years old, which for a hitter playing first base. He should be okay. 2 years ago, he hit a career low 214 with the Brewers. So he has a lot of work to do to get, to improve on that. He's at 178, 214. But in that year with the Brewers, he did hit 26 home runs with 82 runs batted in. So he can be productive and have a low batting average. Currently 9 home runs and 31 runs batted in.
Let me ask you this. Let's just say although Petey Halpin's still on the team too. So I was just going to say, if it comes crunch time to have to release somebody,
they don't have anybody else like him. They do not have right-handed power bats. I mean, who's the next guy in line? David Fry?
But if you're not hitting 200, do you really have power?
Well, you have 9 home runs. The team leader is 11.
It's a congratulations, you're the top of the Delta Pledge class.
Yeah, I know.
Situation.
He hasn't been good, but this offense is one of the worst in baseball. Give me somebody who's better. That's why maybe at the trade deadline, if they go find somebody, maybe he gets either dealt or cut.
I don't know. But at some point, do you just let the righty-lefty thing go?
Well, Stephen Vogt hasn't, has he?
No, he hasn't. But yesterday's lineup was better than with him in there.
Okay, the awards are underway. The ceremonies.
Any chance he's not here after the break?
No, he'll be here. At least for a while. The
Ken
ceremonies
Rosenthal
continue.
had in a recent piece that the Guardians could be interested in a right-handed first base power bat. So if that ends up being the case, and the keyword there was could, if that ends up being the case, you know who's hitting the bricks.
I would think that's the case. And that's why he's the winner of the Please Tell Me This Has All Been a Bad Dream, and I'll be my old self after the All-Star Break award. More awards coming up. It's Basket and Phelps here on The Fan.
participating this year, including Kyle Schwarber and Bryce Harper of the host team. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
All-Star break. Guardians, 4-game winning streak. Guardians tied for first place. Guardians, second part of the season coming up, and we'll see exactly how it goes because though it hasn't been great, here they sit with an opportunity to do exactly what it is they wanted to accomplish this year. So good for them. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. We just took a little intermission from our awards show, and we're underway.
A commercial break, if you will.
Yeah, a little commercial break. Yeah, I hope everybody, was able to hydrate and everything else because, ladies and gentlemen, it's back to it. Here we go.
Baskin and Phelps present the Guardians' first 59.9% of the season awards.
The I Sold My Soul to Mario Mendoza Award.
Okay.
And the 59.9er goes to...
Well, of course, Austin Hedges. How could it not?
Yes.
If anybody's unaware, you've heard of the Mendoza line in baseball. Mm-hmm. Well, Mario Mendoza, a light-hitting infielder, Pittsburgh Pirates, father of the Mendoza line. It's like, are you hitting 200? If you're not over 200, you're in trouble. Before this year, Austin Hedges had a career batting average of 185. Career batting average of 185. Austin had gone 7 straight years. The last 7 years, he hit 184 or below. 7 straight years, 184 or below. Right now, he's hitting 289. What the heck is going on, Andy Baskin?
It's the confidence that they have in him that every time he steps to the plate, he knows what he needs to do, and now he is fulfilling his destiny as a guy you can count on to be able to come up with a clutch hit. Even though it doesn't always look perfect, he's there for you this season. I remember I was advocating for him to play more in the beginning of the season.
You wanted him to DH?
I was fine with it.
At 289, he'd be right there.
Yes.
Isn't that bizarre? Daniel, how's the guy hitting 289 after 7 straight years of hitting 184?
Jeff, I'm glad you asked. Fastballs. That's the difference right there. He's seeing they're throwing 6% more fastballs than they used to at him. He's currently hitting 329 with a 482 slug against said fastballs, when in the previous season he hit a $156 with a 270 slug on those. So fastballs, and especially inside fastballs.
And he's
turning
hitting
on them quite quickly.
And he's hitting them.
Yep.
Well, how did he not hit him in the past and he's hitting them now? Thus the point.
Probably tinkered with something. My guess would be batting stance. He's hitting the ball actually not quite as hard as he once did, but he's getting around on inside fastballs. And I think because he messed with his stance a bit. I don't know.
All right.
Shot in the dark. But
well, very good.
I say get him more at bats.
Very good. Very good. Next up, it is the Please, Dear God, Stay Healthy Award.
And the 59.9er goes to...
It's easy.
Your who?
DeLauder.
Chase DeLauder. Andy Baskin tipping his hand. If Chase DeLauder has a good second half, Andy, he could end up being right up there for the Rookie of the Year award.
He had a good first half, right?
Well, I know. That's what I mean. He's got to follow it up. But actually, it was a first 59.9%. So he needs a really good 41.1% finish.
You are Dr. Redpen, man.
Well, I did the math. That's the name of the bit.
278. I'll take that right now,
award,
man.
The 59.9er award.
Oh, I think it's great. It's very baseball.
Chase had tied for the team lead with 11 homers in the first 59.9%. Leads the team in runs batted in, despite missing a little bit of time. 278 batting average. Dan, OPS, 794, way above league average. There you go. He's been healthy most of the year. There's bad news coming. He's been healthy most of the year. He's played in 80 of their 97 games. All right, so he has still missed some time. We know he just came back from injury. He's played in 80 games. In his 3 previous pro seasons, Chase DeLauder played in 57, 39, and 42 games. So he's already exceeded his career high in games played as a pro by 23. Please stay healthy. He's fun. He's exciting. Love him. Love hearing Take Me Home Country Roads at the ballpark 3 or 4 or 5 times a game. Please stay healthy.
Should he have been an All-Star? Maybe.
He had a chance.
Over Bazan. I think I keep wanting to judge. Like, I Rocchio again yesterday. Every time I turn around, he does something good. Although I have seen him kick the ball a couple times. But I like, I love Travis Bazan, and I'm trying to figure out if there were better guys that could have been on the All-Star team.
Position availability always plays.
Yeah, that's
the
the
fact
whole
that
thing.
DeLauder is an outfielder makes it a little tougher.
Yeah,
well, with that in mind, our next award, you'd probably be an All-Star if Gabe Arias hadn't been hurt award, goes to...
And the 59.9er goes to...
Ryan Rocchio. He's had a terrific year.
He has.
He's played almost every game, 94 games. He's hit well. He's done a great job. But remember, he started the season at second base. And then Arias got hurt. He moved to shortstop. So he played 10 games at second. And that allowed eventually Travis Bazana to come up and take the job at second base. Travis has made the All-Star team. This is why if Rocchio had stayed at second base, here you go. 94 games compared to 65 for Bazana. Rocchio hitting 276, 238 for Bazana. Rocchio 8 homers, Bazana 7. Runs batted in, Rocchio 44, 28 for Travis. OPS 750 for Bazana, 715 50 for Rocchio, 719 for Bazana, and Rocchio leading the team with 88 hits compared to 58 for Bazana. That's not meant to downplay what Bazana has done at all, but obviously Rocchio's been much better. So if he had stayed at second base, he's probably going to be an All-Star. You ready? The All-Star, but he's at a position now where it's
right.
loaded.
Right.
Your starting All-Star second baseman is Ernie Clement. Your starting All-Star shortstop is Bobby Witt. Enough said, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. Our next award, Andy, this one's for you.
Oh, good.
The You Seemed Like a Nice Enough Guy and Good Luck to You award.
And the 59.9er goes to...
Stuart Fairchild.
Who is it? Was he up against Petey Halpin on this? Or?
Guardians became his 6th major league team. He played in 14 games, had 19 at-bats, and hit a robust 158 before he was designated for assignment. He decided not to go back to Columbus. Now he's in AAA with one of his old teams, the Seattle Mariners. Good luck to you, Stuart. There's really not much more to say about that one, is there?
Good effort?
Good effort.
Way to give it the old college try.
You want to say that?
I'll go more Peterman. Congratulations on a job done.
All right, next up, here we go.
And the 59 point.
Sorry,
That's all right.
The point.
Dan's excited. The Whoever Said Being a Pitcher is Fair award.
And the 59.9er goes to
Tanner Bybee. And here's why. Stick with me on this. You ready?
I know where you're going, but keep going. Yeah.
Bybee has thrown 113 innings this year. Gavin Williams, 113.1. He's picked up, one more out. Bybee's given up 96 hits. Gavin Williams has given up 93. Bybee has given up 49 earned runs. Gavin Williams, 48. I mean, these are almost identical numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Bybee's given up 20 home runs. Gavin Williams has given up 17. Bybee has walked 34. Gavin Williams has walked 37. Bybee, 3.90 ERA. Gavin Williams, 3.81. Gavin Williams has a record of 10-4 and Bybee is 3-9. As Tom Hamilton said, and Dan, this isn't directed at you. As Tom Hamilton said in a ball game I was listening to a couple of weeks ago, yeah, Bybee's one-loss record has to really chap his, you know what? Tom didn't say that. But he said, if you think wins and losses don't mean anything, ask a starting pitcher. So though they might not mean anything in the analytics and everything, pitchers want to win their games. He's 3-9. And with almost identical numbers, Gavin Williams is 10-4.
You know what number he has? It's better?
Yes, the second year of a 5-year contract worth $48 million, while Gavin's making $822,200 this year.
That, as I was digesting, did you talk about quality starts? Did you put that in? So Bybee has 11 quality starts, and Gavin Williams has 7. For whatever that's
and
worth.
yet, Bybee is 3-9, and Gavin is 10-4. Thus, the whoever said being a pitcher is fair award.
No one.
Finally, one final award to give out. And this has been great fun, hasn't it, Andy?
Oh, Jeff, so glad I wore a tux to work today.
This is the Please Tell Phelps, I'd love to not platoon and pinch hit so much, but have you taken a good look at the roster that gave me award?
Oh, there's only one person that's good.
And the 59.9er goes to
Stephen Vogt.
Oh, I couldn't figure out who was going to get that one.
Actually, 8 teams have had more pinch hit at bats than the Guardians. It just seems like they're setting a new major league record.
There's 8 teams that have more?
Yeah. 8 teams have actually pinch hit more than the Guardians.
Wow.
But the Guardians pinch hitters are hitting a robust 181.
Oh, wow. They're getting their money's worth there.
Which is 23rd in Major League Baseball. Tigers have pinch hit the most, and they have a terrible batting average, worse than that. But it hasn't actually worked. If your pinch hitters are hitting 181, and it's tough to pinch hit, but you're probably looking for better than the 23rd best pinch hit batting average. I understand, Stephen, they haven't given you a ton to work with. I understand you're platooning and pinch hitting and trying to win every game you can. Hang in there, buddy. There's not much more I can say about that. It is what it is. You have what you have, and you're trying to make it work.
I can only coach who they give me. Right?
That's about it. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our fabulous awards. The first 59.9% of the season awards.
Ever. That's the first time I've ever heard of those awards.
Yeah.
All right, I'm a little perplexed at Major League Baseball right now.
Why?
Well, they got rid of my favorite thing.
What?
Celebrity softball.
Oh, I was going to say Dippin' Dots.
What? They did not get rid of Dippin' Dots.
No, they didn't.
You know,
celebrity softball was the stupidest thing going.
I loved watching it. I thought it was great.
Hi.
As long as you knew who the celebrities were.
Here's somebody who you've never heard of, and we're saying that she's a celebrity.
Well, in someone's world, they are a celebrity. Just because they're
mom
not
and dads.
That's not true, Jeff. I mean, there have been, I'm sure there are.
You know what happened?
Entertainment niches in life you don't know anything about, much like me. Same as me.
All the same folks who they'd use in this game got hurt playing in the celebrity basketball game for the NBA. So they all blew out ACLs, couldn't play in the softball game.
Did you see what they replaced it with?
No.
3-on-3 co-ed baseball.
Andy, I pay attention to the home run derby a little bit, and I pay attention to the All-Star game.
T.O. was in this.
Everything else doesn't matter.
A bunch of the All-Stars from the softball league were in this. Dan, did you get it? Did you understand what this MLB X? It's 3-on-3 co-ed baseball competition.
Didn't watch, didn't care.
There it is.
It was power hitting, catching, but you're playing 3-on-3. You
Back to what Mannigan said. One more time.
Didn't watch, didn't care.
Okay, there you go.
Every player got one at bat. They stand on like a stage.
With that thought in mind.
And then you get a chance. If you get a catch, it's a point.
Major League Baseball had its draft over the weekend.
Oh, you don't care about the All-Star
Guardians philosophy on display. Philosophy talk. Because it looks pretty clear what they have in mind. Next on Baskin and Phelps.
players out to Philly: Parker Messick, Cade Smith, and Travis Bazzana. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
$12:41 on Monday, July 13th. LeBron James still a free agent.
Woo.
Keeping an eye on that, aren't we?
You think it's happening today still, or no?
Sure, let's do it.
You still think it's happening today?
Sure.
I have no faith that it's happening today.
And neither do I.
Which means it'll probably happen in 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, and then we have to change the show. As it is, Law Murray from The Athletic, NBA reporter focusing on the Los Angeles teams. Law is going to join us in about 18 minutes here. I'm Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin to my right, Dan Mennigan behind the glass. Kind of not smiling too much today. Have you noticed that, Andy?
He's in a bad mood.
I don't know. He's not smiling very much today.
You need some food?
Not in a bad mood. I'm okay.
He's been married for a while now.
I'm doing okay.
Sinking in.
I'm reading.
Oh, man.
Oh, okay,
that
good.
has nothing to do with anything.
What do you got, 3 weeks in now?
Yeah.
It's all the.
How you
what does it
hold
matter?
up?
What does it matter?
It matters
We're
because
asking
you're
because
sharing.
This is more.
You've
This
shared
will
your
make me
love
more
and
grumpy
you've
than
not
anything
made your
else.
proclamation.
Oh, he's so grumpy.
This will bring grump to the day.
You know who else is grumpy?
Oh boy.
I'm curious because I was thinking about this over the weekend. I was going to ask you guys. Since we're
Stephen
talking-
Vogt has to pinch hit so much.
Zach Wheeler, right?
He's got a good argument too.
I mean, I don't know if you caught this whole story, but Zach, Phillies pitcher.
Yeah, he didn't make it.
Yeah, but then they asked him if he wanted to do it, and he said no. He said he felt disrespected, didn't want to be they disrespected me, so I'm just not going to participate in that thing. In Philly too, I'm like, good for you, right? Right, good for you.
Well,
yes or no?
There are a lot of Major League Baseball players, and there are only so many that make the All-Star game. Check your ego at the door. Brian Rocchio should be an All-Star.
Well, I agree with that too. You're right. He said he doesn't have a problem with the All-Star game, called it a privilege, but he said his issue was with MLB's selection process. Maybe he's got a point.
He might have a point.
Maybe I didn't earn it from the get-go, but maybe just a second chance. Once I feel like they kind of messed that up, I'm out. That's what he said.
All right, well.
You don't want to be a fifth wheel. I don't. Do you ever remember anybody rejecting the All-Star game? They would just say they're hurt if they didn't want to play it before.
Hey, he's allowed. But, it's an opportunity lost.
So
then again, maybe you're going to just enjoy your night, stay at home and sleep.
It's in his backyard. That's the other thing.
Yeah, I know. That's really true. Major League Baseball had its draft over the weekend.
Yeah.
And the Guardians, I think their philosophy is on display, Andy. And, we've seen drafts several years ago, 5 or 6, where they took nothing but pitchers, one up position player, I believe, in that draft. And then last year they loaded up on college hitters. There was a big emphasis last year on college hitters. This year, they took 13 pitchers.
Yeah, that's kind of a big deal.
Out of their 20 picks. 13 pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
And the position players, 3 outfielders, get it, 3 infielders, 1 catcher. The catcher they took is the kid LaChance from Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
He's 6'5", 240. And first half of the season for Oklahoma last year didn't hit any home runs. Second half of the season hit 18 home runs. And he's considered a kind of a steal pick by the Guardians there, so good for him. But here's the philosophy on display. Last year, college hitters, right? This year, 20 total picks, 17 from 4-year colleges. 17 from 4-year colleges.
How many of them played all 4 years? I'm just curious. If you know that off the top of your head.
I do not know that off the top of my head.
But they came from 4-year college.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so they're continuing to draft these guys who are closer to Major League ready than picking up high school kids and keeping your fingers crossed that you can develop them. And I don't think that's a bad way to go. The owners would like to get away from drafting high school players altogether. That's one of the things in their pitch to the players about a new labor agreement. We don't want to, you got to be 20 to be eligible. which, football gets away with. And I think they would like to emulate the football where our minor league system is a big part now would be college baseball.
I'm wondering how that plays out. So the rule they want to adopt is that you've got to be 20 years old to get to the bigs, right?
To be draft eligible.
To be draft eligible.
Yeah. And not have high school kids be eligible, which, to be honest, I think, Andy, makes sense.
Yeah.
But part of that would be.
Can you call Robin out real quick? Just see I wonder what he thinks.
Yeah, I know.
See what he's up to.
Yeah,
ask Joe Nuxall.
Yeah, right.
Bob Feller.
Yeah.
Part of that though is this. I think.
I wonder how the new 5-and-5 rule at 19 would play into that, but it would be the same as football.
Yeah, if that goes into effect, or some variation of it, you're going to see more kids obviously go to college. You're going to see a lot of kids, I think, go to JUCOs, go to junior colleges until they get to be of draft age, and then they could get drafted. Got a high school kid who might not, although most guys seem to be on their path to go to a 4-year school anyway, and that could happen. And then I've also read rumblings that would lead to, if some kid for some reason didn't qualify for college, want to go to college, whatever, these summer leagues becoming even more important.
Yeah, that does make sense.
Even more important.
Yeah,
because you can play 70 games in a summer college league, but you don't have to be a college player to do in some of those.
Most of those are wood bat too, right? Aren't they?
Yeah.
So you would think
it'd be good, but you'd have to, if that's all the baseball you're playing, you keep your fingers crossed and hope that they see you. And they would. They wouldn't have to scout high schools like crazy.
No, I don't see them. Would they have a different rule for international players then?
They would have a different international draft. That's the way that would work.
Maybe that's good for the game.
I don't know.
Could that be good for the game? I don't think anybody cares about the baseball draft.
No,
unless you're number one overall.
But I think they're trying to make it a different thing, Andy. And drafting high school players, though it can work. Like look at Connor Griffin from the Pirates, who's now, by the way, on the 60-day injured list and out until September. But high school kid, and he came and made his debut at the age of 19 this year in the majors, and then turned 20 very shortly thereafter. But he was 19. I mean, you can do it, but
I don't know
so
how
many
you can
kids
keep.
don't.
I don't know how you can keep someone who's over 18 out of the workforce if they're capable.
Ask the NFL how they've done it.
Yeah, well, they got some laws set up with the NFL. I mean, to me, that seems like
NFL's done it.
I know it doesn't seem like discrimination, though.
NFL did it NBA did it by pushing it back that you have to go at least 1 year of college or be out of high school.
1 year out of high school. Yeah.
Well, that might be what baseball ends up, settling for, which means a high school baseball player. But see, if you're a high school basketball player and you have to sit out 1 year out of high school to get drafted by the NBA, that's huge for the NBA because it saves them a lot of money on making mistakes. I keep thinking, I've always thought of a kid named Robert Swift, who was drafted by the Sonics not too long ago and just was not ready to play in the NBA from a basketball and a personal standpoint. And it was a disaster. And, Sonics wasted a first-round pick on him and a lot of money and everything else.
No, that's on the Sonics.
It helps to eliminate mistakes. And if a high school baseball player has to go play 1 more year somewhere else, it gives the teams a chance to, not make big mistakes in the draft. If you're baseball, why wouldn't you try to emulate what the NFL does with the draft? I mean, it's a show. It's phenomenal.
But they'll never have it. But no one. I mean, while college baseball numbers are up for ratings and they're fun to watch, I think a lot of people that have. I mean, I get hooked. I start watching. I'm just like, man, this is really good stuff. Let's keep watching. I just don't think it's never going to have the same oomph as college football. I can't see it ever.
Well, no, I would agree with that. But still, you have to. They're trying to refine the system, and I get it.
I like the idea of it, just international draft and draft
Well, that's the idea. But they don't.
Is it U.S. Canadian draft? I don't know.
But
U.S. Canadian.
an international draft is a completely different concept.
No one else does that.
Well, and it's different than what they've done. Scouting kids when they're teenagers.
Yeah, I just think if you're ready, first of all, I just don't think high school kids are physically ready to play in the NFL. And I think that's a
huge part of it.
For the injury factor alone. That's why I think
kids against men in a physical sport.
It's a safety issue there. And I get that.
I get that too.
But by the same token, if you're 18 years old.
But they get away with it. The NFL gets away with it.
Well, is there any difference between that? I'm just throwing this out there, and I'm not trying to get political. But between like the drinking age, right? I mean, you're 18, you're an adult, but you still got to wait till you're 21. Same as you would in the NFL, right? You're an adult who should be able to enter the workforce at any point, and you're stopping them from entering You're stopping them from entering part of a workforce.
Well, and you could stop them even more just by not drafting them.
Right. So. Which, although you could go down as collusion if somebody was just because of his age, and then that's age discrimination, isn't it? So.
Well, so the philosophy is on display. College kids, let's get them here as quickly as possible. And we're starting to see a little bit of that with Chase DeLauder here now and Travis Bazzana here now. Parker Messick here now. So good. 2 of those guys going to the All-Star game already. Are you confident about their chances in the final 41.1% of the season?
Yeah, I think so. Because if they've survived this the way that, without Ramirez, I think they're going to be able to keep their head above water. I'm not taking what they did this weekend against Florida lightly. Miami, Florida, whatever there. Because they were playing good baseball, and they were hot going into this thing. And then all of a sudden, I don't know were the Marlins already ready for break? Maybe that's what their excuse is. I thought the Guardians played good baseball
was coming,
all weekend.
So how could you say that even?
Especially
not
after
you, but I mean
no, but like yesterday's game, first of all, getaway days are like team gets a lead and then okay, let's just get out of here, right? That happens way too often.
Well,
you may not even realize it, but that's what's going on. They're like, all right, we've been on the road for 2 weeks, we're ready to go home, and all of a sudden the home team's is smashing them. So, I'm not taking this last weekend lightly. I think that they will be able to. If they had a 3-game advantage, I think on the second wild card. Last time I checked, that was either yesterday. I don't know what it was today. But they're still +3 in the wild card. And the Yankees are sitting there at plus 6.5. So, I don't see why they wouldn't be able to maintain what they're doing right now. Again, the only thing that hurts them is injury, right? And then, you talked about it. Maybe some pitchers going in some uncharted waters.
Yeah.
Hitters going like DeLauder. Everything's still kind of new for him. They still
used only 5 starters.
It's amazing.
They've had 5 guys start games this year.
Someone's going to end up starting another game, especially if they get caught into a doubleheader.
Well,
they'll have to bring somebody up.
Yeah. What you hope is that nobody gets dinged up and goes on the injured list and then has to come back from that, because without the starting pitching this year, where would this team be?
True.
Right. Law Murray covers the NBA and Los Angeles teams in particular, Lakers, Clippers for The Athletic. He's been watching LeBron James up close and personal. Law talking LeBron next on Baskin and Phelps.
Hey, everybody, it's Andy Baskin for FanDuel on the
subscribe to our YouTube channel, and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Don't be that guy who missed the biggest Cavs news during the offseason. Hear the latest during our exclusive 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
You know, the thing about doing a live radio show is that things happen. Like, at the last minute, maybe a guest has something else they have to do. Maybe they're not able to join us, and they'll reschedule for another time. Like, for instance, Law Murray from The Athletic, who covers the Lakers and the Clippers. He's busy. We're out.
Can't really mess with the law, can we now?
I see what you did there. I like that.
I do that sometimes.
Law's not going to join us today. He'll join us another time. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. And he's generous.
I will be generous.
To a fault.
In a second. I'll be generous in a second.
And as soon as he gets the contest called up on the computer's got to work a little quicker.
It was there. It's just the...
Here we go.
I'm only as fast as the computer, Jeff.
Okay, very good.
Here we go. Now we go. Because it gives me the opportunity to talk about, one of my favorite things.
What's
Mr.
that?
Hero. 92.3 The Fan is looking for a winner.
Yeah.
Enter the code CHICKEN.
Huh.
Chicken. 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 Enter that code at 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win a 4-pack of combo meals from Mr. Hero. That's right, from Mr. Hero. There's something for everyone to crave with a legendary Roman burger, the hot buttered cheesesteak, a variety of steak sandwiches, chicken, deli subs, and over 8 sidekicks and more. Mr. Hero has all of your cravings covered. Order in-store or online at MrHero.com. Again, the word is chicken, and you want to go to 923thefan.com before 2 o'clock for your chance to win.
That's Andy Baskin. I'm Jeff Phelps, Stan Minigan, Meredith Kane, along with us for the ride today. The LeBron James saga continues. We heard Kenny Atkinson over the weekend say things on Sirius XM and on the Amazon Prime summer basketball telecast. Nice of them to hide summer basketball behind pay windows.
That's funny.
Hey, let's spread the game. You got to pay for this. Okay, great. Thanks. That's great. Look at our rookies. Oh, wait a minute. You can't see them. They're behind a pay window.
It's like trying to watch them on Live Barn.
I don't know.
What's the other one?
I don't know.
There's a couple.
If you don't have a top pick in the draft and you're watching Summer League, I'm a little worried about you.
Well, some people love
I
it,
actually
Dan.
enjoy Summer League. I like watching the Cavs in Summer League. I don't have a problem with it.
I'm a little worried about you.
Why? I think it's fun, especially when when they have a first-round draft pick.
Yeah,
I'm in.
When you have a high first-round draft pick, it's understandable. Like, if you want to watch Darren Akoff, yes, absolutely. If you want to watch A.J. DeBonza, yes, that makes sense. But if you're sitting there going, Oklahoma City Summer League, let's go.
I think the other reason you might watch is if you're a college basketball town person and somebody from, somebody that was a fan favorite that maybe didn't get drafted is now playing in the. I don't know. I'm just giving you reasons why you might. I wonder how much money they make on subscription paywall stuff on Summer League. It's all content.
I don't know. Hey, they're trying to.
Game Changer. That was the other one.
Last year they put so many. They had so many different outlets, and TNT was out and everything. Anyhow, I hope they don't bury their product. Nonetheless,
but Jeff, everyone's doing it.
I want us to.
How many different networks are the NFL on this year?
Andy?
Yeah.
There's a difference between the NFL and the NBA.
I don't know. I think the quality of talent value for your dollar, NFL Sunday, NBA Summer League, it's about the same.
I want to kind of handicap LeBron James landing spots.
Okay. Do we need to take a hydration break before this?
No.
All right, so make sure.
We are very partial here in Northeast Ohio, and we should be. I don't know how many homes LeBron owns, but I'll bet you there's not one in Minneapolis. I'll bet you there's not one in Philadelphia. And I'll bet you there's not one in the Bay Area. There's one in Los Angeles, at least. And there's at least one in Northeast Ohio.
Okay.
So that might be an advantage, might not be an advantage, whatever.
They actually have 3 houses.
Good Lord, man. Dan, would you take Google away from me,
They
please?
have 2 in L.A.
Just take it
in Bath
away,
Township.
please.
Well, you got me thinking about it. Like you sparked interest for me on LeBron James. They have
Basketball.
They have their Beverly Hills house, right?
Well, why wouldn't you?
Of course. That was a 3-point.
Why wouldn't you?
I mean, that was a $36.8 million, 2.5 acre estate. Previously, that belonged to a soap opera creator.
Well, why wouldn't it?
Think about that: $36.8 million for 2.5 acres
Already
in Beverly Hills.
Basketball here.
This is basketball. And then LeBron's house in Bath is 30,000 square feet, and he paid
Downsized.
$2.1 million right after the draft for that.
Well, snow will do that. There's
And then
there's
plowed
a
the house.
And then put a new house in. Yeah. It's just in case you were wondering, he also has a property in Brentwood.
Oh.
And
Pinky's up, kids.
that's a 16,000 square foot property for $23 million. He did that in 2017. It acts primarily as a family retreat and features 8 bedrooms, a wine cellar, a cigar room, an indoor-outdoor gym, and a full spa. Jeff, just in case you want to know.
And every person who's out there whose family retreat consists of their garage where they have a fridge understands. You need to get away.
It was interesting. I was reading this the other day that you could have as many homes as you want, but you can still only sleep in one bed at a time.
When you're done with this, let me know, will you?
Is this kind of, are you doing the Herm Edwards? You can only have one car, or you only drive one car?
It's true. You can only drive one car.
You only drive one car.
Yeah.
You only have one house.
Yeah. He averages 14.5 points per quarter when he lives in Beverly Hills. He averages 22.2 when he's in Brentwood, and 35.6 when he lives in Bath.
Now, this information could easily be pulled out of your rear end right now, and we'd all go, yes, absolutely. Why wouldn't he?
No, I clearly 100% made it up just to get Jeff back to
Absolutely.
basketball. Yes.
See? Case in point. And there were a bunch of people listening right now go, oh, interesting.
We okay to talk now about basketball?
Well, I was talking about basketball. It was LeBron James and Architectural Digest. I mean, does it get any better than that? That's where the numbers came from.
Basketball-wise.
Not the numbers, the actual house.
Fit for LeBron here. How good is it?
His fit here?
Yeah. I think it's good.
It could be better. I think it would be. I mean,
I think there's a better place for him.
Than here?
Yeah.
Are you going to say Miami?
No.
You're going to say Golden State?
No.
Toronto, retract. You're going to say Philly?
Yep. If you're looking just for a basketball home for LeBron, this is a pretty good one. He and Harden have played together before. He and Mitchell will get along fine, even though Donovan's making, you would have to think, will make double what LeBron's going to make.
Okay.
Even though LeBron in his career has made plenty. I would assume that they would all get along just fine there. I'm hoping Evan would come along and that Jarrett would still be here and that Evan would still be here, to be honest. If they bust up the 2 big guys, they'd have to jump through some hoops to make the team better, I think. And they could do that. But I think it would be a good fit here. I know somebody, and I've thrown it out, LeBron and James and Donovan would have to be in the same frame of mind as far as making sure they shared the ball like crazy.
I think that's true of every team he would go to, though, too.
Not completely.
Especially when it comes to leadership qualities.
Maybe. And then the big guys, the 3 of those guys would have to make sure the big guys stay involved in the offense, and Kenny Atkinson would as well. Somebody doesn't think it's a phenomenal fit from that standpoint.
I think it's going to be super clunky. I mean,
Here?
it's going to be clunky.
Yes.
Here?
He thinks here.
Yeah.
And the 3 of those guys don't play defense either.
No. None of the 3 have decided they've wanted to play defense in the last 3 years. But the biggest concern I have is there's one ball. James Harden's best asset involved him having the ball in his hands. Donovan Mitchell's not exactly the best spot-up shooter on the face of this earth. He's more of a rhythm shooter and needs the ball in his hands. And
Same with
LeBron
LeBron.
James, once again, is a rhythm shooter who needs the ball in his hands.
Yep.
And you could argue his best asset at this point in his career is passing, because even going into last year, it's the least amount that LeBron went to the basket than he has in previous years. So he's even starting to turn himself into a bit of a jump shooter, not to mention LeBron's going to want to play the 4 at this point. So are you really going to throw out Evan Mobley and Jarrett Allen on top of it? This thing is muddy. It doesn't fit as well as everybody wants it to. If
I don't know. The coach
look at the floor.
At the beginning of our show, the coach sounded pretty giddy about it.
Well, yeah, you get really giddy when you're playing 2K and you can drop LeBron in and you're like, great.
He's not, though. He's
awesome.
He's an NBA.
2K.
Well, maybe he is playing 2K because
LeBron
analytically.
Don't you think LeBron's the kind of guy who could come in here and decide, okay, the time has come for me to back off on my scoring?
He already has, though, right?
Not really. He's averaged over 20 points a game in every year of his career.
Yeah, but he's closer to 20 than he is to 30.
Well, he's also closer to 50 than he is to 30, age-wise.
Okay.
I mean, there's that factor can't be ignored.
No.
But maybe it's time to average 15 points a game, along with 5 rebounds, 5 assists, play your 25 minutes a game, and be fresh as a daisy for the playoffs.
Jeff, I think that's what you're going to see during the regular season anyway.
Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah. So why would if he? First of all, I think no one's going to monitor the minutes more than LeBron. No one will. He knows it. I mean, no. No one's going to monitor.
If he came to this situation, his goal to me wouldn't be, all right, I got to score 20 and I got to play 34 minutes a game. It would be, how can I help the team and be fresh as a daisy when we get to April? So that's this situation. The Golden State situation, to me, that might be the number 2 on the hit parade. Golden State is, okay, I get to play with Steph, and you get to play with Draymond. Draymond's a free agent, but Draymond's recruiting him. Steph and Draymond and Kristaps Porzingis. That would be a good team. And that might be fun, and he stays in California if the family wants to stay in California and not come to Cleveland, which if they remember what January and February is like during the NBA season in Cleveland, they might want to. Let's just be honest.
Okay.
Maybe that's a factor. Maybe it isn't. LeBron's not spending a whole lot of time in Northeast Ohio in the wintertime anymore. That would have to change if he came here. I would think the idea of staying in California might have some appeal to him. Might. I don't know. But that's a factor in Golden State's favor. Playing with Steph and Draymond would be a factor for Golden State. And maybe he thinks they could roll it out and have a chance to win a championship. I think the fit there would probably be a little better than it is here too, because you'd have only one other guy clearly looking for a shot all the time, and that's Steph. And that guy's a point guard who can pass the ball. I think basketball-wise, maybe a little better fit. Maybe. You think, Dano?
In
Golden State.
I could see that. I could see where that would make sense.
Draymond does all the dirty work.
Right.
And Steph is a delight to watch.
You'd end up having to take touches away from Draymond, which could easily work out well.
Well, according to him, he's trying to woo him to go there. So
and they've lost, Draymond's lost touches in the past.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like he gets 20 a game anyway.
Right. It's not exactly like shots and all of that kind of stuff, but more, Draymond's offensive gift is the fact that he can hit cutters like a champion and essentially play hub and spoke basketball.
Yeah.
It's just beautiful to watch him be able to do that. So he'd have to take a step back. There's the one that I have circled that I think really works is Miami.
And let's talk about that next, because there are a lot of factors in that favor. I'm Jeff Phelps. My buddy's Andy Baskin. You just heard Dan Menigan. We're on The Fan.
All-Star Game takes place tomorrow night, and the Guardians are sending 3 players to Philly for the event: Parker Messick, Cade Smith, and Travis Bazzana. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
What's the best fit for LeBron James? We're thinking basketball here. We're not thinking happiness. We're not thinking you already have a house in Cleveland, might as well, or in Akron, might as well move back and play for the Cavs.
With a lot more space than your house is in California.
Well, sure. He's got like 10 acres. He's got like 10 acres here, too.
Yeah. Well,
as opposed to 2.5.
I think he's got more space in Bath than he has for both of his houses combined.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the land is hard to come by out there.
Although, if he does end up here, he'd have to get a second place here because the practice facility is moving on him. So,
wonder when that's going to be done. Could that have an impact? 216-474-0092. We're going over where we think he would have the best fit.
Is he playing golf today somewhere?
I'm sure he is. Yeah. I think Cleveland is a good fit for him basketball-wise. Dan disagrees a little bit. I think Golden State would be a really good fit basketball-wise, but I think if he's ring chasing here, and in this situation, Andy, it might be him chasing a ring more than teams chasing him to get a ring. You know what I mean? He's 42. He's not going to be the key to winning the whole thing.
Okay.
He might be the finishing piece to a team. I think that's quite likely, to be honest. I think that's what he'd be here. He'd be the finishing piece to what they hope is a championship team, which is why I think it could be a nice fit here. Dan said before break he thinks the great spot is Miami. And we said, and we'll talk about it next. You put him on the same front court as Bam Adebayo, who won't be punching LeBron like he punched Tyler Hero.
No.
And Giannis Antetokounmpo, and put LeBron there with them. That's formidable. And if they all stay healthy, look out. You'll find guards. You get some guys. But that's a threesome that could be really, really good to watch and could be really good.
Yeah, I think, man, you've got a good coach down there, too, and he knows exactly what he's getting.
And a good front office to put a team around him.
Spoelstra knows what he's doing. I don't know. Did you think it was... Did we ever talk about the fight? I know you just brought it up. The fight from a couple days ago?
No.
Oh, I didn't know if you... Weird.
I just
like, you kind of got to wonder if that has any impact on wanting to play in Miami. I don't know. LeBron's...
By all accounts, Bam Adebayo is a great guy, and Tyler Hero is kind of a cranky fella.
Okay. So, I don't know. I mean...
Tyler apparently made some comments on social media that didn't sit well with Bam, about Bam.
So, they got into an altercation.
Apparently.
In Vegas.
But that's all right.
Reasons for NBA fights.
Yep, there you go.
That's
Cards,
true.
money, women.
Hey, WNBA throws shoes at each other. So.
Dice.
Okay, fine.
That count as cards?
We could. I would lump it in, but sure, we could say cards plus dice.
Okay.
Money, women.
I don't know. I have visions of Jordan throwing dice.
All right, fine. Playing time.
Okay.
So we're up to 4.
Playing time. Oh, soup is another one. Man, could you imagine?
All right, so we're up to 4. Playing time, card/dice, money, women.
This lamp and the dog, too.
Only thing about the Miami...
That's all I need.
The only thing about the Miami situation to me is there enough other stuff there to help them out. They have Andrew Wiggins, who's a good young player. Well, good player. He's not as young as he used to be. He's 31 now. Bobby Portis gives them depth up front. Davion Mitchell, I think, is an underrated guard, but I think he could be a nice guard for them. And they just brought in Tim Hardaway Jr., who will be wearing Dad's number 10.
That's right.
So there might be enough pieces there. You might want to add another piece or two. But LeBron, Bam, and Giannis, along with being LeBron, Bam, and Giannis, I mean, those are 3 pretty big-time names, right?
Yeah. Giannis's reaction, I don't know if that was staged last week. I thought the way he
seemed
reacted,
stunned, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Like he thought he was coming to Miami.
The other aspect for Miami that is
that
good,
a big three?
LeBron lived there for 4 years. And does he still have a house down there? Did he like his
I
time?
didn't see his house.
Did he like his time there? Did he feel he was treated fairly there as opposed to maybe the way that he was treated in Los Angeles? John Ireland on Friday said that one of the biggest mysteries of his career is why LeBron was not embraced by the Laker fan base the way that he probably should have been.
Because you don't want to be the guy, you don't want to be the man to replace the man, and you're still trying to replace
who
Kobe.
replaced the other man.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, just look at the phenomenal players in Laker history. And you could understand why a guy coming in on his 4th NBA go-round, Cavs, Miami, Cavs, then Lakers, might not be embraced as like, boy, you're a true Laker.
I get that.
He's truly hired help. You know, at that point, you're a basketball player who's going to come in and do good things, you hope.
I don't know. Was Jabbar embraced?
Oh, absolutely.
But he was, he started his career in Milwaukee.
Milwaukee,
Yeah,
but
so-
was a very young player when he was traded to
the Lakers.
Yeah, and didn't have the track record LeBron had, for being with a couple of different teams. The team that, and I received a text from a good friend of ours who's listening, who played big time basketball and has some NBA experience as well.
Ding!
Said if he's looking for fun, go to Golden State because you can play golf all year round and everything else.
Right.
Yeah, you can play.
You got to go inland. You got to go on the Oakland side.
Yeah, but you can still. It doesn't
That's true.
snow. As long as it's not snowing. you
San
can play.
Francisco side's cold.
But he said if he's looking to win, you go to Philadelphia. And I agree with that.
You don't think he can win here?
No, I think you could win here if you're looking to maximize your opportunity to win. The 76ers are the absolute clear-cut best place for him to go. In my estimation.
Feels like ring chasing more there than anywhere else.
Well,
who cares? I mean,
I think so, but they have a backcourt of Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe, who's a young player and is really good. And Maxey is a clutch client. He's really come on, one of the most improved players in the NBA over the last several years. He's really good. And LeBron likes him. You brought in Jaylen Brown to play small forward. So Jalen's playing small forward. LeBron plays power forward. Dean Wade goes to the bench. And for now, you have Joel Embiid. There's talk that Mike Gansey is very open to trading Joel Embiid. But if you had a starting five of Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Jaylen Brown, LeBron James, and Joel Embiid, look out. And then coming off the bench, you would then have Dean Wade and an underrated signing that they made, who a kid I like a lot is Anthony Simons. And he can fill it up. He was with Boston. He played with Portland in the past. That's a good combination coming off the bench. And Dean Wade and LeBron could basically split the power forward position, depending on what's going on in the game. Hey, we need a little more D. Dean, go on in. LeBron, come on back. Here we go. It's...
So, I don't know if you saw this. This was...
Dean Wade makes it so that LeBron doesn't have to play 35 minutes a game.
There was a story that came out at like 3 o'clock in the morning just talking about, in the headline, it's Yahoo Sports, LeBron James reportedly has deep concerns about Joel Embiid's health amid impending 76ers decision. So that, that came out at 3:08 in the morning from Yahoo Sports. And it's just interesting. If that's the concern, then would you get rid of Embiid?
Well, there's talk that they will get rid of Embiid.
Yeah.
To me, Embiid is one of the great players in the NBA today when he's healthy. And his problem is, before he even got to the NBA, he had big issues. And I remember when the Cavs had the opportunity to draft him, they had the number 1 pick, and they took Andrew Wiggins. And at the time, I remember saying, if I had absolute no question who would I want in this draft, it's Embiid. However, and I remember saying this, in the Cavs situation, can they gamble on his legs? And they didn't. And I understood that. They went with Andrew Wiggins, turned it into Kevin Love, and turned it into 4 straight trips to the finals when LeBron came back, after LeBron came back.
Right.
So I get it. But Embiid was the guy to draft. It's just his leg issues have limited his greatness. But if he's healthy, imagine if they lost Andre Drummond to the Knicks in free agency, who is imagine having a guy that can rebound like that as your backup. It worked.
What's the Gansey factor in this?
If you're living your life going, if Joel Embiid is healthy.
Well, no, I'm not. Which
luck.
Dano is why they are thinking about trading him.
Well, but what? So this is the funny thing, because this has come up like a couple times, a couple different places where it's like trade Joel Embiid. Well, what kind of market is Joel Embiid going to have?
Well, it does. It doesn't even. It's not even getting a piece back. It's that they would move on from him.
Well,
it's about the chemistry.
Someone else has to say yes.
But isn't that about your chemistry with everybody?
Well, somebody else
including
will
LeBron?
say yes.
You think somebody's going to say yes for a guy who plays 30 games a season and is about to make $58 million, $62 million, and a player option of $67 million? And by the way, he's picking up that player option. You could write that one in stone. Sometimes we do this with Embiid, especially. That is one of the worst contracts in basketball. I don't know who's jumping over that one.
Dan, the NBA is the wackiest league on the planet. Somebody will pay that money.
Oh, I don't know, man. That's pretty ugly.
Without question.
I mean, I know we were all
Dan,
saying for a while.
Take a look around the league at all the ugly contracts.
That's
an ugly one.
For 35 games a year, you're going to get 3
That's
years?
an ugly. Well, no question. That's
Let
an
me
ugly
ask you
one.
this.
He's also a great talent.
For 30 games a year.
Does he get? Dan, I'm just telling you.
And it sucks. It breaks my heart because I love watching him
somebody's
play
going to go
basketball.
get him.
Oh, I don't know, Jeff.
Somebody will go trade for him.
Ooh, I
you
don't
watch.
know on that one.
If Mike Gansey decides to trade him and they put him out on the market, they'll find a taker. They'll find somebody.
I mean, for 2 second-rounders, sure.
I didn't tell you the return. I just said if they want to move on from him, they'll be able to move on from him. Somebody will make it work.
Right. I mean, you could do, but even that, I don't even know if you can make that work because you're taking on that giant chunk of change, and we know how much these aprons are just killing these teams.
They'll figure it out.
Let me ask you this.
They always do.
But as much as we're saying, do the Sixers need him? Do the Sixers need LeBron?
No.
That's the other. And I know Philadelphia seems to be in this thing. By the way,
he would fill out their team. Again, if you're looking for a team that I think needs LeBron, it's Golden State. It's Miami. Then it's Cleveland. The team that needs him the least is Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But Philadelphia might be the place that allows him, if he's looking to go trying to win another championship. If that's part of what happiness means, Andy. And again, that's what Rich Paul said, right? This is about happiness. This is not about money. If happiness means come home and finish my career in Cleveland, well, that's clear. That's easy. If happiness means best chance to win another championship, I think that's easy too, and that's Philadelphia.
Well, yeah, I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave you with this point, and I'll tell you why on the back end of this. If Philadelphia is aggressive in feeling that they need LeBron, they want LeBron. If they're aggressive about it, and money maybe doesn't matter in some ways, I'm going to tell you an indirect way why that might be good for us.
Next on Baskin and Phelps.
Speeding catches up with you, paid for by NHTSA. Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood on Sports.
Bryce Harper. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
You know, whether it's basketball, baseball, football, whatever, our talk coverage that we talk about here all the time.
Yeah.
On 92.3 The Fan.
Talk.
That's what we're all about. A little bit of basketball now. 92.3 The Fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
I'm imagining.
What, one price for LeBron James?
Yeah.
I also wonder what will the money matter when it's all said and done. So I said there could be a silver lining to Philadelphia being aggressive, going after LeBron. And my thought is, if you feel like you want the Guardians to be more aggressive, then your possible future owner very soon here is in that ownership group with the 76ers. So that was my point going into the break, was that, if Philadelphia is extremely aggressive, and although I don't like you said, Jeff, I don't know there are very few owners that are as aggressive as Dan Gilbert when it comes to spending money to get things done. And so if Philadelphia, even if they're just active in this, that's okay with me. I'm all right with that. But then the other thing that it prompted me to do was to start looking at, David Blitzer and where his teams fare as far as payroll is concerned on his other teams. So he's got the Sixers, he's got the Devils in the NHL, he's got minority ownership in the Guardians right now with a group of other people. He's the minority partner in the Commanders too, because it's Harris Blitzer, and so that's and this is also the Sixers are Harris Blitzer too. And then he's also got money invested in MLS and Real Salt Lake, and then he's also got some other soccer money. And speaking of soccer money, he's got soccer money in 4 international clubs: English, German, Danish, and where's Liga? Dan?
La Liga?
Yeah.
Spain.
Okay. Oh, that makes Portugal. He's got a team in Portugal. And so I just looking at like his English and his German teams. And if you look at the Devils, every one of his teams are like dead middle of the pack in payroll. So if that doesn't foreshadow what he might be here as a Guardians owner, he probably should. I like the fact that they're being aggressive and trying to get LeBron. I don't want them to get LeBron, but at least they're in the game. So I think that says something about ownership.
Okay, it does say something for ownership. It doesn't necessarily mean you still won't make mistakes. For instance, Guardian fans, go ahead and watch 22-year-old Junior Caminero in the home run derby tonight and try not to think, wow, what if?
Stop.
I know. Hoynesy wrote something about that over the weekend. Oh, by the way, hey, Hoynesy's just great. Hoynesy's so good in that. Go watch Caminero tonight and try not to think that he once was a member of the Guardians organization. They goofed up. They traded a young kid, jumped the gun. It's just so rough because this organization, to me, if they thought he had any hitting potential at all at the time, I think he was 18 when they traded him. Why would you trade him for a pitcher when you develop pitchers like crazy? I try not to think about that one. Home Run Derby is tonight. I think it's one of the most overrated events going.
I think it's fun.
It is fun, but guys are going to stand in there and swing like crazy, and then you get tired and everything else. There's a new format. Instead of a swing clock, there's a pitch limit. They get 20 swings in the first round and 15 in the second. Does that mean a guy's going to sit there and just wait forever until Joe batting practice pitcher grooves one?
Wouldn't you?
Yeah, but
isn't that backwards philosophy? What Major League Baseball's been doing on everything else?
Yeah, how unexciting is that? I've always thought
you don't want to stand in the box too long if you're those guys, though, right?
No, I don't.
So
I wouldn't think
you
so.
bring your own pitcher.
And by the way, this one's on Netflix tonight.
Oh,
pay
good.
window. There you go. Sell your game. Oh, wait a minute. You're trying to sell it.
Isn't this for the fans?
Okay.
Just saying.
Andy, things are for the dollar. They're not for the fans. You know, and it's okay in all pro sports. I think we all know that, don't we? You can say all you want about the fans. It's about making as much money as you can.
Yeah. What do you think of the? Were you going through all the rules here? I didn't want to step on you.
No,
I mean, they've got the make it take it rule tonight too. And did you see that?
No.
It's called the hot finish.
Yeah.
So if you hit a home run in your final swing of any round, then your turn continues until you fail to hit another home run. That's make it take it, right?
Okay. That's kind of fun.
I like that idea. You keep going.
I think that's all right. Kyle Schwarber's in it, Andy.
Oh, great.
Murakami from the White Sox. Is he in, Dan? He's back now, right? He just came back. He's not begging out of this thing, is he?
I'm assuming
he's in.
I'm assuming Joe Buck is there then.
He's
right?
missed a lot of time. I knew that was coming.
Well,
Bryce Harper,
right?
along with Schwarber, representing the Phils. Jordan Walker of the Cards is in it. He's a big guy. Keep an eye on Jack Caglione tonight.
That's the one that I don't want to see do well.
Because you could have drafted him here?
Yeah, because we could have had him too.
Yep.
Could have the home run derby champ.
Hard to.
You know what?
Would you guys agree with this?
You're a grumpy. I don't want to use the word. I'll tell you off mic.
New York Yankees are almost never overlooked and are almost always overhyped. But Ben Rice might not get the pub and the hype that he deserves. He's a heck of a player. And he's in the home run derby tonight, and Wilson Contreras of the Red Sox as well.
Can I throw this one at you, All-Star thing? You ready?
Sure.
Shouldn't players be able to re-enter the game? Players should be able to re-enter the game in the All-Star game.
Except for this.
Come on, it's for the
Except
fans.
for this. It's an exhibition.
Exactly, that's why.
Once players go into I'm out of the game mode, if one of them went back in the game and got hurt, Andy, oh my God, baseball would never hear the end of it.
Oh, well. Oh, wow.
Says the man.
Are you not going to walk across the street anymore?
Millions of dollars on the line.
You don't think that most of these guys that are playing now in the bigs didn't play the re-entry rule at some point in their career?
I don't know.
I think most of these guys are you can re-enter. Mostly. I mean, watch a high school game in the state. You have no idea. It doesn't mean anything. Why should these guys not be able to re-enter, especially in the All-Star game? I wanted to be able to re-enter in a regular season game, so.
I know you do.
I don't think there's any.
In high school ball, you could have an offense and a defense.
Yes.
Which is kind of weird.
Yes, you can.
I haven't seen a coach do that yet, but you could pinch.
Because most of those guys that know how to hit know how to play in the field, too.
You could have the same kid pinch run time after time after time after time in high school baseball.
And they normally pull them from the track team to go do that. I've seen this before.
Where's Herb Washington, baby?
I'm just telling you. Ask Padua. They did it brilliantly last year during the high school playoffs.
Yeah?
Brilliant move. They brought over one of their track guys.
Just because you can run doesn't mean you can run bases.
If you know what, you just got to know how to slide, right? That's about it.
And not get picked off.
True, but I think most guys...
There's an art to running bases. It's not just like running around in a square.
I would, if you gave me a guy that runs the...
Didn't work in the majors.
That runs the 100 or the 200?
Herb Washington, baby.
What would you do, Dan?
Didn't work.
You take somebody who runs 100, right? Easy.
Moment of the show, Meredith Kane.
Moment of the show came from Scott Petrak, and he was talking about what Todd Monken can do for the Browns.
They're confident that he's going to help fix the offense, and that includes quarterback. And that was where the team was really let down the last 2 years. If the offense had been better, the results would have been better. The win-loss record would have been better. So that's the hope for Todd Monken. as far as the quarterbacks, I keep coming back to there's two things. Is one, he's going to want to play the guy that gives him the best chance to win.
Yep.
He's 60 years old, head coach for the first time. Is there a comfort level with it being Deshaun Watson, given his, experience compared to Shedeur Sanders? Yeah, I think that is a factor in this competition. I personally keep going to the fact that go with the younger guy, go with the guy who's under contract. Watson hasn't stayed healthy. All the things we've talked about a billion times. But, if it all comes down to who gives you the better chance as Todd Monken to win week one, maybe it's that simple. And maybe it should be that simple. And, I could see how that could end up being Watson over Sanders.
Wait a minute. We put together our 59.9% awards, and a great comment from Scott was our moment about the Browns.
Yes.
Is the moment of the show.
Yeah, that was the right call.
All right.
I got you, Meredith.
All right. If you missed Scott's conversation with us any moment in our show, you can use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Scott, I did enjoy our conversation. Why Are We Smarter After 4 Hours? A basket of films brought to us by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. If you're in pain, give QC Kinetics a call, 216-770-5488. Dan Mennigan.
Our social media mentions are powered by Scheiben Jewelers. Smarter today because, well, pro golfers. They're just like us.
Oh, my God. I'm so bad at golf.
That's really funny. That was funny. MK.
Well, I was planning on saying that the Guardians' 59.9% awards was why I'm smarter, but you kind of hurt my feelings there, Jeff.
Hey, Browns quarterback, baby. Sells all day long.
We got to keep the lights on, Jeff.
Absolutely right, MK.
Pay the bills. I'm smarter because of the attention to detail this show pays to everything that we do, and the fact that it was the 59.9% awards for the Guardians.
59.9% of the season is in the books.
Just goes to show.
It's in the books.
Just goes to show the attention to detail.
I can't wait until we start previewing the final 41.1%. It's going to be good. I bet we do that on Wednesday.
Great.
Our 41.1% preview.
Mathing.
I'll get Ted working on that right now.
We got that fixed.
I'm smarter today because I enjoyed our LeBron conversation. It didn't happen here during our show. I thought it would. I'll be honest, I thought it would. It didn't, despite Kenny Atkinson basically said, yeah, we're going to get LeBron. I'm Jeff Phelps.
I'm Andy Baskin. Thanks for listening today. We do appreciate you. We're back again tomorrow at 10. Till then, be a hero, be a real hero, be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. Afternoon Drive next.
we're going to get 4 much-needed days.
I'm sick of hearing, I know someone who's seen something.
Yeah.
Or I've seen something, but I can't tell you what it is.
Sounds like LeBron rumors.
I would like to see it now. I want to see E.T. I want to see the Nordics. I want to see the Greys. I want to see them all.
Do you think we can handle that as a society? You think we can handle this news?
Probably not.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive. Happy Monday, Cleveland and Northeast Ohio. We got the Guards finishing the first half of the regular season with a flourish. We got the Browns prepping for camp and quarterback rankings du jour, and LeBron watch continues. And sports media's getting impatient with the watch. That open courtesy of SiriusXM NBA, NBA on Prime, and Guardians TV, and Mac Robinson on the board. Yes, we salute the Supreme Leader, because if we did not, there would be consequences. And we got Jake Murren, man on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel, and producing today, as always. You guys can follow the show all 5 hours long, all 5 hours live, and see our faces when we piss each other off on 92 The Fan's YouTube channel. I said that very quickly. Don't forget to follow us, subscribe, ring that bell. Except you, Cornlito. Suck it, Cornlito.
Suck it, Cornlito.
And, of course, like our videos, we like to be liked. We've got Matt Corelli on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. How you doing today?
Feeling great.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah, the new CPAP machine. I was diagnosed with mild sleep apnea. Started using the CPAP thing. I have so much more energy. We're feeling good. We're feeling clear. I'm doing a lot of hand stuff right now.
You're getting
it's like
choked
high
up
school
talking about
over
it
again.
I not to make it any sort of way, but I have a CPAP as well, and I love it, and I constantly tell everyone how it's like a life changer for me, and so there's a lot there. It's funny because I'm kind of like I have no one to talk sleep apnea with, as you would assume, because nobody wants to talk sleep apnea at any given moment. So the idea that I can be like, oh, and yeah, there's this and this and this, because you know me, I don't just walk into things. I have to do a million hours of research. It's been nice.
Even today, I wake up and I told Vanessa, I was like, I think my default setting to where it starts, because eventually over the night it kind of adapts to you, but where it starts is too low. And she just kind of looked at me like I was an alien. She didn't understand what I was talking about.
I don't care.
The second I throw it to you, you're like, oh, we got to get that fixed.
Let's talk about it.
Come on now.
Let's have some conversations.
That's an easy fix in the settings, because I think we even have the same machine or something close to it.
Well, everyone's got a ResMed. That's the thing about sleep apnea. 90% of people have a ResMed machine. But either way, I'm happy you're on it. It's going to make a world of change in your life. It's going to save you some years on the back end. Anywhere from 10 to 15 years, Nick, is what they say. Yeah. 10 to 15 years. I'm telling you, anyone that you've got any concerns out there, just do it.
And it helps you sleep and you feel like a nicer person.
And then when you travel too, in a weird sense, because you have the bags that have they're obviously just CPAP and sleep apnea machine bags, and so the amount of random convos I've had with people who also share in my sleep apnea brotherhood is astounding. It's like this own little cult that you're just not even aware of, but then you're like, you got the ResMed over there, yeah, very nice. It'll happen constantly to you.
Got a nice little machine over there.
That's
I will
right.
tell you, you and I are already co-founding members of the Dead Dad Gang.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And 3 dead dads between us. That's pretty impressive.
It's not bad.
And now we're part of like the sleep apnea gang. We're going to have to figure out a different, maybe like the sleep apnea quorum. I don't know. We'll figure out some way to
what Elise always jokes about, anytime she sees anybody else with one of those bags and then we chop it up, she's like, oh, that's a sleep apnea brothers in arms with you, huh? And that's how she does it. And I'm like, yep, that's a. And then like, we find out anybody has it, they're a brother in arms.
So I was thinking about saying Sleep Apnea Club, but if you make that an acronym, not great. Well, just a couple sack guys.
Big sack guys.
Yeah, we got the sacks.
The Society of Sleep Apnea, the SOSA.
I actually, okay.
The
I will
Sammy
tell you, it makes us sound pretty regal, so I don't hate it. Give you 1 point to Mac, not 2 points,
Maybe,
not kudos.
Though, maybe not the best branding for us in general.
Because Sammy Sosa did the steroids and then bleached himself?
No, I just mean being like the sleep apnea gang, Like
well, gangs are out.
It might be the least intimidating group that you could possibly be a part of.
We're like the Jets and the Sharks.
Nothing screams we're on the verge of being Baskin and Phelps at 41 and 37, like the Sleep Apnea Brotherhood.
It remains the Dead Dad Gang.
That's right.
If you
That's
think
right.
of
This one's not overtaking it.
We'll never be Crips or Bloods, but we are Dead Dad Gang members, and certainly nothing to do with sleep apnea. Now, the watch rolls on, and I've heard enough people in social media, enough people in sports media bitch about this story that I can just start with this.
Mm-hmm.
What else would we be talking about if not for the LeBron story? I know, and I almost tweeted about it, but I thought Ken might think I was pointing it directly towards him. But I've heard in every market that is tracking LeBron watch because he might go there, I've heard at least one host be like, when's he going to make his decision? And it's like, training camp's not for another couple weeks here.
Yeah, we got time on this, guys.
This is the worst sports week in all the year because, it's a home run derby. It's the All-Star game, so-so. And then it's a lot of nothing for the rest of this week. LeBron, take your time specific to this week.
No, there's a big soccer match on Wednesday that obviously we're going to spend hours on.
Oh,
we're not that show. Oh, we're not that show. Yeah, and that's obviously, in a weird sense, there are enough people, and I don't even know the teams are. I think Argentina's playing Wednesday. Is it Argentina-France? I think that's what it is.
Like Morocco
it's supposed
could
to
be
be
in
like
there.
The biggest game in FIFA on Wednesday, okay? Like the biggest one is on Wednesday, and people are wondering if that will actually hinder LeBron's decision.
France versus Spain in the semifinals. So wait, we're not even in the finals?
Thank goodness we got the correction right there, because if not, I would have gotten killed.
We're not even in the finals of this freaking thing?
No, we just did the quarterfinals on Saturday. I was watching some of that. Yeah.
Oh, wrap it up.
Argentina, England on Wednesday.
There we go. That's on Wednesday too, or is that the one? That's
the only
on
one
Wednesday.
Spain and France is on Tuesday.
Okay. So
who are we rooting for in a game we're not going to watch?
Argentina.
I don't know.
Although, isn't Messi actually from Italy? That's the other weird part about that. Everyone's like, oh, Messi, he's actually an Italian. He's not Argentinian.
Here's the thing about Argentina. Native Argentinians and the actual country, beautiful. A lot of people migrated there after 1945. Makes me wonder if I'm going to be rooting for England here. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, a lot of Argentinians named Adolf. I think that's where my loyalty, I'm sorry. Yes, it's almost been 100 years. I'm not over it.
So I was at a family function on Saturday, and so obviously we had the World Cup games on. So I got stuck sitting there watching the World Cup games. And England, here's what I'll tell you about England, okay? They're too passive with the ball. You wouldn't like how England plays.
Mm-hmm.
They don't shoot. They don't take the opportunity. Really good team. They just sit around and they just bore you to death.
So they're like the France of soccer?
They just don't. They're not aggressive enough for me.
Switzerland.
What soccer needs badly is for every player on their team to think they're Dennis Schroeder.
Mm-hmm.
That's what soccer needs.
You like heat check soccer.
Or like Kobe in his last game.
Yeah.
That's what soccer needs.
Or Kobe in any game.
Yes, but in particular the last game, right?
Yeah.
They need more me guys in the soccer world. They're too nice. They're passing the ball off all the time. They're trying to find the right assist. They're trying to find the right pass, and then ultimately all plays get broken up. If I was a head coach of a soccer team, we would take like 75 million shots on goal. We're just shooting, just constantly shooting. Hey Nick, spoiler alert: ball can't go in the net unless you kick the ball towards the net.
Also, we'd be like Chip Kelly. We need the number of possessions and the speed of the game.
That's what it is.
Constantly attacking. I think it was called Total Football. Ted Lasso did a thing on this, but I like where your head's at.
Was that a thing?
It was. Yeah, there's a whole episode of Ted Lasso.
I gave up on that show.
I love that show. Still to this day.
It was like a season and a half in.
Yeah.
Did it work for him?
Yeah. They won a lot. They got reverse of relegate promoted. That's the one.
England they weren't shooting. They're just trying to make passes all day long. That's not how you win these games.
Yeah, come on, a little bit more aggressive.
So
Shots
anyway,
on goal, baby
the
boy.
point is, we'd be talking about that stupid stuff where we both know nothing about soccer, but we'd be trying to make it work. Instead, we get to talk about LeBron, something that's fun and something that's exciting.
Also, again, like the stakes aren't low. I know that, and I keep saying. I think sometimes people think I'm saying the stakes are low when we talk about this LeBron thing. No, they're not what they've ever been with LeBron and the Cavs in making this decision. It can never be 2010 again. It can never be 2014 again. It can never be 2018 again. And so the pros of him coming home again versus the cons of him not coming home to finish his career, while yes, it would still be devastating because I think people now just expect him to come home. And so for the short term, I think people would have an emotional reaction. Long term, we're in the let's just watch this dude ball and hope he wins a championship, but hopefully it's in Cleveland side of things.
But you heard Kenny Atkinson, and that was the part that I thought was interesting in the clip, is that Atkinson went down the path of, This could be our big jump that we take, right? As if he's putting a lot of stock into getting LeBron James. And if you don't get LeBron, then I would ask Kenny Atkinson, where's your big jump? That's what I want to know. Like the revelation from that clip was the idea that Atkinson's acknowledging there's no ace up their sleeve. They don't have anything as of right now because they haven't changed the roster at all. And if they're expecting something big to happen, which they need some change to happen, it seems like they're banking a lot on that being LeBron, which is fine as long as LeBron comes here.
Yeah, so this is the point where I have to point out that I like Kenny Atkinson because he says stuff. So while I wouldn't advise him to say what he said, and I do think there could be blowback there, I like that Kenny Atkinson said stuff. The other part of this is I wouldn't advise Kenny Atkinson to say this for a multitude of reasons we can get into.
It's got a real chance to blow up in your face. Yeah. My first thought was, oh no, if they don't get LeBron, the conversation's going to be, where's your big jump now, Kenny?
Yeah.
Like you said this is going to be the big jump. You're acknowledging you're short on talent as is, and you need this big jump to happen. If you don't get LeBron, what's going to put you over the top?
And all you've done to this point in the offseason is lose valuable role players, Dean Wade. And Keon Ellis is tough because they traded for him to be something he didn't end up being. But you lost two players and haven't really replaced him. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says. At Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X. Powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We got quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports at 3:20. Danny Cunningham of the Inside Shot Substack and Locked On Cavs at 4:20. Excited to talk Le Watch with Danny, one of the best in the biz there. And we are debuting a new bit as we get you ready for the return of football in a few weeks with training camp. 32 teams in 16 days. This is some guys like to milk it, right? Oh, 32 teams in 32 days. Jabronis, I tell you. Mm-hmm. No, we are being more efficient, more aggressive. And today, we got Jack Fritz, WIP in Philadelphia, to preview the Eagles. And then we've got Dan Day of WQAM in Miami to talk some Dolphins there. 216-474-0092. Kenny Atkinson acknowledges LeBron pursuit. Is that a good idea? But Kenny Atkinson, more on this in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
as the three that are in Philly include pitcher Parker Messick and Cade Smith and second baseman Travis Bazzana. Tonight on The Fan, 10 to midnight, Bet365 presents Odyssey Sports Midsummer Baseball Showcase Special from Philadelphia. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Listen, this is an exciting time for us, right? Like we're in the mix for the greatest player of all time.
That guy.
My personal opinion. So it's exciting, right? Like, man, I think you're nervous, but we understand how it is. He's obviously has earned that right to take his time. Obviously, family plays a big part of it. But I know the state of Ohio, man, there's something special there.
Kenny Atkinson, Cavaliers head coach, on SiriusXM NBA radio this weekend. He was also on the Summer League game for the Cavs. I did not watch that game, but I did see these comments come out about it. And we do have quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes. Joe DeLeon of A to Z Sports in an hour, talking quarterback rankings, the Michigan situation with Ward Manuel, and more. And again, I just have to say, I like Kenny because he says things that other coaches don't, a la Kevin Stefanski.
Yeah.
But I also, while I'm not going to criticize him for this, I have to tell him, listen, if you get LeBron, yeah, we're fine. This is not going to be an issue at all. If you miss out on LeBron, knowing how fans work in general, people are going to circle back to Kenny as much as they are now the Cavs, because Kenny's the one that's been out there in the public talking about it.
People, you mean me? I'll circle back to this, and I'll be like, wait a second, you said right there, and not in that one, in the previous clip we'd played about this big jump that's coming, and then the expectation you have is that you're getting LeBron, and that's going to be the jump that you need. Well, what happens if you're left holding the bag and there's nothing there? And that's it's just one of those things. And so maybe that just means he's incredibly confident that he's going to get LeBron. Sure, great, made me feel good, but I think it's just really dumb things to say when you don't know what LeBron's going to do.
I do think that we've shifted from every day a different team gets to be LeBron's potential homecoming, with the Cavs still kind of seen as the, front runner, to now we're just summer league rumors with nobody really reporting anything. That's the closest. That's where all of a sudden I get confident that something's actually happening when the news cycle runs out.
Sure.
Or at least it seems to for the moment.
We're getting there.
That now all of a sudden maybe we might be actually closer to a decision.
We are getting there. And even in that clip you played bouncing back, Atkinson talking about LeBron that way. Some people had a problem with him speaking the way that he was speaking about him. And it's like, guys, that you can say, now that's a comment you can say whether he goes there or doesn't go here, right? You can call him the greatest player of all time in your humble opinion, whether he suits up for the Cavs ever again or doesn't. That part doesn't change, but some things people are reading into. Like a buddy of mine sent me the Fanatics, it's not the program, but it's like how their advertisement is, and it says the King returns, and speaking about Fanatics,
yeah,
and they're like, well, she's got to be talking about Cleveland. Is this a double on? Is he meaning it here to mean that he's coming here, and then also he's just returning to Fanatics Fest? Are they labeling this all in one big way? And I still I can't say it confidently because nobody knows.
Yeah, it's interesting that in the same way that I think I don't have a problem with Kenny saying it. As a matter of fact, it got me a little juiced up.
Did you get excited there?
That somebody mentioned it. I can see the downside of it, and I just I really hope for Kenny's sake that the downside doesn't appear. I feel the same thing about LeBron and his process. I have no problem with him doing it. He has earned this process to handle it however long he wants to, however he wants to, including making a decision that I personally won't like, right? But I also understand that when everybody shuts up and nobody's saying anything and nobody really knows what's going on, the downside is you start getting people the tinfoil hat, and all of a sudden
and connecting some of those dots. Yeah.
And so again, I don't have a problem with it. I think do what you do, man. This is good for my business. It makes my job easier too. At the same point, the downside is, the more you go, if it's any decision but Cleveland, it's only going to amplify the blowback because people are starting to read the tea leaves that aren't really tea leaves at all.
Well, and on top of that, you get some, even like that poster right there. You think the people at Fanatics don't know what they're doing?
Yeah.
They know exactly what they're doing. They're getting people riled up in Cleveland, and I would make an argument also Miami in that respect too, because if you say the King returns, that could also mean the Heat the same way it could mean the Cavs. So there's two different cities that you're operating within, because they used to sell those. Do you remember those Heat jerseys they used to sell? It's like a Players Weekend day where on the back of the jerseys they put King James on the back of it. So LeBron wore it in real games. It said King James, and then I feel like my thinking on it is so many Heat fans ended up having that King James jersey. So you can make an argument that the Heat fans probably think King James means something to them the same way people here think King James is exclusively to us.
So we did start talking about this in the first segment, and the question is, was this a mistake from Kenny? I don't think it was a mistake, but I understand how it might end up being that with how people feel about LeBron and what a touchy, sensitive subject that this can be. Craig responded to our video at 92.3 The Fan on Twitter, and he said, seems like their fallback plan is Kuminga, which is a pretty big fall off. To me, I think Kuminga's a really nice basketball player, and I do think that when he is plugged in, he is what you've been missing as well. The problem is Kuminga just feels like DeAndre Hunter 2.0, a guy that for some reason he plays the position you need in the NBA. The different, Hunter at least was washing out of Atlanta, who was a bleep show when that happened. Kuminga washed out of Golden State, who basically didn't want him around and just got him off the books, to then go to Atlanta, who is in the midst of winning, and then didn't want him back. That's basically three strikes with Kuminga specifically, even if I'd still take him if you don't get LeBron.
And the other side of this is not only Kuminga, but this goes to the DeRozan convo as well, is that every team that misses out on LeBron have these roster spots that are open. Yeah. And so now you're in contention with all these guys for even someone that is not anywhere close to as valuable, but even someone like Jonathan Kuminga.
DeRozan versus Kuminga feels like a Sophie's choice. That being said, I'll take Kuminga. I
like DeMar DeRozan.
Friends don't let friends sign DeMar DeRozan. You can't have. Okay, listen. You can have James Harden. You can have DeMar DeRozan. You can't have DeMar DeRozan and James Harden. I can't. You got to make a choice. You got to choose one of the chuckleheads.
Both too many appearances in Drake songs.
Yes, and both have just a history of not being winning postseason players.
Yeah. It seems like that's going to become the Cavs' identity, because it already started to be between Donovan and Harden, and it's like LeBron was going to fix all this, but if we had DeRozan in the mix, it's not great.
All their minuses are somehow going to become a plus there. Now, speaking from the LeBron side of things, Rich Paul continues to talk and continues to do these media tours, and he was on ESPN this weekend talking about what LeBron isn't chasing in this process.
He unlocks something on one of all 30 teams. The team he chooses, I don't know yet. There's a seriousness that comes with this. There's a competitiveness that comes. We know how hard it is to win championships. No roster, no organization is guaranteed to win a championship, but you do want to be competitive. You do want to have an opportunity come late April and early May to compete at a high level and give yourself the best chance of winning. He's not chasing the ring. You hear these things like, why do we have to chase? He got 4. There's nothing to chase. He's not chasing the ghosts or anything like that. But when you've worked this hard to position yourself the way you have, and you can actually decide what you want to do, who wouldn't take advantage of that? So we're not worried about nobody's opinions or anything like that. He's going to make the best decision for himself. We'll see what happens.
So it's funny, the just ring-chasing motif that has kind of been thrown LeBron's way in this. If LeBron's still going to be one of the 3 most impactful players on a championship team, or potentially in Cleveland, the most impactful player given where he plays and what he can unlock with everyone else, that's not ring chasing to me. Ring chasing is Vince Carter at the end of his career playing 15 minutes for a team, right? Or I never thought this way about Charles Barkley, because Charles was still a very good player at the end of his career.
Yeah.
But even if you want to say Charles averaging 14 points a game his last year with the Rockets, playing with Hakeem and Clyde Drexler, that is more ring chasing. LeBron is like ring asserting. Like wherever he goes, he gives them a better chance to win. That's not ring chasing to me.
I think ring chasing would have been the Spurs or the Thunder. Mm-hmm. Does Denver qualify as ring chasing?
No, because they weren't very good last year.
That's kind of how I looked at it too. But I did when I heard this initially, I did think the 76ers took a blow. Like out of the teams we've discussed, Miami, he still has work to do to put him over the edge. Cavs still has work to do to put him over the edge, although I think it would instantly make the Cavs the Eastern Conference favorites. But nobody's looking at this Cavs team for reasons we've already named in this show as a you're just jumping on a team that's already fit and ready to go. Golden State's obviously not ring chasing. Like, maybe this takes the 76ers out of the equation.
Are you surprised, though, that the Cavs don't look like ring chasing?
No, we don't. We don't. I don't think we've earned it.
No. So I don't either. But I think outside of Cleveland, I don't think people outside of Cleveland are as down on the Cavs after the Eastern Conference sweep as you and I were.
They just call it Eastern Conference Finals appearance.
Exactly.
Like that rework has done a lot of lifting, and we knew it would. This is how this always works in sports. You get a month after, and it doesn't matter that it was a 4-game sweep, and it doesn't matter that you blew the game one the way that we did. The end result is you were a Final Four team, and you were in the Eastern Conference Finals.
But I don't think LeBron is ring chasing.
No, not at all.
And honestly, even Kevin Durant going to Golden State,
here's
as much
why.
of a front runner jamoke move as that wasn't ring chasing. He was one of the 3 best players on the planet joining the best team in the NBA.
I'll tell you why it's not ring chasing for the Cavs, Nick. It's not ring chasing because most people that watch that series for the Cavs, instead of looking and saying, this is a team that's going from one level to another level, and this is all about levels, and you got to hit a spot to get to a new higher spot in the NBA, they looked at it and said, oh no, that team can't win. That Donovan Mitchell can't be your main guy on a team that actually finishes the job. Like that team, I've never seen a team make the conference finals the way the Cavs do, and not everyone's, but the resounding thought was, do they have to blow this up?
Yeah.
Like this is not constructed right. And so that's why it's not perceived as just ring hopping and ring chasing.
Well, and here's the other thing. LeBron to the Cavs makes sense to more people than it doesn't. LeBron to Miami with Giannis and Bam sounds a little ring chasey. I don't think it is because he's freaking LeBron, and he actually, he will be, if they were to win the championship next year, he'll be a major reason why. LeBron to Philly, even with Embiid, who apparently is part of why LeBron
that's
is unsure about
That's the one that
there.
sounds ring chasing to me, but it's still no guaranteed.
But even then, he's still one of the 3 best players on that team. So it's funny to me that people already want to paint a move that he hasn't made yet in some sort of way. But I think, again, if he doesn't want to hear the ring-chasing thing, I think Cleveland absolves him of that because it's Cleveland. And again, people haven't thrown that out as a ring-chasing spot already.
Well, Cavs definitely do. I think Golden State also does as well. Because Golden State's going to be looked at, it's a couple things there. Obviously, the golf there, all the different money involved in San Francisco, and the amount of different startups and everything that's there. That's going to be a part of it because he's growing his portfolio in such a way. And ultimately, just playing with buddies. It's playing with friends. That's going to be looked at. It's all it's going to be. In the West, if you're not the Spurs and the Thunder, you're not ring chasing.
So the weird thing about the Warriors is, one, optically, it's garbage. I mean, LeBron in that, after the rivalry they had for 5 years, LeBron in that uniform would just be disgusting optically as a Cavs fan. And I think for more than just Cavs fans, I think it would cheapen that rivalry and his place in that rivalry. 2, gone fishing with LeBron and Steph and Dre. It's just that, that feels like mailing it in. That feels like mailing in the next 2 years because you're probably not going to win a championship. Yeah, you probably will be at least a first round of the playoff kind of team, but it's just I don't even understand the feel-good essence of it because the gimmick of LeBron and Steph playing together, I think, loses its relevancy when they're an okay-ish Western Conference team. In moments, I think that wears off by the time we hit December.
Yeah, all right. So we've gone through and we've dissected the different teams that we think are ring chasing or not ring chasing. Let me ask you this, and I think I know where you stand on it, but I got to ask you: do you even care if LeBron ring chases?
No,
I don't care. I feel like he's earned it. I feel like this is, if he wanted to ring chase, are there going to be that many people that look at it as such a bad thing?
You know why? Because I think they want to cheapen if he wins another ring.
But it doesn't matter to the broader discussion for LeBron anymore. He's not chasing 6 with MJ. That's still 2 away to begin with anyway. Okay, so he's not really even chasing matching Michael Jordan. But he's at a point where we're not going to bring up rings when it comes to a LeBron conversation. At the end of the day, we're just not. MJ you do because he went 6 for 6. It's a different story. It just is different. But the same way MJ was never going to touch Bill Russell when it came to winning rings, but MJ was still better than Bill Russell. He passed him at some point. That's just the conversation.
So I think there's a fair amount of people who just want to find any creative way to dump on LeBron. And I do think in the MJ versus LeBron thing, they've got one thing: 6 for 6 in titles. LeBron is potentially going to play 25 years. It's a quarter of a century. LeBron's going to have the all-time scoring record. LeBron's going to have the all-time postseason scoring. He's going to have every conceivable record. And I think it's people trying to grasp on to their shivs to fight about LeBron versus MJ or LeBron versus anyone, really.
But LeBron and his people know that's already a fight that they're never going to win. They win 2 more titles. They're still going to have, what's he lost, like 6 other times in the NBA Finals? I think he's like 4 for 10. Like he's still going to have so many losses in the NBA Finals because he's always been punished for making it in a way that obviously MJ never was, because MJ went 6 for 6, but there was all sorts of years where MJ never got punished for not making the NBA Finals in '89.
Yeah,
never got punished. In hindsight, looking at it, he should have. If MJ had made the finals the way that LeBron had in that same spot in his time, and then lost it, somehow that would have hurt his legacy.
I think we're inching very close to the best the MJ side of things is, well, you just didn't watch him. I think that seems to be the best thing that they have. The most used card.
That's why LeBron shouldn't care about whether or not people think he's chasing a ring or not. Because you're exactly right. You're not going to please everybody in this. And the people that want to believe it's MJ, they're always going to believe it, no matter what LeBron would ever do.
216-474-0092. Rich Paul says LeBron isn't chasing a ring. Do you buy it? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at new trucks this month, you know a Ram truck.
Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Whether you're at the ballpark, on the golf course, or doing nothing at all, get the Cleveland sports news at 923thefan.com or use the Odyssey app.
Joe DeLeon coming up in about 40 minutes. We're going to get to the Guardians' exciting and well-received end to the first half of the season. But a lot happened in the world of sports. Not everything gets its own segment. Let's get to Quick Hits.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
There's like 4 things they left off Quick Hits today. It's a bountiful day for Quick Hits topics, but season 3 of the Netflix program Quarterback debuted late last week, and the Mayfields, Baker and Emily, shared their love story.
We went to lunch the day before the game. I don't know what it is, but it just felt different.
I texted my mom and sister and said,
I told my college roommate at the time,
I think I'll marry this guy.
I'm going to marry that girl.
I went to the game the next day. They lost the game, and he had already graduated, so he ended up staying in LA and then moved in with me about 3 days after we met. And I was living with my 2 brothers at the time, so it was really kind of a frat house situation. I was the house mom.
6 months later, we were engaged and never looked back.
And then there was the Cheesecake Factory. That was cheap. Come on.
Did you play the clip just for that setup?
I
think you might have played the clip just for the setup.
One, I want to fire whoever made the music for that. All right. Did too many people say, I knew I was going to marry their spouse the moment I met them? Or after, like, the first day?
I think a lot of people do say that. By the way, it premieres tomorrow, by the way. It's not that it wasn't last week. They started talking about it last week. It's tomorrow.
For some reason, it said Friday in the clip that I sent.
I don't know why they did that.
You can tell I watched it.
I don't know why they did. I actually get excited for this show. I like this show.
Yeah.
That show was made for people like me. I liked that show.
How many times do people say, I knew I was... They go home and they're like, I'm going to marry that person, and then they never marry them. I bet you it's more than people think.
Oh, that's tough.
I didn't know I was going to marry Vanessa when I first saw her.
Like, this is the one type thing?
I knew I wanted to do something else, but I didn't think marriage was...
All right, so when did you know?
In the door.
When did you know?
I mean, it was within the first month. Like, it was like...
okay, that's not like it's taken a lot of time here.
Well, but the whole when I first saw him, that's hyperbole. I
agree with that.
There were several women in my life before I met Vanessa that when I first saw them... the lightning bolt thing, where I'm like, I want to know that person.
Sure.
But it wasn't, I'm going to marry this person.
There was one of Elise's family members, we'll just put it that way, okay?
Yeah.
We all knew he had this crush on this one girl and was like really going after this one girl. And then all of a sudden, the person that he married ended up being, and he would talk about it like, yeah, I'll just see her for a little bit, but I'm really after this other girl. Oof. And he married the girl that was kind of like the second fiddle, so to speak.
I have a family
we don't tell
member.
her that.
I have a family member.
She doesn't know that story.
Who one day we were talking and he was talking about his then girlfriend, and he's like, I think real love is overrated. I think we're a good match. This is a good business relationship. And they got married.
That's not great.
Yeah,
business relationship isn't great.
And she's incredible. She's lovely. She's gorgeous.
Well, so maybe his eyes, though. Maybe his eyes weren't open to that at the very beginning, and maybe he had to learn such a thing. I don't know. Maybe that's what that is.
I like the positivity there.
Shoot, I'm trying to think how early. I told Elise that I loved her after 3 months. That was 3 months of us dating is when I said I loved you.
3 months, okay. You are more guarded. I'm much more. I throw that hard out.
Oh, you think that's a long time?
Yeah.
Oh no. That was the quickest I'd ever told a girl that I love her.
I say that's a good sign.
That was the quickest, yeah. So that was And I think even that. Adam used to tell me all the time because Adam got engaged after it was like a month of dating,
mm-hmm.
It's seriously like a month. And he used to be like, well, when you know, that type of thing. He's very much that mindset of it.
It helps that Liz is 100 times better than him.
Yeah, I mean,
he would agree.
He made it pretty easy for himself, right? Like, he made it pretty easy. But even still, I don't know. I always think that's the right mindset. I guess sometimes you do. When you know. But I think, I don't know. I think if you have, I'm going to marry you after 2 week vibes, that's kind of problematic.
Mac's eyes went up when you said it took 3 months to say I love you. Mac, what is the longest it took you to ever say I love you? Assuming you have.
Have you ever told anyone you love them?
I have. It probably took me maybe a month and a half.
Okay. By the way, our buddy George said, I got engaged 6 weeks after the first date. George is not a BSer, so I will believe George.
There are so many stories that are like that, and I feel like if you make that commentary, it just means you're incredibly flexible about what you think that person can and cannot say at any given point.
Well, yeah, I think
there's some skeletons that can come out that you're not getting for the first month or so. Like you can't just be like, unquestionably, I'll marry you no matter what you have on the, coming out the. It's tough. That's tough.
If I know you to be an honest person, which I know George to be an honest person, I will believe you. I think a lot of people say it because it sounds good, and I think it's a bit of a one-upper thing to say.
Well, so Baker.
I knew the moment. It's like, blow it out your ass.
In Baker's instance.
Took me a month, and then when I found out it was the greatest thing, like when I realized it was the greatest aha moment of my life.
Because we've heard this story from Baker before, and he dated that one girl in college forever.
Yeah, she ended up at Channel 19.
And
that was
he dated her forever, and then when he met Emily, they described it in the thing, but we've always known, like in Los Angeles, and then it was just kind of like he found her. They met on Instagram though. She was like the misconception around Emily Mayfield. She had a 100,000 followers on Instagram by the time Baker had already met her, and they always portray it as this big like, oh no, we just casually met and it couldn't have been. And she always tells the story about how she played hard to get and like extremely hard to get, and he had to ask her out at dates.
They moved in 4 days after they met.
That was always the story she told.
Hard to get.
Was that she said no. Like leading up to Los Angeles, she'd turned him down a couple times, and then when it got to Los Angeles, she'd turned him down a couple times and did this whole like everything on it. But she was already on her way to become pretty famous herself when she met Baker. She seems nice though. I've always liked her.
No, I actually do like Baker.
I do. I think they're great. I do.
I just want to point out, met him 3 days, and then moved in with your brothers. It's a tough one to be a brother and hearing all the beginnings of a relationship. I'm just going to tell you, that's
So are you going to watch? You going to watch the show or not?
Not a chance.
Yeah,
Nope.
It's not your thing.
No.
I don't know. It's not your thing.
Because it's so sanitized. There's nothing real in these things. Even this thing was clearly a manufactured story to, oh, aren't we a great couple? Nobody ever went to the Cheesecake Factory.
You see the video? Do you see the video of Baker this weekend? So he was at that golf tournament all the celebrities are at, and this guy's wearing a Baker Mayfield Oklahoma jersey, and Baker comes on over, and the two of them, it's the Oklahoma jersey guy and his buddy, and they're like, Baker, will you chug a beer with us? And Baker's like, all right, let's do it. And so Baker opens up the beer, and he gets ready to shotgun it, and then he throws it back, and the guy with the Oklahoma jersey throws it on the ground, and Baker's like, whoa, that wasn't even close to done, man. Like pick that up, finish that, and then he goes, if you're going to wear that jersey, we don't quit around here, and walks away.
All right. See, relatable. That was a real moment.
I love that. It's just so Baker. It's so hysterical to me. All right. Let's see here. Aaron Rodgers. Yep. Speaking of relatable, Aaron Rodgers.
He's a genius.
He gathered 6 of his teammates for a, quote, bonding week. He described it on Instagram as, quote, unquote, last rodeo. Mason Rudolph was there. DK Metcalf was there. Pat Freiermuth was there. I did not see any other quarterbacks outside of Mason Rudolph, by the way. Poor Will Howard. But the last rodeo for Aaron Rodgers. Did this get you pumped up for the last year of Aaron Rodgers?
No, I hope he falls on his face, and I hope they're a 6-win team. I want them to be just good enough to not get a quarterback, but bad enough that fans just turn on Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers.
All right, let me ask
like
this better.
that.
Do you feel like they're going to be better? Last year, you rode the Aaron Rodgers is going to take them to a deep playoff run card for a while.
Missed it by that
much.
Do
you feel like this year it's going to be different? Do you feel like this year, are they going to make the playoffs this year?
No, I think the rest of that team has become a real problem. The O-line's okay. That defense is starting to get some Swiss cheese to it. Herbig's a good ball player, but Highsmith has been hurt, and his effectiveness has been dinged. They spent too much money on T.J. Watt. I still think their secondary needs work. I just don't think they're a very good team anymore.
They spend so much money on defense. They've led the league in spending on the defensive side of the ball for 4 straight years now. Mike McCarthy, I don't really ever think much of, and that's part of the reality. It's funny. I really think it's on the table, more than on the table, and the table's on the table, as you say, that Aaron Rodgers gets benched some way through, I don't know, like week 9, week 10.
I'm not rooting for it.
I wouldn't hate it.
But I will enjoy it to some degree.
You come back because in the playoffs, you had that embarrassing game against the Texans. You didn't want to end your career on the pick 6, the final pass that he threw last year. I'm convinced that's why he's back for this season. He didn't want to end his career on that throw. Getting benched week 9, week 10 would be delightful.
By the way, Bob on Twitter saying, I met my wife at OU, and the night I met her, I said I'm going to marry her, and I did it 2 years later.
Yeah, but the story you're not telling, Bob, is that you told that to like 12 other women.
Yeah, that's where I want to know how many.
Yeah, at certain spots. It's not the only person you ever were like, the night I met her, I said I was going to marry her.
Oh, this is dark. Following all Ohio sports post, this is best I could go. I knew at first sight I was going to marry my wife. What I didn't know is that a few weeks from now, she's going to sign the divorce papers that I don't want. That's the kind of dark humor we enjoy around these parts.
You can't predict that.
Michigan is deciding the future of A.D. Ward Manuel after wrapping up their investigation into former head coach Sharon Moore. This also ties back to the Harbaugh stuff. Would you consider Manuel a fall guy if he is fired?
I mean, no, if he was a fall guy, they wouldn't have given him an extension a year ago, and they wouldn't have paid him all this money and then said, basically, like, you're fine, you're in the clear. Like, there's, no, I don't think he's the fall guy.
Yeah, so it's weird because they've won some significant national titles. He is the guy that hired Dusty May. Like, he is the guy that oversaw the expenditures that allowed you to build a national championship team in football, your first and forever. But Sharon Moore bonked with a horny stick. There's another coach that they had that got fired for being aggressively horny. The Harbaugh cheating scandal. Oh, and by the way, even though he wasn't a part of this, like the Dr. Anderson scandal, like they had so many scandals during the Ward Manuel time. If he was going to be the fall guy, it would have been 7 times ago.
I think so, yeah. Here's the reality. You win football and basketball titles in the span of 3 years, you're gonna have a lot of leeway.
Yeah, so with you saying that, it's surprising that he would still get fired after this.
Yeah.
Part of me wonders if Dusty May doesn't go off to the NBA, whether that's enough to keep people, but that Sharon Moore situation was so ugly and so disconcerting. And the football was so bad.
Yeah.
Like, you can't have both, unfortunately, no matter how many national championships you've won in the last 3 years.
I think May leaving is a big part of the story.
Yeah, it is. That sounded like I was like, it is.
That sounded definitive.
We agree.
It sounded definitive.
Yeah. Guards finish strong. We talk about that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Odyssey Sports Midsummer Baseball Showcase Special from Philadelphia. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Follow the Cavs every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. It's the 3 o'clock hour.
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
On Afternoon Drive.
Joe DeLeon coming up in about 20 minutes. Our regular Monday at 3:20 guest. I figured it out. Just took me a second. A to Z Sports, talking a little football, quarterback rankings, the Ward Manuel situation in Michigan. Not great, Bob. We also have to get to the airport love story that has taken another turn. So we got that going for us. But if you guys missed a moment on our show, use the rewind feature on the free Odyssey app powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Good job, Gardos. It was a wonky week, and then they did what we needed them to do, which is sweep a previously red-hot Marlins team.
Yeah, Marlins came into the series winning 6 straight.
Yeah.
And they were the best team in all of baseball in June. They were on their way to being the best team in all of baseball in July. And the Guardians just said thanks, but no thanks. That was a great weekend.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, again, we're at a spot with the Guardians where I think people are as frustrated as I've kind of seen them, because obviously, what were they, 10-15 in June, and then they started this like 4 and something. They're below 500 basically, and I'm watching the game, and I was like, gonna get on Twitter and like start live tweeting and have fun, and then I started seeing people. I'm like, are we watching the same game? Are they not winning right now? Like, I understand being mad in general when the game isn't on, but like at one point they just kept getting hits and scoring runs, and I'm like, guys, this is as good as it gets. The home runs and the hits and whatnot, like, we suffered for this.
Yeah. So I think the big point for myself was, when you close out into the All-Star break winning 4 straight, Nick, you go from they were 6 games up over 500 when J-Ram went down, and we had the J-Ram, Angel Martinez, and DeLauder, the trifecta, all end up at some point on the IL. They were 6 up over 500. So you fast forward 25 days later, and you're 5 games over 500. So you basically, you treaded water. You did what you need to do before our guys get back, and then all of a sudden we're at full arsenal.
Well, and to do that, even though we've had a couple weeks of really bad offensive baseball, to do that, to stay roughly where you were when Hosey got hurt, and when DeLauder got hurt, when Angel got hurt, you were going to need certain young guys to find themselves and reestablish themselves. One of them is Chase DeLauder, check. Bazana, who continues to be up and down, but that's a rookie, especially when thrust into the leadoff spot. Brian Rocchio has found what he had kind of early in the season.
Yeah.
And doing it, by the way, in either the 2-hole or the 3-hole on any given night. And, even Kwan's coming around.
Kwan's playing great baseball right now.
He really is.
This has been a long enough stretch you can feel confident about it.
And it's really good to see.
I think he's hitting 365 in the month of July so far.
I got to be honest with you. We've not had a lot of conversations. That's some Senka. But we've not had a lot of.
No, feel free to use that one over the weekend, guys.
Yeah, if you guys want to make a shirt about that, so only 30% royalties. That's all I want.
Just drop that in casually. I'm ready to have a conversation.
But please close the door. It's time for a conversation.
Nick, did your lisp come back? What happened there? No. I said it right. Conversations.
Yeah. But we haven't had a lot of conversations because he was bad. There's no we even got to the point where we didn't even have the should they bench him because it was apparent they were benching him. And so to watch him kind of turn it on really gives you hope, because even if he doesn't reclaim the leadoff spot, man, Bazana, DeLauder, Hosey, Martinez, and Kwan.
Well, they like him in this 9-hole spot now, and I really think it's working out for him. And it's something I've always thought about. Something I've always thought about with Kwan in general anyway, is that he'd always fit better in the 9 slot, because the second time you go through, then you're basically acting as a second leadoff hitter.
Yeah.
And it just kind of works really well for players like Kwan. If it was not the 1 spot, he was always destined to end up playing in the 9 spot.
But listen, it's 3 games. I don't want to overreact to it. But was it good for the psyche of Guardians fans and good for where we were and coming off a couple rough divisional matchups? Yeah, it was everything you needed.
I thought it was huge, Nick. If they got swept in this series, it's completely. I mean, it's not wave the white flag time, but the conversations are incredibly different.
I mean, the conversations.
The conversations. We wouldn't be having them as conversations. They wouldn't exist. It would
We'd
just be
have
us
normal,
yelling.
boring ass conversations. No conversations necessary.
This would be another LeBron segment if they had gotten swept. Okay,
well, or it would be are they going to be sellers? Which is still, by the way, it's still a conversation on face value because they have something that if they put it on the market would be holy crap. You could get, I think, more than you normally would get for a player with his stats, but it's Gavin Williams. If you put Gavin Williams on the open market tomorrow, I'm not saying they should do that, but given where he is in his career and given that you've got Bybee under contract and Messick is certainly just in his rookie season, so you got him for 5 more seasons after this, if they decided that they needed to replenish anything or maybe make a swing for a bat today, Gavin Williams would be the guy to do it.
Yeah. But again, you're in a spot right now where even the totality numbers are going to look bad, and they look bad for a lot of different players. You're 30th in slugging percentage, you're 29th in runs, you're 28th in batting average. They're not going to look good, but ending it the way that they did and being able to go through the stretch without J-Ram, I can't tell you how huge that is.
And I continue to just come back to this idea about the Guardians. The Guardians are 5 games above 500 through, 90 games, 95 games, somewhere in there. And they still haven't played anything close to good baseball. They had that one stretch where they were kind of lights out, and then obviously the wheels fell off, and then everybody got injured. But, I don't think they've put together a complete offense meets defense meets starting rotation meets bullpen. And I'm a little less confident the bullpen is going to come around without reinforcements. But, I think if you get healthy, I still think you've got enough hitting to be really functional and really good, the best we've seen from this team in the postseason in years. That's not nothing. And do I think they have enough right now in a 7-game World Series against the Dodgers?
Nowhere close.
No. I actually think they're one hitter away.
I think they're further than that.
No, well, the problem is the hitter is going to be Yordan.
They're a lot. Yeah, I was going to say it might be like Yordan and then the clone of Yordan, and then we're sitting there.
But previously, it is fair to say Bazana's not close to that. I think he's going to get there by the end of the season. Rocchio continues to, ebbs and flows. The guy continues to get where you need him to be. I think this is the real DeLauder, by the way. I don't think, when he was struggling before the injury, I never thought that was physical. I think he was putting, and this happens to a lot of young hitters, which is why I think they've struggled to get some of these young guys to produce. These guys come up and they just put everything on themselves as if they have to be the offense, and it makes sense given what the offense is. And I think that time away with his injury, I think it was, 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, I think that was the perfect thing. When I heard him interviewed, I think it was a week ago, and he's like, I just simplified. He's like, I was doing too much. I just simplified. I wasn't looking for this. I wasn't doing this.
Sure.
And I was like, oh, yeah, that makes sense because you're a rookie and you were the freaking 2 or 3 hitter on any given night.
And he's still going to be asked to do a lot of that stuff. But the way that they win are going to win a lot of games, and how they'll win series is what we saw over this weekend. The Marlins scored 5 runs this weekend. I hate to put it that way, but it's true. It's just you're going to need elite pitching. You're going to need elite starting pitching, and then you're going to need the bullpen to be a little bit better, obviously, than what they have been. This last weekend, we saw it all. I'm not relying on this offense for anything. Whatever this offense gives me is going to have to be a bonus. I've seen it now for, almost 100 games of the season. We're at 97 games this year. I've seen enough of this offense to tell you they're not taking some big jump. That's not happening. Too much helping in my lineup to ever think that a big jump's happening.
I vehemently disagree.
I know you do, and I don't know why.
In previous years, you've had a lineup of Halpins. I don't think you have a lot. You've got one Petey Halpin, and he is, by the way, he's a 4A player. He's a guy that spends more time in Columbus than here. But Hosey still hasn't hit the way we're used to with Hosey.
I know, but we're getting
we finally just got Quan, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago to start heating up?
Yeah, but you still okay. So then, is Manzardo coming around, or is he not coming around?
No, that's fair.
How much is Watson going to play in this equation?
I'm not grading them against the Dodgers.
Is Arias playing every game again, or no?
Well, he wouldn't be when Hosey comes back. Yeah.
No, you're right. When Hosey's back, yes, the Arias will be gone.
So the what should be, and I'm going to say should be, what should be the hole in the lineup when they're at full staff, and I'm saying the true holes in the lineup, it should be catcher. Everywhere else, you're getting at least league average production.
I just think
I haven't been able to say that for 5 years.
They've consistently had way too many question marks in this. Look at yesterday's lineup.
Yeah, because Bazana and DeLauder are playing every day.
From 4 on, it's either everyone is a question mark or everyone is a something. Again, it's not like they're not even like 17th in runs scored in baseball.
No, well, I'm definitely not arguing that they've been good.
They're dead last.
Yes.
They're dead last in slugging percentage.
Yeah. So name me the 5 players.
All right. This is from 4 on. 4 on. Manzardo.
Okay, yeah, he's crap.
Watson.
Has been crap, sorry.
All right, Manzardo, Watson.
Yeah.
Arias. Halpin, Bailey, and Daquan.
Okay, Halpin won't be here, 2 weeks from now? 3 weeks from now? Watson's interesting because I still don't know what the hell to make out of him. Manzardo
I'm a Watson supporter, but he hasn't been playing very well.
What was the other names?
Bailey.
Yeah, I mean that's catcher.
I know, but you see how we're doing this though. Like,
but I think my point is all of those guys are young guys that could tangibly be better with more playing time.
And will they be better than last in baseball as far as slugging percentage is concerned? Of course they will, but is that big jump going to take them from last 23rd?
I want to lock it in.
If we're going to actually have this team win a postseason series or even have a deep postseason run, you're going to have to do better than 24th in slugging.
I mean, they haven't been doing better than 24th in slugging, and they've won postseason series the last couple of years.
Yeah, but this is why no one takes them seriously. This is like there's a difference. There's a difference between between winning postseason series and then people acting like there's a juggernaut that's waiting to pounce. This team is not a juggernaut waiting to pounce right now.
It depends on what you qualify as why people don't take them seriously.
I think the pitching is really good. I love the starting pitching at certain points, by the way. There's parts of the bullpen I enjoy. I think the offense is just too awful right now.
I'm ready to lock it in.
What exactly are you going to lock in?
I'm ready to lock it in because I understand. Listen, I'm not here to say that you're wrong. The first 90 to 92, what are they, 95?
97, games? I think is what we're at now. 97 games.
The offense has not been consistently good. We are in agreement here.
Okay.
What I'm looking at is the upside of this offense with a healthy Hosey, Quan hitting, Bazana continuing to – it's going to be an ebb and flow. He's a rookie, but Bazana continuing to actually be playable, Rocchio being really good, and DeLauder really being a good player as well. I will tell you, by the end of the regular season, I expect them in most, not all, most major categories to be top 20. That means 20th or better. 20 counts.
Okay.
Because I'm not going to lose this over 20th versus 19th. I'm locking it in. That's going to happen.
But even that isn't some major jump towards people being like, oh, this baseball team is going to do a bunch.
If for 97 games you've been 25th, 26th, 27th,
not 25th,
29th.
26th. They're 29th in batting average. They're 28th in runs. They're 30th in slugging percentage.
Yeah, okay.
This has been unequivocally. There are teams that aren't even trying, and this has been worse baseball teams than them. Offensively. That's true. It's a true problem.
65 games to go from 30th in OPS to 20th would be gigantic. That means you'd be knocking the D off the ball, yeah?
Well, yeah. If in the
that's
totality,
why I locked it in.
Is that in the it's not okay. All right, lock it in. You see this offense in the best of lights. You're like a father to this offense, okay? Where you just want to see the good in them. You want to always be like, I know little Buckaroo can achieve. Sometimes little Buckaroo has a ceiling, and the parent doesn't want to exist that the kid's got a ceiling and is destined for a very middle-class life, which is fine and very nice, and a very middle-class, you're going to go to a middle-class college, you're going to live a middle-class life, you're going to work a boring 9 to 5. Like, that's fine, and that's fine. But you're the parent that's like, this kid's going to be Elon Musk sending rocket ships to the moon, and I just don't see it.
And you're the parent standing on the top row of the football stands yelling, Kyle! That's not how we play football in this family. You're a disgrace, Kyle.
I'm just the dads from Varsity
Your
Blues.
ass is walking home, Kyle.
I'm the dad that's like, hey, listen.
You're gifted in other ways?
There's other things you bring to society, okay? There's other things. There's other things you do that really helps. You can do a lot in this world.
Yeah.
It just maybe not be. You're just not going to be president one day.
Listen,
that's all right.
We're going to send you to a trade school.
I don't want to cap your dreams.
And even they might not take you.
I don't want to cap your dreams, but this is just the reality.
But there's always data entry. 216-474-0092.
It's real noble work. Somebody's got to do that. It's real noble work out there.
That's where my ass is going to be if this radio thing doesn't pan out. Joe DeLeon, A to Z Sports in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey.
TMZ Sports joins the guys next, talking all things football. Headline sports news every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
The Cavs have locked up Donovan Mitchell this offseason. Could this be leading to a return for LeBron James?
Dominate on 3. 1, 2, 3. Dominate.
Get all the latest Cavs breaking news right here on your number one source for Cavs talk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Les Watch continues with Danny Cunningham in 1 hour's time. Something was said on this station in the last 48 hours that needs to be reckoned with. That's coming up at 4 o'clock as well. I did put the Twitter poll out there. You guys can vote on it. At Nick Wilson says, will the Guardians offense be better in the second half of the regular season? 25 votes in, 80% saying yes.
Yeah. Who's going to say no to that?
Well, it could be the same offense. It doesn't have to be better. It can be just as stinky.
You're getting J-Ram in, are you not?
You are, but he was not performing before the injury.
I think it'd be incredibly hard to have a worse offense than what they've shown through 97 games.
Where was that when we spoke about it in the last segment? When I locked it in.
I repeatedly said it. Your argument was that they were going to be the 20th best when it was all said and done. That means your poll should have been, are they going to be significantly better than what they've been? If they were the 30th slugging percentage team as of right now and 29th in runs scored and 28th in batting average, and you say they're going to be 20th, the poll should have been, are they going to be significantly better offense, not just are they going to be better.
You're a bit of a poll critiquer. You're the Roger Ebert of polls.
You just wanted, I'm more of a Richard Roper type guy. You just wanted.
Don't you sell yourself short.
No, thank you.
Yeah. At worst, you're a Siskel.
Well, I'm not Siskel. I mean, Siskel.
Well, I mean, when he was
once
alive.
Siskel died. They're both dead, but like once Siskel died.
Oh, Roper was the pain. He was dead weight.
Well, no, Roper's alive still.
Yeah.
Siskel and Ebert are dead.
No, they're literally dead.
They're literally
Roper
dead.
Stunk. He had nothing to say. Vanilla white
Richard
guy.
Roper. Oh, you got crushed last week with the Bronny poll, and so you wanted a poll that made you feel good. You wanted to get back in the poll good graces.
I don't have to dignify that with a response.
We just know it. It's fine.
I don't need a poll to make me feel good.
I think you need a poll.
You need a poll.
Oh, you need a poll.
Now, this being said, we are weeks away from NFL training camp. If you guys missed the beginning of the show, we are doing a 32 teams in 16 days bit coming up at 6:20, focusing on the Eagles and Dolphins today because unlike other people, we're not hacks. 32 teams in 32 days. Bunch of jabronis, but talk ESPN quarterback power rankings, the Ward Manual situation, and more. We head out of the Wise Heart Ride. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline and welcome on Joe DeLeon, as we do every Monday at 3:20. Joe, welcome to the show, buddy.
How are you guys doing? It's great to be back.
Now, I know you probably don't watch a lot of Guardians baseball. Do you think the Guardians offense will be better in the second half of the season?
Significantly better.
I got to be straight honest with you. I think the last thing that I've consumed this summer is Guardians baseball. So I don't have an answer to that one. I'm not going to be on the record giving a prediction there.
That's fair.
I golfed with this guy on Saturday that with a straight face asked me how is Travis Williams doing, and I was like, "You talking about Travis Bazzana or Gavin Williams? I'm not sure."
Is this a buddy or is this like a random?
No, random. Like paired into the group. Yeah.
That's the worst. I'm like reluctant to tell people what I do for work whenever I go golfing because it's sometimes 18 holes of just hot takes and predictions and a bunch of wrong names. So you're very, very brave for enduring that.
So, listen, Walmart is the greatest place to go people watching, right? And observe humanity at its finest. Randomly golfing with other people, that is a treasure trove for stories.
You meet a lot of people.
Yeah.
These guys were nice, but yeah, you meet a lot of people.
Yeah, a lot of strange people. Sometimes you meet some really cool people. There's always some fun people to play with. But the thing is, the people who are like usually really good at golf, they're paying for a nice country club or like they go to a nice course. They're usually not stalking around like I am on like the cheap public courses to just get a quick round in. But no, you're absolutely right. I think it's a very, very good point.
All right, ESPN came out with their top 10 quarterback rankings. Josh Allen, numero uno. Pat Mahomes fell all the way to 2. It was a hard fall for him. Is Mahomes no longer the best quarterback in the NFL?
I think that Josh Allen had shown that he had an ability last year to really elevate the team around him. And I think that's why it's justified that he was the number one on this list. And I know it, especially like the framing of this discussion is kind of funny because it's like, oh, he's Mahomes, is he falling off? But it's him moving down to 2. I don't think is really an indictment on who he is. There were similarities to me in terms of quality of the arsenals that the Chiefs had and that the Bills had last year. I think that both teams just did not have that same typical juice that we were used to seeing for their teams offensively because they just didn't have the caliber of wide receivers. But I would argue that I felt like the Bills receiving core has a lot less to work with. They have had limited impact, especially from the tight end position as well. And every single time that Josh Allen needed to step up to elevate his team, he was capable of doing it. It felt like last year we saw a little bit more of a human side of Patrick Mahomes. And I think that just goes to show that, if there's one true quarterback in the NFL that can take his team over the top, even when he doesn't have that elite receiver that he can count on, I think it's Josh Allen. So I think it's justified for him being number one on this list.
What did Drake May do to get? I mean, obviously he went to the Super Bowl, but like to be considered that next echelon, even more so than Caleb Williams. Like, is that? Do you feel like that's a bona fide ranking? Because I every time I think about Drake May and the Patriots this year, I think they're going to take a step backwards.
I think that if there is a bit of a step backwards that does come, I do think it's going to be marginal because they did everything right that they needed to capitalize on the momentum from a year ago. And I do think that Drake May has an opportunity to play better because like what we saw in the Super Bowl that the offensive line didn't do a good enough job of protecting him and he didn't have targets to turn to at receiver. Now he's got A.J. Brown who's going to come down with any big contested catches that he needs to. Romeo Doubs, I think, is pretty underrated in being a pretty good second wide receiver in that offense. And I really thought that the Elijah Vera Tucker signing that they had along with the Caleb Lomu pick were pretty underrated. I think that it added to the whole group and that there's just been a slight improvement, not like a drastic one, but they addressed their problems. They were capable of recognizing what their issues were, and they were able to build upon them. I think that what Drake May did was perform well in key moments when his team needed him to the most. And I think we saw that a bit in spurts during the playoffs. I think that we saw that down the stretch of the season. Understandably, I feel like a lot of the Patriots' success was masked by the fact that they had a pretty easy schedule. They had one of the easier schedules. A lot of things went their way, especially during the playoffs. But I think that May showed that he's capable of making that progression and that jump and that huge leap now going into year 3 with hopefully an improved roster.
Joe, I want to take you back to the dewy slopes of 2022. Times were simpler. Not really. But the point is, that summer, really that spring, the Browns decided to not pay Baker Mayfield and to trade a lot for Deshaun Watson because you couldn't win a Super Bowl without a top 5, top 7 quarterback back then. And then the last 2 years, Jalen Hurts won a Super Bowl and Sam Darnold has won a Super Bowl. So I'm curious, do you still need a top 5 quarterback to win a Super Bowl? Or is this last 2 years kind of the new wave of where the NFL's going?
Yeah, I think that there's naturally like ebbs and flows with the evidence that's presented to us for what teams are capable of doing with certain levels of talent at quarterback. I think that just naturally that, and I'm one of these people who overreacts, I think that naturally it's easy to overreact to outcomes. So when you have stretches with Mahomes and with Matthew Stafford and these elite quarterbacks that are winning Super Bowls, it's easy to jump to the conclusion of, oh, you need to have one of these top guys, no matter the roster around him. If you don't have that guy, you're not going to snip the Super Bowl. But it's been proven that the counter roster building approach is having a guy that's in that 15 to 9 range, let's just say loosely, maybe 15 to 8 if we want to get like really specific with it. If you have a Darnold, if you have a Jalen Hurts, if you've got somebody who's capable of playing within the confines of the team, but you've got a really balanced roster and a really well-coached roster, an aggressive team on both sides of the ball, you're able to get there as well. I think that there's not one right way to build a roster. There's not one correct championship formula. But I think that over the past decade, we've seen that both of those approaches work. Now, at the end of the day, the obvious from all of this is if you don't have one or the other, a balanced roster and a really well-coached team or an elite quarterback, then you're not going to enter into a territory of, sniffing a Super Bowl whatsoever.
Okay, so is that why, and I guess I'm just thinking here, is that why at 4 on this list is Joe Burrow, who hasn't won a playoff game in 3 years. At 5 on this list is Lamar Jackson, who's never been to a Super Bowl. At number 6 is Dak Prescott, who's got 1 playoff win. And number 7 is Justin Herbert, who has yet to win a playoff win in his entire NFL career. Like, is that why we're in that little stretch where 4 through 7 is just heavily occupied by guys everyone believes is really, really talented, but don't have the playoff wins to kind of support that?
Yeah. I mean, I feel like that's kind of like part of the conversation is that we're trending away from the stretch of like the elite, super talented quarterback being what it takes. I think that naturally at this like current moment, a lot of teams and franchises figure out how to counter that. And we've seen this now with the Eagles and what the Seahawks have just done. I think that is part of why the discussion is separate from accolade accomplishment for a quarterback and what is their talent, what is their potential, like what is the ceiling that they bring to the table. All those guys are justified for being ranked where they are, because if we're just talking about like pure traits, what they're capable of, can they lift their team despite everything else around them being a mess, all those guys fit in that category. Justin Herbert last year was getting smoked every single time that he dropped back. Lamar Jackson was completely haggled, but we've seen times where he's completely taken over games. Joe Burrow, despite the Bengals being completely abysmal, just a really, really bad team last year, the minute that he stepped back onto the field, their offense, their production significantly jumped in terms of what they were able to produce. I think that the conversation is nuanced in the degree of like, well, what is the priority? And I think that here the priority is like, who's most talented, who can take a team over the top.
All right, Joe, you don't just talk NFL and draft prospects and quarterbacks and whatnot. You also cover a lot of college football here. We got word that Michigan and AD Ward Manuel could be coming to a conclusion of their relationship, either via his retirement, he could be fired. Theoretically, he could still stay. Does Ward Manuel survive in Michigan?
I can't imagine that he will. Even though that there was a statement that came out today through Ross Dellinger that Emmanuel has almost, it seems confident that he's not going to be relieved of his duties. I just don't know how, after having an investigation that you paid $11 million for, you spent all this time digging into the athletic department, and there's been all this reporting in discussion of like all the things that have transpired under his watch, where it's not just the sign stealing scandal, it's the Matt Weiss computer hacking, privacy violation suit that's currently going on right now, like the federal attachment to that. There are recruiting violations. There are scandals that have happened with other programs. And I also think it's a bit of a dagger for him that he just lost Dusty May. John Beilein left for the Cavs when he was early on in his time at Michigan, albeit there's been success on the field. For the lack of control that he has had from preventing Michigan from constantly being in the headlines in the worst possible ways. We're not talking about like, oh, occasionally there's a recruiting issue that has popped up or whatnot. Somebody got popped for, violating recruiting guidelines, whatever it might be. These are all seriously egregious problems, and each one seemingly feels like it is worse than the next. The Sharon Moore thing was that final nail in the coffin for him. And I just can't see a world where it makes sense to keep a guy around that has allowed for all these things to happen under his watch. It doesn't seem like that this was all out of nowhere and this was complete and utter nonsense that this was reported upon on Sunday night. Ward put out a statement. I don't think it really means anything, because Michigan would look really dumb and look really bad after all of this if they decided to keep him.
All right, Joe, the Home Run Derby is tonight in baseball. Some people are excited. What is the cooler accomplishment to achieve in 2026? Winning the slam dunk contest in the NBA or winning the home run derby in Major League Baseball?
That is a great question. I'm going to go with the home run derby, because I feel like most of the recent, I can't remember the last time the slam dunk contest was memorable, except with like McClung when he participates. But I feel like nobody has any creativity. None of the real dunkers are actually participating. You've got most like actual big hitters that jump into the home run derby, because there's a little bit more of lore to it to actually participating. I'm going to go to the home run derby. I think that's a lot cooler to accomplish these days because the slam dunk contest doesn't do it for me anymore. Maybe that's just because no one's done anything cool in it for so long. But I'm going to go with the home run derby.
That's why we like you, Joe. You give us honest answers. Great to talk to you, buddy. We are so close to football being back, you can almost smell it. We appreciate you.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
Joe DeLeon there on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We can all agree that if you could smell football, the sport, would not be pleasant to the senses.
No. What does football smell like to you?
A locker room, mostly.
A locker room. Yeah.
That would be the first thing I think of.
How did baseball get like hot dogs and a nice summer breeze, and then football got? I don't know. Sometimes when I think football, though, I do think a lot of I think of like wearing a hoodie and like just like everything that fall encompasses, which is also really nice.
I mean, even the downside of baseball, I don't think of the locker room. I think of the clubhouse, which always smells decent and of nice. The nice weather's in the air.
You think of the clubhouse?
Yeah. Which never smelled bad. I was also never good enough to play.
But you don't ever think
minor league baseball where it might stink.
You don't even think just I don't know, just watching the game and how that makes you feel with your sense.
Oh yeah, I mean that's I think I was just more thinking olfactory. I was trying to find that in a way that couldn't. We did though. We tried. We tried it. We did it.
What does basketball smell like to you? Indoors?
It smells zesty. That's what I think it smells.
Just do every sport. Just find out what every sport is.
Hockey.
Now you want to talk about stinking. Vodka.
Yeah.
No.
Actually, no.
Hockey smells.
So okay. The
hockey
difference
smells
is
big time.
The difference is the rink always smells awesome. Like in the same way that when you go to an outside baseball stadium, you get freshly clipped grass, all that.
Yeah.
The hockey rink, every time, especially like BG's, who I love to go to BG hockey games still to this day. It smells fresh and clean and a little chilly, but very
they
nice.
do. They sell like Yankee candles, like versions of different ballparks.
Yeah.
I don't know how they've decided that Wrigley Field smells a certain way and then Fenway smells a different way, but
Fenway smells like actual urine.
Well, I'd love that. What's that focus room look like? It's like, all right, so we're gonna make it smell like troughs.
You got to bring in.
Meanwhile, Wrigley will smell like
40 drunk Bostonians. And just like, does this smell? No.
Does it smell
more
like
urine?
Does it smell like angry people from Boston?
It smells like violence.
Well, Sam Adams.
No, it's because Bostonians are, by and large, very violent. When we come back, we'll react to what Joe DeLeon had to say and have an update on the airport love story in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Your morning routine has changed. Wake up with the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. Catch up on all the latest from Cleveland sports from the night before and around the sports world leading up to the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. It's the Fan Warm-Up Show with Jeff Thomas. Weekdays starting at 5 a.m. on 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We got Danny Cunningham coming up about 40 minutes here. Great stuff with Joe DeLeon in the previous segment. I do want to get to what he had to say, but we have a update on the Cleveland Hopkins missed connection story that we talked about last week.
That's right. Yeah.
Have you seen the pictures too?
I saw her.
Okay.
I've not seen him, and I know that my wife played me something from her yesterday on the car ride back from Buffalo, being like, and they might both do an appearance somewhere. Did they both do an appearance somewhere?
So I think he met her at the airport. So,
okay.
So we see him and her in the same picture.
Okay.
So I saw this on WKYC.com for anybody wanting to read it. But again, this was a Reddit poster. Talked about seeing this attractive maintenance worker at Cleveland Hopkins, and she was hoping somebody could link them together. The internet went by storm. They did, at least in communication, he was single. That was also nice. Well, now they've officially met, and the reason why I bring this up is one of your big concerns was, what if he's dramatically out of her league? I think after seeing the couple together, I think we're playing in the same ballpark.
Okay, that's good to hear. Because
Yeah.
I saw photos of her, and this is obviously after we discussed it. I hope she wasn't shooting for Ryan Gosling was the point I'm trying to make.
He is not Ryan Gosling.
That's great, because then it's got like a real chance. Between the two of them, it's got a real chance. She just saw her diamond in the rough, so to speak, and just kind of went after it. Good for her.
This is how you know, at least aesthetically.
I don't know if I'm putting that in a nice way.
It's a good matchup.
Yeah.
I don't know who's winning.
That's great. That's what you want.
Yeah. No. Me personally, I've always wanted to marry the far more attractive person, which I did.
We want to marry.
We both.
Yes.
I mean, we both. We can't. I mean, we're the best punters in football.
Agreed. But in trying to size up whether or not they're going to make it or not.
Oh, yeah.
It's always really nice to look around and be like, yeah, I can't tell who's the better looking of the two. They're playing you get to play with like one up from whatever you are. If you think you're a 7, you can play from like 6 up to 8. And, anything more than that, you're really doing a lot of work.
All right. According to Cleveland Hopkins International Airport, Grace and Simon met face-to-face for the first time Sunday evening after the airport's social media team helped reconnect them. And I guess this is the latest update. They're saying this is not the last update, because I think they're going to update you after maybe the first time they've spent the night together.
Yeah, okay.
Maybe maybe you get maybe that's the Reddit.
We're going to be telling her to go away soon, aren't we? We're going to be like, all right, we get it. I didn't like. Did you hear her quote yesterday? She said something like, "It really helps when a whole city ships your future relationship."
Does she mean shape?
No, she said ships, as if to be like, like supports it, like really.
Oh,
yeah, and it kind of made me cringe a little bit.
Yeah. So are you out on her?
Yeah, I think so.
I'm still in on this, mostly because it's July.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's a fun story. I like that he's not some sort of out of her league, just awesome looking guy. I like that. It seems like the fit's going to be there. She just happened to see this guy that she really liked. That's great. It's a great story.
So the pair had already planned a date, and the airport had something special in store for them. I think it's to join
so much pressure attached to this, though. Now the whole thing goes mega viral. It made national news. Like, if you're the guy or the girl at this point, you're kind of forced to see this thing through. That part isn't the greatest.
I think it's it doesn't matter if it's greatest. Them's the breaks, Charlie.
Would they name their kid Hopkins?
Or International? That'd be a bad name. Oh, hey, come over here, Innie. Not great, Bob.
It's dumb.
Here's the thing. Have some Sanka. Here's the thing. If this works out, you get to sell your story. You get maybe a little movie, probably starring Ryan Gosling. It works out.
You're going to get a movie out of this?
Oh, there have been dumber movies.
What's the lead up to the movie? And then
the lead up is she's tired, had a long day at work. She's got to fly. It's a red eye. All of a sudden, there's this hunky, swarthy guy, and then the movie becomes about. Well, the first part of the movie becomes, the first act is the meet cute. and they meet each other. The second
But
act
he didn't even
is
acknowledge her in the first one. We can shape it for Hollywood if we want, I guess.
oh yeah, that's what we're doing. The second act is definitely got to have some hard times. All right, somebody gets sick unexpectedly.
Like they were gonna
maybe
meet-
the distance causes some friction there, and then in the third act, God bless it, these kids overcome it all.
And then name their kid Frontier. I'm really into them naming their kid after some event of this. I've already given them a kid.
Naming them Delta.
I thought it was a Frontier flight.
Yeah, but you don't have to go with Frontier.
What are you talking about?
You don't have to.
Yes, you do.
No,
It's
you
a
don't.
Frontier flight. You don't name your
Come
kid
on.
Delta.
Wait,
That's
okay.
the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Okay.
Yeah, like naming a kid Frontier isn't stupid.
All right, valid.
No, they're
But-
both stupid.
Okay.
But I think it's even dumber to be like, oh, Delta.
Yeah.
Great. So, wow, that's awesome. So he was working on Delta? No. Actually worked for Frontier for 30
No,
years.
this is where JP is correct on this. If you're going to name your kid or name anything after a damn the airline, it's got to be the one you're on. If you're like, oh, it's United, it's like, okay, then people are just going to look at you like you're an idiot.
But Delta's an objectively better name. That's the only part that I'm getting at.
No airline
What?
names are good names for humans. Why is Delta a good? That's a weed strain. That's not. Sorry, a weed adjacent thing. But no, it's not. It's not a good name. It's not even a good fish name.
Weed adjacent?
You haven't heard of Delta 8 or Delta 9?
No.
Oh, you got to get on the streets soon. I'll tell you. I got to be honest with you. I'm carrying the show and being the hipper version of the two of us, and it's a real burden.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Simply because Hacksaw has like $600 a month in weed.
That's
Once
where all the
upon a
back pain
time.
came from.
One more time?
So that's where all the back pain came from for you.
All right, Mac. Go away for right now. Go away.
Just a bad couple contributions there.
Nothing was worse than Delta, though. Thinking Delta was a
Yeah,
better
it's
human name.
international.
I just don't understand where he got that from.
The difference here is, Mac, I knew mine was bad and was having fun with it. You thought yours was good. Oh, that one.
That one hurt.
You know that one hurts when he pushes the fader up on the board. He's like, I'm going to adjust this because I don't want to look Nick in the eye. 216-474-0092. Do you believe in love? I believe in a thing called love. Just listen to the rhythm of my heart. And we got to call somebody out for something stupid they said on the show in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
as Saturday was his first appearance in the Octagon in 5 years. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
Summer's here, and Browns training camp is just around the corner. Stay locked in with The Fan all summer long. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
You're not going to out-freak this freak, okay? Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. Danny Cunningham coming up in 20 minutes. LeBron Watch rolls on. When will LeBron make his decision, and how many sports media guys will crack in between now and then? We'll talk with Danny about whether he's sick of this darn story, as some might be there. But we're a couple weeks away from training camp. I want to get to the Badone sound in a minute. But you and I have had this kind of as a aside, not necessarily the main conversation. There were several points this offseason where when we did the Shedeur versus Deshaun, people said, I don't care about this conversation. I checked out. In a way that I don't remember people checking out of the quarterback conversation. Last year, that was me with Flacco versus Pickett versus Shedeur versus Dillon Gabriel. I didn't like the way it was handled. I thought it was an asinine way that they tried to do it.
But you still had things to care about and yell about because they were handling it in such a unique way.
And by the way, I think this idea of bringing back Deshaun Watson for a fifth season is also asinine, but at least I can get behind the idea of Shedeur Sanders. But do you think by the time we get to camp, not all, but a fair amount of those people who bitched about this story and the topics that came with it will come around and get into the quarterback battle?
I think they will. I think everybody ultimately will. I am curious how the other stories land, though. I feel like, I don't know why, earlier today, Baskin Phelps went on an offensive line tangent, and it was just like, and I've seen a couple other spots too. They just go in these like weird offensive line discussions. They're not weird, like they're going to be had, but
it's the offensive line.
Well, so we've spent months, legitimately when you get to training camp talking about kicker controversies. You know, like you get into some really weird parts of the team, and I'm dying to find out which parts grab people, and I think the early hold, oddly enough, is going to be wide receivers and offensive line. I think that's just where people stick. So to answer your question, I think people will care about the quarterback controversy. I don't know that it'll be the wall-to-wall treatment like we think it should be, and the way I think it should be.
So I think the offensive line, it's a yes or no. Like so many other questions on this offense, but at least like I think people can go, well, if Denzel isn't a breakout player, well, maybe Isaiah Bond can, right? And they'll break out in ways you can visualize very quickly. Like you can close your eyes and say, oh, Isaiah Bond running down the field and getting wide open and going for 50 yards for a touchdown. It's really tough for people to visualize the offensive line because it's the offensive line.
I know, but there's so many new pieces, though, and I think that's the intrigue about it, right? We're all trying to find, at this point of the season, we're trying to find what's new, what will stick, and what the Browns can actually rely on, and I think that's interesting to people.
So the reason why I think the offensive line is a yes or no and why it just doesn't grab people is, quite frankly, I think they brought in enough people. Now it's just, can the guys ball? Can they stay healthy, and can they gel together? So that's where I say it's a yes or no.
If I'm programming it, it's not my top story. But I feel like there's been this weird push in the past, 24 hours, whatever it's been, where people, they want to, like, I can hear them shaping it already. Between that, now wide receivers would be a top story for me in many ways. But yeah, the quarterback stuff is going to reach people. It's just we're at an interesting spot. There's enough people like me and you that hate Deshaun Watson and as a football player and hate what his play stands for, essentially. Way too injured and not good enough when he does play, everything that comes with that. And there's, on the other side of that, enough people that anytime you bring up Shedeur Sanders, they get incredibly bothered by. And so we always tell people, if you don't like it, don't watch. If you don't like it, don't do that. And I wonder if people just start taking that advice.
You worked with, you didn't end up working with Fedor, right?
What do you
mean? When he was here, when I was off that Monday, he ended up not being in, right?
No, yeah, he didn't come. He was supposed to be that Monday, and then he wasn't.
That worked out for the better. I don't know if you saw the clip of Fedor.
I saw the clip. Not only did I see the clip, I had like 27 things I was ready to just yell at him about on Monday. Oh. Then I got the text on Sunday night, like, can't make it. And part of me wondered, now he had real things that popped up, but part of me wondered if he was like, yeah, Nick yelled at me for 2 days straight. I'm good here.
No, I don't think that's it. I think
I don't want Jonathan to come in and yell at me for a day and do the same thing.
Fedor's closer to you and me that I think he likes it.
I know. I think he does
like,
too.
on some level, he enjoys.
I think he does
the
too.
screaming at each other side of things. It is interesting the idea that no matter who wins the starting quarterback job,
Fedor said he'd rather poke his eyeballs out. That was the line.
And that's my point.
Rather
is
poke his eyeballs out than watch Shedeur play
if
football.
you want to have. If you have strong feelings on Shedeur or Deshaun, that's fine. That felt like a tad bit of hyperbole. That was my main rebut to him.
You don't say.
That's a little heavy. Like, I get that. Honestly, if that
Next
was your
show, you should have brought like something to poke his eyeballs out and been like, it'll sit here and wait for you.
That's true.
We can play this Saw game. Hey, you don't have to go far. You just reach in the cup and get some pair of scissors. What do you got here?
Yeah, look at that. This is a thing that if you wanted to, you could stab your eye out with it. You could put your eye out with this thing, as parents used to say.
A lot of things that apparently take an eyeball out.
Yeah. By the way, with parents, as much as they say you're going to take an eyeball out of it,
Yeah.
most of us don't have that problem. Very lucky.
A friend of mine growing up lost his eyeball off of a fireworks accident.
Oh, did they say you could put an eye out with that thing?
No, it wasn't like a BB gun situation.
Well, that's why.
But it definitely then anytime.
If somebody had the common, courtesy to say that, he might still have both of them.
Well, so that's why I'm deathly scared of fireworks. But I'm also then anytime they're like, oh, might point your eye out with that. It was my brother's best friend growing up. I did enough car rides with him after the fact where the funny thing he would do. So he was a couple years older than me. And this happened, very sad, very just awful thing. But we would drive around in my dad's car, and he'd go in the back seat and he'd look up, and then he'd in front of drivers in the back take the eyeball out.
Oh, that's
and put it on the thing.
That's a good gag,
just to freak people out. And oh boy, did it freak people out!
I kind of think that might work with women. I mean, you got to get over the gross out factor, but I think you could really play that into your favor. You got confidence with that. I think you could make it play.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Listen.
I don't know about that one, man.
19-year-old Nick Wilson could make anything play.
Yeah?
That sounds very confident. I have a big personality, and I knew how to talk to people. The problem was getting them to, say yes. That was always the problem. Everything else, but, talking to me, it's charming. Used to be charming. Yeah.
Okay.
And life beat me down.
So, anyway, I don't think Fedor is going to actually poke his eyeballs out. I think you're right. It was a good read by you. I think that was a little bit hyperbole.
Now, speaking of a little bit of a hyperbole, Nick Bedone on with Daryl Ryder on the Sunday
this
show.
I don't think is hyperbole. This is, listen. Play the clip and then we can talk about it.
All right. Well, thank you for your permission.
Sorry.
Here's Bedone yesterday talking about the thing he would rather do. Yeah, just play the damn sound.
Mm-hmm. In the past, I would sit here and I would get all red-faced and I would mash my hand on the table here and I would yell and scream that they can't start that guy, they can't put that guy on the field. If they do, I won't be what. I don't even have to say that anymore, okay? If they start Deshaun Watson week 1, I've already got it lined up with Jimmy Hamlin. I'm going to get really good at golf, and I'm going to give myself until about week 3. Because at that point, I'd expect that either Deshaun Watson will be hurt or he'll be so laughably bad that it'll be time for Shedeur Sanders.
Okay. One, I don't think we need to name drop Jimmy Hamlin there, although I don't hate it. 2, I don't believe him.
That's the point. I don't believe him either. But this is not hyperbole. This is something he could theoretically pull off. It's just as a working media member that covers the Browns, could you possibly have any decision that would make you just not watch the games? I think that's impossible.
No, nor is it. And I every once in a while, if we're critical of a player, somebody will say you're rooting against them, right? Like Lima will say that if you don't just kiss the Cavs' ass because I guess he's on the payroll now or something like that. That was just a shots fired for the shots fired. That was unnecessary. But I think there are people who will root against the Browns if the quarterback they don't want starts. I just have never been built like that. It was tough enough when we in the right around the time I turned 30 when I had to root for them to be aggressively bad so they might be able to take a good quarterback. That was tough enough. Like rooting for them to stink because it might mean Deshaun is bad. No, I don't know how you do that.
Well, but this is a different level, though. This isn't hate watching, right? And I feel like for a lot of people, if Deshaun is named it, they'll hate watch. This is I'm just going to ignore you completely.
Yeah.
While also having a job that revolves around, he'll be on the pregame shows. Like Bedone is going to be on the pregame shows. Is he going to do like the 3 hours of pregame lead up to then not watch the games? It just seems like a payoff that isn't worth it. Like one great thing in like week 14, for instance, if the team sucks and they've won 8 games in the previous 2 years, when you do the pregame shows, they get you really, really excited no matter what's going to actually happen because you've just invested so much time into it. How do you not get the payoff when you invest that much time?
Also, every time Padone goes to talk on the station about his thoughts on the Browns, and somebody's like, "You watched Deshaun," he's going to, actually, I didn't.
You're like, no, missed that one completely. Was he really that bad? Was he not that bad?
Yeah, like, it's like, I think when you look at the Browns.
What if he stays the quarterback?
You mean Deshaun?
Yeah, what if Deshaun,
I asked that like Padone.
By all miracle, Padone, get up off that bench.
He stays the quarterback?
We need you. What if by some miracle Deshaun ends up playing like 13 games this year? He's not going to watch all 13?
Yeah, not a chance in
And by the way, you're not getting really good at golf in 13 games anyway. But you can go as much golfing with Jimmy Hanlon on Sundays. You don't play enough to get really good anyway.
Also, it's going to get cold in there.
Well, that's another good point. That's a good point.
By October, good luck getting out there and swinging the clubs. Once it gets below a certain, once it gets about 45 or below, swinging a golf club actually hurts to hit a golf ball.
I'm always 50. 50 or below is when I kind of cut it off. But like, I don't.
Imagine where you'd be if you actually had some scruples on this.
You know what? I just don't buy this line of thinking, and also
for either quarterback. By the way,
I don't buy the people that say they're going to skip out and I'll see you next year in 2027. I don't. Now listen,
that's not how we're built.
But now week 12, 13, 14, I'll listen to those convos because that does happen for fans. I've been here long enough now. I've seen it late enough in the season where enough people just do not care and they're done with it. But to have, I don't know, the idea that you're just going to skip it all, it just doesn't make sense to me.
216-474-0092. Padone says he'll golf if Deshaun is the starter.
Don't you want to see the other players too? Isn't the other side of this, Nick?
Well, no. Maybe what he'll do is he'll just put his hand over the screen where Deshaun is, and then just watch the other 10.
Is he going to have his wife be like, "Hey, no, defense is on the field now. Schwessinger's playing. You're good."
Ooh, read the scouting report. I don't hate it. I hate it. Frank in Gates Mills, welcome to the show.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How's everyone?
Hey, Frank. Doing well, buddy. How about yourself? What you got for us?
I'm doing great, but he's going to be playing a lot of golf, at least for the first 6 weeks, because Deshaun's going to start. We have a lot of flexibility with Shedeur, unfortunately, and therefore there's really no reason to start him. And the fact that he might win the competition, you don't really know if he can play until he's out there playing. Preseason doesn't mean anything. We learned that with DTR. So Deshaun will be given a chance. I've been saying it for a while, and I guess Padone's going to be playing about 6 weeks of golf, and then we'll see Shedeur.
All right, Frank, we appreciate you, buddy. Thanks so much for your time.
So you can watch other football games. If you're going to boycott the Browns, why don't you just watch other football games?
Here's the other thing.
You don't have to golf.
I disagree with Frank to the idea that it's set in stone. And I also disagree that the Browns have flexibility with Shedeur. Let's all you don't have to like Shedeur to understand this. The best thing for the Browns is Shedeur, the rookie on a controllable contract, who they drafted last year in the 5th round, doesn't just play, but plays really well. And he does so by taking the job in training camp, because that means he won the respect of the guys around him and Todd Monken. And then him playing well means you kind of get to go ahead and exist in this ecosystem with a rookie on a rookie contract for the next couple of years, which is good for business.
Yeah, meanwhile, the best argument someone that has for wanting to start Deshaun first is they feel like it'll help Shedeur second if he goes and the time. And I've refuted that one for months now. I think that's an asinine take. It makes no sense. You want to play all 17. If you're going to be the starting quarterback, Shedeur wants to play all 17 and have a real shot at it.
Danny Cunningham, Inside Shot Substack, and Locked On Cavs talks Le Watch in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Watch. Danny Cunningham from Locked On Cavs joins Nick and JP next. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes, right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to.
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
The lead coming up in 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. We've got an update on the Yellowstone bystander who got hit by the bison. We haven't talked about this on air.
Yeah.
Apparently he's a grandfather. Have you watched the video?
It's incredible.
It's even better because apparently he just laughed it off. And that makes me feel better about watching it like 15 times and laughing every time it happens.
I think, what was it, Gage online said something effective like, this is exactly how Kareem Hunt looked diving into every end zone.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's good.
That's a good one. But we are on Le Watch. What will LeBron James decide to do? Beats the hell out of me. But to talk about it, we head out of the Wise Hard Ride. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline on the Inside Shot Substack Locked On Cavaliers podcast. 92.3 The Fan as well. Danny Cunningham, what's up, buddy?
How are you guys doing today?
Better than the guy that got gored by a bison, but also
I saw that looks really painful. That looks miserable, man.
So to me, it's all how you land, and I think because he landed on his side, and it looked like he landed evenly. It didn't look like it hurt as much as maybe you would think. I think we could all withstand this.
I don't know. That looks like it hurt pretty bad.
I'm not saying it was like you would enjoy it.
I see what you're saying, though, Nick. But the idea that he was flailing as much as he was tells me it was going to be an awkward landing. Like if he seemed like he was ready and braced to land, maybe different story.
Like a superhero landing?
Yeah, he just never had a chance. This poor old man.
I mean, we also don't know how hard that ground was, right?
That's true.
Because that matters here too. Like if the ground is soft, not all grasses are created equally. Some ground is harder than others under the grass. So we don't know that because I think that matters a ton as far as the pain that guy had to deal with.
Well, and that story gets elevated by 5 feet higher in the air with each passing year, right? By the time this guy dies, it will have been 100 feet in the air that he would have gone.
Oh, he's going to be a medical marvel that he survived that long afterwards.
He's got a ZZ Top beard as well, which makes me very happy. All right, Danny. I can't believe we've been in, 2 minutes now, and we haven't talked about LeBron James because it's important here. Kenny Atkinson admitted that they're in the fray for LeBron during a spot on NBA Prime and SiriusXM NBA Radio. What did you make of those comments?
I thought it was interesting that, especially on the TV broadcast, that, LeBron was not brought up to Kenny, that Kenny brought this up himself, and he didn't mention LeBron by name on the TV broadcast, but he did bring up, off season, there's something going on there. I'm sure you know what that is. Thought it was interesting that he brought it up, and I do think it's something that you don't necessarily say unless you have some level of confidence about it. And I wouldn't sit here and say the Cavs know they're getting him or know what's going to happen, but I don't think you bring that up unless you feel good about it to some extent. Again, I wouldn't say that this means they're for sure getting him, but I read into that as okay, they're confident enough to not let the cat out of the bag because everybody who's following this or knows anything knows the Cavs are in consideration here. But the fact the Cavs, or Kenny Atkinson at least, was willing to publicly talk about it was something that did get me to raise my eyebrows a little bit.
Yeah, what I thought was interesting, Danny, was the idea that he mentioned this and this would give us a big jump. It's well, all right, but if you don't get LeBron, then where's the big jump coming from?
That's a great question. And I think that the Cavs are in a position where they need to make adjustments to this roster, whether they get LeBron or not. They're not good enough as is. LeBron is obviously the easiest pathway to do so. And I would even say, I think the Cavs probably have two different paths they could go down. One involves LeBron, and that is the path you would much rather have if you're the Cavs. But if they get LeBron, I don't think that they would just add LeBron to this roster and call it an offseason. I think they would then make some other moves on top of that, where if LeBron decides he wants to play somewhere else, I think then they probably have a different set of moves to try and improve the roster without LeBron in the picture. So it's kind of this waiting game, but I do think that we're in a position where LeBron or not, I do think some sort of moves need to be made.
With all this being said, Danny, I think it's interesting to see how much people disagree on this topic. How much better does LeBron, going on 42, make the Cavaliers for 2026?
I think significantly. I will say I don't think he makes them significantly better from October until the middle of April. Like, if you're counting on the Cavs going from, I think it was 53 or 52 wins this year, whatever it was, to 65 because they have LeBron James, that is not going to happen. I'm sorry to tell you that. But what LeBron would add to them is an ability to go deeper in the postseason, to be more experienced in postseason. Like, he is somebody that he is not capable at this point in his career, in my opinion, of bringing it every night. It's not fair to expect a guy that's going to be 42 in December to bring it every night in all 82. But he can bring it every night in the playoffs. And I think if you go back and watch that Lakers-Rockets series, and I know Kevin Durant was hurt, didn't play the whole time, but the Rockets have some really good players. LeBron is the best player in that series at 41 years old. And can he be the best player in the series next year? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. But, like, past history tells me that it's something that is possible. So I look at this and say, would I say the Cavs are the favorites in the Eastern Conference if they have LeBron? I think it depends on what else they had around him. But I would feel better about them going into the postseason next year than I did this season for sure.
Do you think LeBron knows his answer right now?
I think he has a good idea of it, but I don't know if he knows it for sure. Because I think if he knew it for sure, we would probably be hearing more, maybe about teams that are eliminated. Because one of the things that has stood out to me is, and we get these rumors every day, and some of them, you know, might have some juice behind them, some of them might not. But I think that if there was a decision that was made, I think the thing that would start to get out is, okay, LeBron is not going to so-and-so city. You know, just to use Denver as an example, or Minnesota. Like, he's not going to Minnesota, or he's not going to Denver. But, well, I think it's unlikely for those two places. They've not officially been eliminated. So I think he's got a pretty good idea, but I don't know that it's something that's been firmly decided yet.
All right, Danny. So let's say LeBron chooses the Cleveland Cavaliers, and let's say that is their big move. Maybe Kevin Love also comes back on a one and whatever kind of deal, and then that's your roster. We remember from 2014, about halfway through the season, things weren't firing, and Dion Waiters got. A year later, halfway through, it was some fella called David Blatt. Who do you think, if they roll with LeBron and the rest of this roster, once we get into the regular season, who do you think is maybe at highest risk of getting blatted or waitered? Waiters?
I think it's unfair to put Jared Allen into this category because he's obviously a much better player than Dion Waiters ever was, and he's never been a detriment to winning the way David Blatt may have been at times. But I think that he's the guy that would possibly get moved here because you look at the way the Cavs, whatever I think of Evan Mobley, whatever you think of Evan Mobley, the Cavs think higher of Evan Mobley than I think anybody else. And there are a lot of teams across the league that think very highly of Evan Mobley. The Cavs are not trading him. They're not trading Donovan Mitchell. They can't trade Donovan Mitchell. They're not going to be able to trade James Harden when he's on a new contract. Like, this is going to be a situation where I don't know that there's – and listen, maybe if things go sideways, like if they go really poorly, then there's a conversation to be had about Penny Atkinson's job security. If all of these things happen and we're in February and it doesn't look good, I don't necessarily know that it's worth going down that road right now, considering that the Cavs don't even have LeBron at this point. But I think that changes to the roster would probably happen this offseason still. And then what other changes can you make after that? Like, it's a little difficult to answer that completely without knowing exactly what the roster would be going into the season. But Jared Allen is the one that I come to. Just like, they're not going to trade Evan Mobley. They're not going to trade Donovan Mitchell. They're not going to trade James Harden. If you want to change this team, you have to trade something to get something, and he's the guy that I look at, as unfair as that might be to him.
Is this LeBron's last year?
I don't think so. I think LeBron's going to play 2 more years, and this is not, like, sourced information. This is kind of my gut feel. He's going into his 24th year. Doesn't playing 25 years, a quarter century in the NBA sound like a good thing? Like, that just feels like a nice place to leave your career, which at that point, like you could say, is the most accomplished career maybe in basketball or sports history. I think 25 years sounds like a good place to leave it. And I don't know that maybe if it's Cleveland, it would be this retirement tour type thing. I don't think that's going to be the case. But if it's not Cleveland, it's really difficult for me to envision him going somewhere just for 1 year. I think no matter where he goes, and I wouldn't necessarily say I expect him to sign a 2-year deal, but I think no matter where he goes, he's probably going to play 2 more years if I had to guess.
Danny, Rich Paul says LeBron isn't ring chasing. I think I agree with that statement. That's not what I view this as. Same thing with JP. Do you agree?
I do. I don't think this is ring chasing. If this were ring chasing, he would have signed with San Antonio or he would have signed with OKC. Because, like, if he goes to the Cavs, does it make them better? Yeah. Does it make them the best team in the league? No, I don't think so. And then if he goes to Miami, I still don't think that Heat team is capable of winning the title this year. Like, they needed another offseason to build that roster up around Giannis and around Bam Adebayo. And if he goes to Golden State, they're not winning a title this year. If he goes to Philly, maybe you could talk yourself into that. But I think having to bet on the health of Joel Embiid is a very risky thing. And you could say, okay, if he goes to Denver, it's ring chasing, or Minnesota, which a Minnesota organization that's never won a title. I'm not going to call it ring chasing. Like, I just look at all these situations and think, could he win a title there? Yes. But I don't think that there's a team that he goes to because of how good San Antonio is, because of how good Oklahoma City is. I don't think that there's a team that he goes to where they instantly become the favorites to win the title. And unless that were the case, I don't think it's ring chasing.
If it's not the Cavs, who is it to you?
I think it would be Miami because, and maybe this is wishful thinking on my part, I don't think LeBron should be in a situation where he wears a random jersey at the end of his career. I'm sure you guys are familiar with the photo of Hakeem Olajuwon and Patrick Ewing playing against each other, except they're wearing a Raptors uniform and an Orlando Magic uniform. And it's like, this just looks so wrong. I think LeBron's career has been so magnificent and filled with accomplishment that he should not be wearing a uniform that he's not worn before. Like, I really think this should be Cleveland or Miami. Those are the places where he has roots. Those are the places where he has relationships. I think ultimately, like, I still feel as if it's going to be Cleveland, but if it's not Cleveland, I think it would be Miami.
All right, Danny, we got the home run derby tonight in baseball. Would you rather win the dunk competition in the NBA or the home run derby in Major League Baseball?
Oh, my goodness. That's a great question. Oh, my gosh. That's awesome. Is it wrong if, I'm here at Summer League as a basketball guy? Like, I feel like it's wrong if I don't say the slam dunk contest, and I do think both of them have lost a bit of their luster from, like, the golden ages of it. But I kind of feel like the home run derby is so cool, man. Like, hitting bombs like that repeatedly, like, I think of some of those moments when I was a kid, just watching guys absolutely obliterate baseballs. I feel like that'd be cooler. I think that would be a cooler thing. Maybe if this were 15 years ago, the dunk contest would be the answer. But I feel like with the direction that's gone, not to say that the home run derby's in its prime at this point, but I feel like the home run derby's the answer. That's a great question, though.
You're at Summer League. I didn't know that. You're at Summer League?
I walked into the building like 15 minutes before you guys called. So I have no information to give you.
I was hoping you saw Tyler Hero versus Bam Adebayo.
Yeah, you're the one. You're the one guy that was just watching it.
I wish I would have. I really wish I would have. This conversation would be way more interesting on my part. But I walked in here like 15 minutes ago, so I would not have I don't have any information to pass along.
Okay, because Malik Thomas looked really good, and you have thoughts on it, I'm sure. But
great.
But it was funny because, like, Coach Cal after the game was like, if he plays like this, his NBA career is everything I thought it could be, and then some, and this solidified it. I was like, all right, thanks, Coach Cal.
I've only been able to watch on TV the first couple games. I've been impressed with Malik Thomas, though. And, like, I don't want to overreact to Summer League. The way that I view Summer League and stuff like this is you don't necessarily find out who can play. You find out who can't play. And Malik Thomas is past the, like, okay, we know, like, we don't know how well he can play, but we know that we're not necessarily in danger of him not being able to play, if that makes sense. I've been really impressed with him, especially his passing. Like, he had a few passes in the game against the Pistons yesterday that were really, really impressive to me.
All right, now I want to know who you think can't play based off this Summer League.
And the two games in particular.
Who can't play? I need 4 games, and then I will get to you guys. I don't want to do it off
sample
2 games.
size.
Always sample size.
Yep.
I've not been impressed with Riley Minix, but I'm not going to sit here and say he can't play after 2 games. Maybe after 4 games I'll say it. I'm not going to say it after 2 games.
More like Riley minus. Have some Sanka.
What table games are you playing this weekend, Cunningham?
I'm a roulette guy. Like, I'm not the biggest gambler in the world. I'm not great at cards. I'll play a little bit of roulette. Honestly, one of my favorite parts about Vegas is this is a great food city. There's so many outstanding restaurants. I have a few reservations I'm very excited for, but I'm just not the world's biggest casino gambler.
Did you bring your golf clubs at least?
No, I didn't. I did last year. I played in a golf outing here last year at TPC Summerlin. That was freaking awesome. But I did not bring them this year. I did not have, if I would have had an invite on the table, I would have brought them. But without an invite, I wasn't going to go out of my way.
All right, so you could have gone to like New Mexico and had just the same time. All right.
I played in Phoenix 2 weeks ago. I got 4 rounds in 3 days out there, and it is hot, man. You're playing 36 holes in a day in this heat. It's a lot.
All right, so golf off the table. You're a married man, so prostitution is off the table. You're not a casino gambler.
Yeah,
the only other thing I think about is buffets. You a buffet man there, Danny?
He said he's a foodie. He's probably not a big buffet guy.
I'm a sit-down restaurant guy. Like, I have a couple of reservations at a couple of steakhouses I like here. You know, but like you can find a lot of really good meals in Vegas. I'll try a few new places. I'll go to a couple of places that I really like. Like, that to me is one of my favorite parts of this. It's like
you can't sit down at a buffet.
Vegas,
you know, and casino buffets, by the way, are very different than like going to the OCB, for instance, or the Golden Corral. Like casino buffets are, that's top buffets. A lot of good stuff at those casino buffets.
Like if you want a buffet, it's Vegas casinos and all-inclusive resorts. Those are the buffets to go to.
And Chinese food restaurants, because those things slap. Danny, great stuff, buddy.
Thank you, Danny.
Appreciate you guys.
Danny Cunningham there, Inside Shot Substack, Locked On Cavs and the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. We'll react to what Danny had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time. If you can't do that, get it right the next time. Nick Wilson here for Bookman & Son. I did not get jewelry shot.
scent and sound of waves. Ah, no, that's the dog licking your ear.
Biscuit.
It just might be our greatest scent ever. Now with odor fighting power. New Game Plus with Oxy.
Sniff the difference.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
I thought it was interesting that, especially on the TV broadcast, that, LeBron was not brought up to Kenny, that Kenny brought this up himself, and he didn't mention LeBron by name on the TV broadcast, but he did bring up, off season, there's something going on there. I'm sure you know what that is. I thought it was interesting that he brought it up, and I do think it's something that you don't necessarily say unless you have some level of confidence about it. And I wouldn't sit here and say the Cavs know they're getting him or know what's going to happen, but I don't think you bring that up unless you feel good about it to some extent. I read into that as like, okay, they're confident enough to not let the cat out of the bag, because everybody who's following this or knows anything knows the Cavs are in consideration here. But the fact the Cavs, or Kenny Atkinson at least, was willing to publicly talk about it was something that did get me to raise my eyebrows a little bit.
Danny Cunningham of the Locked On Cavs podcast. He had a LeBron special today. If you guys haven't heard that, he's also out in Vegas, as we heard, for the Summer League. Always great catching up with Danny, one of not just favorite reporters. He's a great guy, too.
Mm-hmm.
But it's interesting. So I think I can take this a step further. I have no problem with what Kenny Atkinson said on Sirius XM NBA or the NBA on Prime, alluding to the pursuit of LeBron James. Just no problem. I like Kenny Atkinson because he says stuff. He's not fake, and I enjoy that. Or at least so far, he doesn't appear to be fake. I don't know him personally. But I do see the downside, and that is if LeBron doesn't, come here, people are going to get mad at him. And Danny's use of the word confidence, I think, will be how this ages poorly if LeBron doesn't come here. People will look back and go, Kenny was overconfident. So were the Cavs. They didn't pitch him hard enough. They didn't take this seriously. They got, ahead of their skis, and that's where the blame will come.
Yeah, and I do think they are taking it seriously. So I wouldn't. My take isn't going to be they didn't take it seriously. They're taking it plenty serious. I just don't. The way that he was speaking, he acknowledged the fact that the big jump they expect to happen is with LeBron. And so if you don't get LeBron, then what am I supposed to believe the big jump exists with? It doesn't exist. And that's the part I've had a hard time grasping with all day, Nick. Is I don't know how you make those comments. Think that everything's going to be kosher if you don't land LeBron when you're banking everything on adding LeBron.
I mean, no, I think they'll add like a Kuminga. Now and
that's not going to be good enough.
Well,
though.
but the question, that is different. That is a different fifth
but
starting
he
player.
said big jump, and he said the big jump is coming from LeBron. Like that's where their big jump is coming from.
So
he used those terms, not me.
So I think back to Kenny Atkinson talking about where the jump was going to come from at the end of the regular season or at the end of the postseason. I think that's what he's hearkening back to. I think that's a callback to his comments where he's like, our big jump's going to come internally. That was the way he pitched at the end of the regular season, at the end of the Eastern Conference Finals. I think that's what he's hearkening back
I disagree completely, based off of what he said and acknowledging that the big jump could come from adding someone like LeBron. And you can't sell me that Kuminga is some sort of big jump. I don't buy it. And so then all year it will shift. It will shift back to the idea of no, it's going to have to come internally. Well, fantastic. We've been waiting for a lot of internal jumps for a while.
We're
doesn't do anything for me.
10 days removed or something like that from NBA free agency. Trades are still going to happen. And I think James Harden not signing an extension, which gets you below a specific apron, I think allows you to maybe make a Jared Allen trade. And so I think people are confusing LeBron's the only move with, and I think Danny did a great job of kind of unlocking this. LeBron opens up these series of moves. LeBron not coming here opens these series of moves.
All right, well, they got work to do if he doesn't. That's the point. They have work to do to then showcase to people like me that you had some aces up your sleeve and you can make this thing look different, because I'm the same way you are at the end of this season. That the team as currently constructed isn't winning a title. You got to do something different, and I think they're going to acknowledge that. But until LeBron makes his decision, we won't know how serious they are about acknowledging that.
So we don't have to make this a full segment.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you saw the Bleacher Report's trade idea, and usually Bleacher Report trades are trash. with love and respect
Like
to the good
99
people.
out of 100.
And in fairness, that's not a Bleacher Report problem. That's like a fan-submitted trade kind of thing. Usually tends to not be great. But they had a three-way trade for the Cavs that would help grease the skids to bring LeBron back. So the Cavs trade Jared Allen and Dennis Schroeder to the Mavericks. The Heat trade Nikola Jovic and Davion Mitchell to the Mavericks. The Heat receive James Harden, and the Cavs receive Kyrie, Daniel Gafford, and Najee Marshall.
Yeah, I did see this, and it's funny because you first credited Scoop Robinson with the Kyrie idea. I'd only heard it. I'd first heard it with Nick Wright. But the point is that for like a week and change now, people have been trying to find ways to get Kyrie Irving with LeBron back, and I'd love that. I think that'd be great.
Well, and in this case, because my big concern about subtracting Jared Allen is that quite frankly, you need a better backup big than Thomas Bryant. I mean, if your backup bigs are Kevin Love and Thomas Bryant, you don't have backup bigs. With both respect to Thomas Bryant and Kevin Love, I'm talking from the postseason. I'm not talking about the regular season.
Yeah.
Daniel Gafford is, I think, one of the more underrated bigs in the NBA. Like, he is not a guy you want to play 35 minutes a night, but he is, at the very worst, a nice rotational big that can give you starting minutes next to Evan Mobley, so you have some versatility.
You'll get 20 minutes a night with Gafford.
with your post move.
You'll get 20 minutes a night. You're going to get 7-8 rebounds, something like that. Like, he's nice. He's nice.
And Marshall's a nice player too. Well, by the way, JP just watched the movie. What's that damn movie?
Project Hail Mary.
Project Hail Mary. And
I'm getting into your guys' waters with movies I wouldn't typically watch.
Oh, you wouldn't typically watch that?
No, but how I look at things is because I just like practical movies more than I like I guess movies that you have to really separate yourself from reality to begin with. Like that's kind of close to like the Star Wars, Star Trek genre, which is just not really my jam.
It's definitely sci-fi. I think it's more like The Martian. Now that happens to be the same guy that wrote both books.
But so how I look at this though is that if people tell me it's the very best in their genre, then I usually will like it. And this feels like the best sci-fi thing in a while. And so all right, I'll give it a go. Like for instance, I don't like horror movies at all, but I like the Saw franchise. Like if you're the what is considered the very best of what that genre is, I tend to like it.
So my favorite thing about this is you at the very end asked the question that I asked in the theater. I didn't ask it out loud because we had the girls there and Vanessa was they wanted to talk about the other parts of the movie. But it was the first question that I had. And I thought it was funny that when we were talking about this off air, Mac didn't have...
He didn't
think about this. And so the question is, does Ryan Gosling ever decide to leave the other and come home? I don't want to spoil it, but does he come home?
Yeah.
And my thing was, there's no way a man can be away from other humans, specifically women, if they're into that sort of thing, for that long before the itch needs to be scratched, right?
Yeah.
One can only handle so much themselves, as it were. That was my thought. Another one is, there's no way the other dudes, that their food's that good. So, like, you're home cooking...
And he only had so much. He only had like 4 years worth of ramen supplies, right?
Yeah. Yep.
How they even Rocky guy is going to create food for him? He's all of a sudden become a 5-star chef.
And it seems like they can't even get the damn ocean on the faux world right.
Doubt it. Yeah.
Like it's boiling one day, it's freezing the next day. So Mac, what was your? I got to know what the central question you had.
For at the end of the movie with him?
Yeah.
Or did you just accept that the movie ended and that was that?
No, I kind of just took, like you said, I kind of just took it as that. I kind of accepted the story, and I like that that's kind of like the button that they put on it, where it kind of is the full circle of beginning as a teacher and ending as a teacher.
So what's funny about it is, I think the best movies are ones that if you watch it the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you might come away with a different question. That is the credit that I give. The name of the damn movie? I've watched it 10 times.
Project Hail Mary.
Project Hail Mary. But no, it's why I like Interstellar. It's why I like The Martian. Is at the end of it, I've asked myself a different question every time, except when Vanessa finally got around to me, my first words were, there's no way that guy's going that long without Boom Boom. And she was like, can you not be a pervert this once? I'm like, I'm being practical.
Yeah.
All right, I'm being a different P word. It's practical. I'm being practical.
Yeah, I was like, that's why my first thought was like, I don't even know that I go back for the Little Rock character.
No. No, you said you're not going back. You said you didn't even ask a question.
I'm trying
You're like,
to.
that little Rocky bastard's good on his own.
In my
You
head,
offered it up as, I want you both to know I'm not going back for him.
in my mind, I'm trying to make sure I don't spoil it. Was the jam up there that I was trying to get by?
Okay.
I was trying to make sure I didn't spoil it for people, but ultimately, I guess there's no way around that convo. But I'm 100% not going back for that Little Rock character.
Yeah.
We're going back to America.
Not even Earth.
We're gonna get boy band ass.
That's fair. That is fair. He's going to do very well for himself.
Oh, he's
looking like
clean
Ryan
up.
Gosling.
He's going to clean up.
And you saved the entire, not just the world. By the way, why not even just any planet he ever goes to? He's going to do well by himself.
I think they have to legitimately rename like every school in the country after that point, right? Like you get schools, airports, everything's just now your name.
God help you at a PTA meeting. Oof, that fella's going to be. He's gonna be exhausted for a long time. The lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Count down the days until training camp and the trading deadline with the only show dedicated to Cleveland sports every morning. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Nick and JP back on a beautiful Monday here in Northeast Ohio. We do have 32 teams in 16 days debuting, not merely coming up, debuting at 320. Hacks do 32 teams in 32 days. Gentlemen and scholars do it quicker and better and more efficiently. We got Jack Fritz of WIP and Dan Day of WQAM talking little Eagles and Dolphins previews as we start to get you ready for football, but we are on lay watch. The Gardos are in the All-Star break. A lot going on. Cavs head coach Kenny Atkinson was on SiriusXM NBA radio yesterday and talked about the team's pursuit of LeBron James.
Listen, this is an exciting time for us, right? Like we're in the mix for the greatest player of all time.
That guy.
My personal opinion. So it's exciting, right? Like, man, I think you're nervous. But, we understand how it is. He's obviously has earned that right to take his time. Obviously, family plays a big part of it. But I know the state of Ohio, man, that there's something special there.
Okay, didn't love the last pitch. This is going to be me nitpicking. Just let me do it for a second. Driving back from Buffalo, you enter the state of Ohio, and it says something to the effect of, like, Ohio, something like the heart of the country, right?
Yeah.
And, like, that's nice because, like, the heart of the country, like, it kind of looks like a heart. You could make a lot of cases. Like, it's specific to Ohio. That's what's nice about it. The previous slogan could have been used for Florida, could have been used for any other state in the country, right? Like, Kenny Atkinson's last spot there where he talks about Ohio. That's a special place. Like, it's just so vague. It's just so, you could do that for any place. It was the most unconvincing part of something I think I've ever heard.
All right. That's one way to...
It's just one way to... I know I'm nitpicking, but it just was one of those things of, like, he was really trying to sell SiriusXM NBA radio about all the great stuff, and he's like, in Ohio, that's just what a special place. Okay, thank you.
Ohio, you're here now.
Yeah, I was like, all right, thanks for the vote of confidence, Kenny. Okay, great.
Also, nothing beats Pure Michigan. I don't mean that literally. I just think that's a really simple slogan that people remember. And I don't even know what the hell it means, but I think people think it means something good.
Well, they advertised it like crazy, right?
Tim Allen's voice.
They did. But Ohio's old one, the Ohio, find it here. The hell is that?
That means, you're going to find it here.
I could also go Pennsylvania, find it here.
Well, but you couldn't.
Illinois.
No.
Find it here.
No, JP, so this is what I think is missing in translation. You can't find it there.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have added,
you can.
You can only find it here, and then let people work out what it is. But, I mean, if you could find it in Pennsylvania, they would say, Pennsylvania, find it here.
I just need more specific examples. That's what I want out of everyone involved.
Listen, one, I see a downside to what Kenny said. I'm glad he said it. It did kind of give me a little bit of hope here, and got me excited, kind of thinking about the idea. I do think there was, at least two people on the station to poo-poo that this meant anything.
Which two were those?
I couldn't recall. I just remember Keith saying something about it, and I clocked it and then completely forgot about it. Those names that I don't get being in this business. Listen, we all do things where we're like, I don't think that's that big of a deal, right? To act like Kenny Atkinson talking about LeBron James coming home, and that's the only official word outside of Bob Myers playing for him to go to Philly from an actual NBA official with an NBA team, acting like that's not a big deal on July 13th struck me as very humorous.
I was thinking of Daryl being like a 2-day tease for his Sunday show to talk about the quarterbacks and social media stuff for me to tune in, and then him be like, this isn't a big deal. This is dumb. It's like, you gave a 2-day tease on it. Give me something more than that.
All right. I do want to say, we all do it. We all poo-poo at least one story we probably shouldn't. But Daryl is the king of poo-poo.
Daryl's the king of it. It is what it is. ESPN Shams Charania joined the NBA Today this afternoon, said that a decision is looming for LeBron.
it's decision time for LeBron James because all the information for the most part is in. GMs, presidents, owners, they've all been heard from. They're continuing to have conversations with agent Rich Paul here this week as well. Players have also reached out to LeBron James to recruit him. And yes, all the voice notes have also been listened to. And rosters have been set around the league. The decks have been set. And the leading suitors have been Cleveland, Miami, Golden State, Philadelphia, and Minnesota. And what we know definitively is LeBron James has made it clear privately that he wants to go somewhere where he can compete for a championship, somewhere where he feels like he finds that happiness from a team environment and culture that he feels he can uplift.
I kudos to ESPN's production staff because they continue to just drop bangers under the most boring NBA reporter in history.
I think they know. They need the bangers underneath.
Yeah, but it's making him sound worse, I will say.
Have we ever had a major insider with the biggest news of their offseason generate less interest in what they have to say than Shams and this LeBron stuff?
No.
Like Shams, this is your sport. This is your league.
You've conquered Woj.
You're supposed to be the number one guy, and yet when it comes to this decision, I don't care at all what Shams has to say about this. He hasn't given us anything new in a week and a half. A decision is looming? You think, Shams?
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
I do like anyone that's like, hey, this is coming down the wire. It's like, well, yeah, we can say that because we just have talked about it for the last 11 days.
Right. And also, coming down the wire is so vague about it all, too. It could be, is 2 weeks coming down the wire? Is 3 weeks coming down the wire?
It has been a minute since I sent out eyeballs.
You won't. You won't.
No, I want to pick my battles.
You
I
won't.
will only send out eyeballs.
Well, you're already the boy who
once
cried
a week.
wolf anyway when it comes to the eyeballs.
I cried wolf twice.
Yeah, the second time when nothing then happens, you're the boy who cried wolf.
No, those cancel out. The crying wolf canceled out. It's the two negatives made a positive or two positives make a negative. It's that same principle.
That couldn't be further from what the boy who cried wolf is.
No, he didn't cry wolf twice. If he had cried wolf twice and only twice, he would have been fine. He cried wolf too often. I'm talking on my ass. Danny Cunningham. I wanted everyone to know I'm acknowledging it.
It's not like anyone a minute ago was like, I think he's got him.
Well, no. But if I'm
he
anything,
might be onto something. Let that boy cook.
If anything, I am self-aware. Too self-aware, some say. Danny Cunningham, but I never cry wolf. Thrice. On Locked On Cavs joined us last hour. We asked him how much better LeBron would make this Cavs team.
I think significantly. I will say I don't think he makes them significantly better from October until the middle of April. Like, if you're counting on the Cavs going from, I think it was 53 or 52 wins this year, whatever it was, to 65 because they have LeBron James. That is not going to happen. I'm sorry to tell you that. But what LeBron would add to them is an ability to go deeper in the postseason, to be more experienced in postseason. Like, he is somebody that he is not capable at this point in his career, in my opinion, of bringing it every night. It's not fair to expect a guy that's going to be 42 in December to bring it every night in all 82. But he can bring it every night in the playoffs. And I think if you go back and watch that Lakers-Rockets series, and I know Kevin Durant was hurt, didn't play the whole time, but the Rockets have some really good players. LeBron is the best player in that series at 41 years old. So I look at this and say, would I say the Cavs are the favorites in the Eastern Conference if they have LeBron? I think it depends on what else they had around him. But I would feel better about them going into the postseason next year than I did this season for sure.
I agree with Danny. I think it's significant. I know LeBron's 42, but he can still play elite-level basketball, and he's still a top, some argue 15 or 20 player in the league. Okay, even if I give you top 20, adding that piece to your roster is going to make a big difference.
He's also exactly what the Cavs need. Not only is he a big wing that can, I know he's not the defender he was 10 years ago.
Right.
He is 42.
He doesn't defend much anymore.
When he actually tries to, he can still defend. We saw a little bit of that in the playoffs, and he's a secondary creator. Yeah. Like, he can shoot he just does so much of what you actually need.
Yeah, and again, the defense side of things we're going to have to question at some point as a whole and how it all fits, because if you keep Allen and have Mobley, the two of them are going to have to play more defense than we've ever seen them. And we've seen Mobley win Defensive Player of the Year, but they're going to have to really lock in. But the point is that he can do a lot of really good things on a basketball court still. This is not a charity case. This is not just a let's welcome him in and see how it goes. Guardians swept the Marlins this weekend. We'll go into the All-Star break on a 4-game winning streak. Manager Stephen Velt was proud of the way his team played before the break.
I couldn't be more proud of the way we finished this first half. What a great road trip this was, especially with the way it started. Now we're going to get 4 much-needed days.
Yeah, they needed that. We needed that psychologically. And, man, Chase DeLauder's hitting the cover off the ball. Rocchio's finding it again. Obviously, Stephen Kwan is finding it. And then you kind of tag that on to, hey, the rotations did some really nice things this weekend. Hey, the bullpen did some really nice things this weekend. You've gotten back to a point where you roughly are where you were when Jose Ramirez got hurt and DeLauder got hurt and Angel got hurt. Now it's just what do you do over the final 65 games? And I really do, I think this is a team that I did not think was going to win the division this year. My expectation is you win the division because I think you've played your worst baseball this season. I think the only way you play worst baseball in the final 65 is if injuries take over, and that's damn near every team in baseball.
You allowed a really hot Marlins team to only score 5 runs this past weekend. They were the best team in baseball in June, and before this Guardian series, you would have said they're the best team in baseball in July as well. They've been on a run, and so it was great to see. Now, again, we'll see what happens moving forward. If you allow only 5 runs to any team in a weekend, it's going to be a really nice weekend, but we got to see if this offense can take a step forward. It's just not been good enough.
If you guys missed it earlier in the show, I did lock in that by the end of this regular season, the Guardians will jump, what did we say, 30th?
Well, right now they're 30th in slugging, they're 29th in run score, and they're 28th in batting average.
Okay, so they will jump into the top 20. That's 20th or better in OPS. And I lock it in, and everybody knows Nick Wilson. He does not lock in things unless it comes true, except that one time. Different time.
We don't talk about that
It's a different America, guys.
We don't talk about that
Okay, you going to watch the Home Run Derby tonight?
Yeah, I'll watch. Yeah. Junior Caminero is my pick. My early lead on this one.
Oh, I kind of feel like they wanted set up Philly on Philly.
I know, but so Bryce Harper won the one in Washington. I felt like that was baseball almost rigging it in his favor. So he's gotten one. And then Schwarber, baseball doesn't like Schwarber enough to rig anything for him.
That's fair. I just think
Schwarber's nice. I like Schwarber. I know a lot of Indians fans, Guardians fans don't because of 2016, obvious. But baseball really does not ever do any favors to Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's really hard to pick who's going to win on any given year because they keep changing the rules.
Yeah, that's true.
And so, and by the way, I think they did it. I don't know if anybody's... we haven't talked about it because it's freaking Home Run Derby. I think they did it because the players complained. And I think that the players made up a lot of excuses for guys who didn't do well in the Home Run Derby previously, and that's why baseball's changing it. Not this. They think the
so if I
flow is
have
better.
the format right in my head, it's now 20 and then 15 and 15.
I believe you're correct. Yes.
I actually like that a lot better. I like how it used to be set up, which is very similar to what this is, at least what they're presenting it, at least my understanding of it, where I didn't like the timed version.
I thought that added drama.
I didn't like that. I liked back in the day, it's McGuire at Fenway, and it's just hit as many as you possibly can, and you have your allotment of balls, and then you get to pause, take the Gatorade breaks, do all that stuff, and then get right back after it. I feel like it just gets sloppy at the end when they're swinging for 3 minutes straight.
So I do think they could have cut down the time, but quite frankly, I thought putting a clock on it really gave you some drama that isn't there, unless again, if somebody's got 19 and they need 20, right? But that very rarely happens. It made the boring ones more interesting because of the timed approach, because if somebody sped up their swing and started hitting, you could go from nowhere to somewhere real quick.
I just like when it's like you got 3 balls left and then you got to hit 7 home runs, and then you just try to see if they can do it, and then each one becomes more and more pressing. It's kind of like how the game actually feels. I have 3 outs in an inning. I got it. You know what I mean? I got to accomplish this. There's no time in baseball. Why is there time in my home run derby?
There actually is time.
Well, we have a pitch
clock now. Yeah.
But you know what I mean.
One national analyst.
This take was made in 2008, Nick.
One national analyst sees a surprising fit issue between the Cavs and LeBron. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Anthony Lima for QC Kinetics. And joint pain is awful when you're the person who is fighting through it, but I'm betting you aren't the only ones affected by it. Maybe you love someone who struggles with joint pain. You see what they don't say.
holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow the Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back. We're better. Let's get it.
Don't be that guy who missed the biggest Cavs news during the offseason. Hear the latest during our exclusive 2020 reports. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Two teams in 16 days coming up in 1 hour's time. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. LeBron watch continues. Sports media members can't handle it. Apparently, I actually do think there's a valid reason why everybody gets impatient with stories.
Yeah, why's that?
It's because we burn through them so quickly because of the age of social media and just the way the world. Like 11 days is impossibly long for anyone's attention span.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think it actually has anything to do with LeBron, or at least not a majority to do with LeBron. I think it's just, like even hearing certain people's takes today, it's like they've used up the runway of where they think this story can go in different avenues, and so they're just like, well, I don't have any new thoughts on this. Well, clearly this story has to be over.
Okay, that's fair. Because even myself, trying to think of new topics and new ideas and new things, it's a lot harder in day 11 than it is in, day 3.
Yeah, and here's the only thing. We're given new sound or new something every day.
I know, but we stop believing people is the problem. So, most of the time we get stories and we can be like, all right, this report shapes it this way. And, all right, oh, wow, Miami really could be something. But, think about what we've established in this. Nobody knows with LeBron except for LeBron's camp, and LeBron isn't talking to anybody. Windhorst has thrown up his arms and say, I can't do anything more 12 million times. Shams, in that clip we played during the 5 and 5.
That's a broken man.
That was a man that is just like, I'm saying the same thing that I said 7 days ago. You guys, you need to hear me speak, so that's why I'm speaking. I've got nothing new. I've got no new crumbs, no new anything.
Is that game not as funny to me? Again, I don't traffic in information. I am a sports talk host. I do not consider I consider myself an entertainer. I think our job is to entertain the audience. And if we can inform you, or if we can challenge the way you think, I think that's a good thing. I think it's something you and I tried to do. But the entertainment part comes first. I don't traffic in information then. Meaning I don't get my rocks texting a million different people about the same thing and hoping I get one nugget. I find that tedious and boring. I will text people I like, ask them for opinions, but beyond that, if I think you're a turd, I'm not going to the sourcing thing to me just is the most boring part of the entire thing.
Sure, but typically the sourcing thing kind of keeps the legs going, and then there's a believability attached to that, right?
Well, but I think
that
that's
doesn't
the
exist.
thing.
It doesn't exist with this LeBron story.
I think watching people who traffic in information, who judge people who traffic in opinions or entertainment or whatever,
yeah.
And like to say, oh, that's a ridiculous thing, whether it's true or not, to protect their sources or whatever, watching those people squirm a little bit is moderately, and just, again, do the churn that you're talking about is that in and of itself is funny to me.
Oh, it's hysterical to me. But the crux of this is that you're asking all these insiders and these people to get into the brain of somebody that every time he's had to make a major decision hasn't gone with the conventional thought to begin with anyway. A man that lives with throwing curveballs at people's feet and really relishes in the idea of the gotcha attached to all of this that makes some of these reporters queasy when they go to bed at night. That part will always be hysterical to me. But yeah, this is what makes this. It makes it hard, and also makes it hard to have a story grow new legs as well.
So while we are talking about Le Watch and where LeBron will decide, and whether that's in the next week or two, and again, I think he can take it to NFL training camp. If about 3 days before the Browns report, if LeBron wants to drop that bad boy, I'm not going to bitch the entire way here. I'm going to say thank you for the content, King. May have another. I would never call another man king, not even a real king. That just feels weird.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah. Although, King James, a lot of people did it.
Well, yeah, but I would just say, hey, LeBron. Or I would even think I would go to a Mr. James before I would go to King.
So is it odd that I'd have an easier time being chosen one than I would King?
Yes. Why? Huh?
I don't know. I'd be chosen one because he's got the tattoo and everything. I think I'd have an easier time being like chosen one than I would king because I do think God's got favorites out there. I'm not one of them, but LeBron might be.
Oh, I definitely think God's got
LeBron-
favorites,
LeBron
and I
might
also
be.
am not one of them.
Also, though,
although
King-
I'm not hurting, he's not hurting me. Doing a good job.
I guess king
All the
isn't
blessings.
crazy. It just makes you seem like you're genuflecting at the altar a little bit too much for
Same
my
with-
taste.
so not chosen one.
But there's because it would be it'd be in too much jest for me. I'm trying to figure
So
out.
you'd say, well, if you say it sarcastically, it doesn't count.
I feel like both are kind of his own self-appointed nicknames. That's the weird part of it all. You know, like he really wanted that as a real thing. I don't know why I'd have a harder time with the king one, but the king, it's not as if you're like saying he's a god or anything. You're just a king. It's anyway. I mean, it's just there's nothing inherently about that would bother me necessarily.
So it's weird.
You're appointed to be, or you're inherited to be a king.
I like to call people sir or ma'am. And that's just like a little respect thing that I think even at 40 I should be doing. I think
Ma'am's a dangerous game, man. I don't play the ma'am game.
Yeah, I'm not playing that. If she's offended by it, that's her problem.
I think it also takes a lot for me to call someone sir too.
I
though.
could call somebody a lot worse than ma'am in a moment of rage. So remember that,
Do I
ladies.
take your cap off? Apologies, ma'am.
No, but just ma'am. Like, if you open the door for a woman, you call ma'am or whatever.
Oh, I never call anyone ma'am.
Well, you don't have. No,
I don't have manners.
I'm not going to take a shot because clearly, if one of us is lacking manners, it is me, not you. But I like niceties, right? Like I do, and
Yeah, sometimes the sir ma'am thing can come across really fake, though.
Well, that's why I make everything real.
Yeah,
That's a delivery
I believe
thing.
it when you do it. Sometimes there's the worst people that I come across that are constantly sir this, sir that.
I dealt with that this weekend and about turned me into a gorilla. Not at me, about some other situation I was dealing with and somebody using that insincerely, and it was not good. But the point is, so I like niceties, but it's even like if somebody my own age,
yeah.
I would never. Like, I've called older people coach. If I really respect somebody as coach or like them personally, I'll call them coach, like Coach Rislin. Coach Rislin. I don't know why I said Rislin. Coach is a little bit older than me, but
I like calling Coach. Coach Riz. I'll say Coach Riz, though. I won't say Coach
those
for the
things,
most part.
like any sort of title like that, I start to get because it does come off to me a little fake, right?
Well, some are very earned, though. When I think of
Fair.
doctors, for instance. Doctors do a lot of schooling and pass a lot of tests and exams to be called doctor.
Yeah.
They should be called doctor.
We had this conversation, though. I won't call a doctor in a personal setting. In a professional capacity, I will call you doctor. But if
we talked about the one guy at your house or something like that wanted to be
if he
called
comes
doctor.
over and
That's-
says, "Please
that's
call me
different.
Dr. Bill," I'm going to say, "Get your ass off my porch."
Yeah, that's different. But I also wouldn't be like Mr. Bill instead. You know what I mean? Like in that setting,
No,
I'm
he's
probably just
he's
using your
Bill.
first name, and that
Yeah.
is what it is.
But you're the one wanting to call him chosen one over.
No, I just said
King.
I felt more comfortable calling him chosen one than king. If you made me call him one, if they sat there and they said, "All right, LeBron wants to be referred to as king or chosen one," because he decided he wants you to do the interview for his decision, but you got to call him king or chosen one, I just feel much more comfortable calling him chosen one than I would king.
So
I would never actively call him either one of them.
Oh, I'm just going to tell you right now. I'm going to say I'll call him one of them, and then in the interview I'll be like, "So LeBron." Oh, I forgot, because we don't address people by nicknames. Except Flava
You
Flav.
wouldn't.
I would call.
What are you talking about? You'd be thrilled that he asked you to do the decision. You'd be. You're such a
but
wild
there's-
card sometimes,
There's
though.
not going to be a second interview. This isn't going to be like Jim Gray got one decision,
Yeah.
and then I've never seen Jim
Who
Gray.
knows what it means for you and LeBron's people, though? You passed this little test. I mean,
we're
yeah,
both
Jim
kids
Gray
from
didn't do it.
Akron.
Jim Gray, you know what? Jim Gray didn't do it. Maybe if Jim Gray would have played it a little more straight and on the up and up, maybe Jim Gray'd be a part of
as opposed to
part
like a
of
sniveling
Clutch.
D-bag.
Yeah.
Which some people have said. Not
Maybe
me.
he'd be a part of Clutch Sports right now. Maybe he'd be running a basketball team. I don't know.
And you fall
he
back
He
on-
wouldn't be called Scratchy by Tom Brady. I'll tell you that much.
And no, I'm not going to say that.
That's
That
his
would've
nickname.
been
That's Tom Brady's nickname.
Yeah,
for Jim
I was
Gray.
going to say
Scratchy.
something, but Jim Gray's had
It's Itchy
a
or
fine
Scratchy.
life.
It's one of them. I don't know.
Neither of them's good. That being said, I'm a wild card.
You are a wild card.
Yeah,
I would do the proper bidding, and I would take the paycheck and get in LeBron's inner circle, and I would take that and do that for what it's worth. You are a wild card.
You are not getting in LeBron's circle.
Well, if they ask me to do the decision, then clearly there's something they like about me.
No, you might do the interview. You're not getting in
Clearly, there's something they found appealing.
Circle. Jonathan.
I'm not getting asked to do the interview either. But if for some reason, for some grace of God, they're like, you're our guy, well, I'm closer than anybody else.
Listen, if one of us is getting in LeBron's circle, it's Nick Wilson.
Definitely not you.
Definitely
not you.
I'm funny.
How are you?
I can get in any circle I want if given the opportunity.
He's got paid comedians left and right in his
but
circle.
They don't hang out with him. And LeBron's never seen my funny. Just kidding on that one.
Also, who's to say LeBron even likes jokesters? So hold on. So you're rolling his circle. You're just going to be his court jester?
I'll be his turtle. I'm going to take him. I'm going to drive him to and from. I'm going to make sure he's got some chuckles from here and there.
I don't know. I can at least play golf with LeBron.
Actually, no, I won't be his turtle. I have too much self-respect. No offense to Jerry Ferreira.
This is where we bring self-respect into the equation.
Yeah, in this case, in this specific case.
Okay.
Well, clearly, I'm not calling him chosen one. Good God.
If forced between the two,
he's going to smell the booty sniffer on you real quick, and he's going to be like, this Wilson kid guy is authentic.
Oh yeah, that's what he's looking for.
He's a little edgy.
That's what LeBron always wants.
Yeah,
people to humble him 24/7. That's what he wants.
You think
no,
Rich
LeBron
Paul
doesn't want that.
You think Rich Paul doesn't humble him occasionally?
LeBron doesn't want that.
You think?
I thought we've established.
You think Mav?
LeBron.
You think Mav
LeBron
doesn't
loves
humble
to
him?
be loved in a way that I think.
Yeah, he's got guys for that.
I think what LeBron
he's got
wants.
Guys to love
he
him.
wants a lot of yes men. His golf swing's so awful. You know the amount of people that have told him he looks like Arnold Palmer out there with that golf swing. That's how I know he's surrounded by a bunch of yes men.
That's their
and
job.
that's because he likes it that way.
But when I'm the other Maverick Carter, they may even call me like Maverick Wilson. There's the other Maverick.
Is that right?
Because those guys have attained their positions because they're truth tellers.
Yeah, because
I used to know a truth broker.
Yeah. It's still
I'm
him.
looking right at him. I don't think so. Mr. Chosen One.
Why'd you give me the Anthony Allant?
Can I get you some coffee, Mr. Chosen One?
The Anthony Allant treatment.
I should not be doing that with the way my voice is, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, Jason Timpf, that chap, was on the Colin Cowherd show, the Colin Cowherd podcast, actually, and talked about how he sees the Cavs and LeBron as not a great fit.
This is why I hope he doesn't go to Cleveland, because you know who doesn't have that hit first, like we're the tougher team mentality? That Cavs team straight up quit against the Knicks. They straight up quit. And and I understand the storyline and I get it. And like all Cavs fans are all very hyped up right now. And he certainly is the favorite to go there. By the way, the word in Vegas is no one knows. No one has any idea where LeBron's going. Right. But like I'm just going to be so disappointed if he goes there, because I just don't think that team has the competitive character. I don't think they can match it.
It's all about James Harden, right?
No, another point that he cited was the idea that Game 1 of the Knicks Conference Finals series was a turning point for him in this Cavs team, and how then they laid down and just quit for the remainder part of the series.
Yeah, I think that's why LeBron fits here. Is that LeBron walks into a lot of situations and they're certified killers. And I think that's competition for LeBron, competition for who has final say. And when I say final say, I mean who lays down the law in the clubhouse. I don't think LeBron likes that. I think LeBron feels like he has uncovered the inside advantage mentally to win championships. And I think that's what he prides himself on bringing, amongst other things, to an organization. I think LeBron might look at this and go, I think these guys are a bit of wimps, but the same way with AD, but I can turn them into an NBA champion.
And he turned AD into an NBA champion, but he didn't take the wimp out of AD.
Yeah, but he did win an NBA championship.
I know, but that's because
that's a feather in his cap.
He had to drag him there because it was also prime LeBron too, which doesn't exist anymore. Can he drag and get the most? And I tend to agree on your point. I think that the setup is there for LeBron to come in, be whatever version you want to call him, but be the guy that gets Donovan Mitchell and them to not lay down and die in those type of series. Because first off, I've never seen a LeBron team trail by, or at least blow double-digit leads, et cetera. The things we saw this Cavs team do. I think part of that goes away. That's part of the luster and allure of LeBron.
So here's the thing: I don't agree with I just don't agree with the overall sentiment.
The character makeup isn't good enough, and that's why he doesn't want to see the Cavs.
If you want to pick apart individual players, okay. Donovan, to say that Donovan, I think, is wildly unfair. There's a difference between I don't think he has the mentality to be the best player on a championship team and all it entails in the modern NBA, And I don't think he is a championship caliber player.
Did they,
Same thing
did they
with
quit in the
Jared
conference
Allen.
finals, or were they just outmatched from a talent perspective? Because
Both can be true.
I do wonder it. I mean, it's usually in the NBA you snipe off one game in a series that even you just get dog walked. But in that instance, I just think the Knicks had a lot more talent, and we're on a heater of sorts.
Jason Timpf says the Cavs are not a cultural fit with LeBron. Basically, the Cavs are wimps. Do you agree? More on this and Kenny Atkinson's big words and his ultimate role in a LeBron-led team in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, guys, it's Jonathan from our friends over there at Bookman & Son Fine Jewelry.
selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Multitask this summer with your smart speaker. Crank up the Cleveland sports scene. And when you say play 92.3 The Fan.
This is why I hope he doesn't go to Cleveland. Because you know who doesn't have that hit first, like we're the tougher team mentality? That Cavs team straight up quit against the Knicks. They straight up quit. And and I understand the storyline and I get it. And like all Cavs fans are all very hyped up right now. And he certainly is the favorite to go there. By the way, the word in Vegas is no one knows. No one has any idea where LeBron's going. Right. But like I'm just going to be so disappointed if he goes there because I just don't think that team has the competitive character. I don't think they can match it.
That was Jason Timpf on Colin Cowherd's podcast. Philadelphia. Yeah, that team's got that dog in them, right?
Yeah.
Timberwolves. Yeah. They got that dog in them. Oh, Miami with Giannis, who couldn't get, the Milwaukee Bucks out of the first round of the playoffs the last 3 years.
They won an NBA title.
Yeah. How many years ago?
2020.
Okay, 2021, I thought. Right? Because it was Lakers for 2020 and then 2020.
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't mean it like that. I wasn't trying to one-up you. My point is, since then, Giannis became apparently a walking nightmare who didn't want to piss people off, but certainly didn't want to be in Milwaukee anymore. And he's going to a place in Miami that has not gotten over the hump since, checks notes, LeBron left.
Okay. I'm not here to destroy or help out any part of a character or championship
Seems
makeup
like you
with this. Well, but Giannis has won a title. You're going to bring Golden State into the mix. They obviously have a lot of people that have won titles as well. Jaylen Brown is the lead point on Philadelphia. He's won a title.
As the two.
What's that?
As the two.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not as if this is completely unfounded, but I think the bigger part of this is that LeBron is supposed to be the part that puts them into championship DNA and takes them to where LeBron has already been and takes them to a different spot. Very similar to, as we just brought up Jaylen Brown, how Brown is supposed to do this for Maxey and Edgecombe and take the 76ers group that hasn't accomplished anything and bring them over the top.
I just think the Heat haven't done anything, and Giannis hasn't done anything for 5 years.
Yeah, but Spoelstra has, though. And then Spoelstra's the coach, and Riley,
I think my
obviously.
point is, it's easy to pick apart the Cavs. It's also, you can really pick apart anybody's championship DNA that isn't the Warriors right now, right?
I don't know. Again, Spoelstra's won a multitude of times and with different rosters and different setups, and I don't know. I don't know that that's true. There's enough people that have won championships on that team. There's enough people that have won. Again, any team that you mention, but the Cavs, obviously, if we're just going off of what we've seen last year, I'd love to argue and go back with Timpf and say that he's wrong, but that is a part of the conversation about whether or not this team has enough of that, whatever you want to call it, in them.
Do the Cavs not have the character makeup
you
for
did.
LeBron?
At one point, you went on a whole rant about how you didn't think they had the quote-unquote dog in them. And I remembered because I didn't know how to quantify whether or not they had the dog in them. I didn't know how to quantify that.
Well, you got to find the dog, and you got to see if it's within them.
That's not too far away from what you described there, from what Jason was describing.
But the difference is that I believe LeBron brings it to him, and you do as well.
Yeah, and so that's the part I think Jason is missing. Is in this equation.
And that dog. He does not have the dog in him. I'll say it right damn now.
If you feel like this team doesn't have it because you watched him quit, well, then why wouldn't you insert somebody that has as much of that dog in them and as much of that whatever you want to say that I can't quantify, whatever that is in them.
You ever heard somebody say, "I got that dog in me"?
Yeah.
I've been in a locker room scenario where a player said it, and I instantly thought, "Ooh, you're probably a B. You probably don't have that dog in you."
Sometimes you just get caught up in the moment, though. It's like when people go, "I'm him."
Yeah,
that's a big one. It's kind of it works
not
the same way.
Not everyone can be him.
I know, but when you make when you see a buddy of yours and
a lot of people have to not be him so that one guy can be him.
They do something and then they scream, "I'm him." It's got to be exceptional.
Have you ever done anything like that?
To be able to say "I'm him"
or "I've got that dog in me," something like that, like "I'm the man," something like that.
No, probably not. The bowling world, believe it or not thrilled with those type of celebrations.
Tell that to Pete Weber.
We do the "Who do you think you are? I am." Yeah, we do that, but that's all in jest more than it is anything else.
And that guy was a national figure. All those other bowling jamokes.
I honestly shouldn't phrase it that way. You'd be shocked at the amount of cockiness that exists at the top of the bowling world. There's an insane level of arrogance there that should not be. But it's kind of like when you get to the top of like any sort of, but basically anything in life, like the 1%ers of basically anything that you do, that there's enough of a, as niche as you want to go with it, there's always cockiness at the top of it. It's just how it is.
Do the Cavs not have that dog in them? Are the Cavs not him? Let's go with Chris in Chicago. What's up, buddy?
Guys, great show as usual. Just wanted a quick shout out, RIP Skyway over there in Fairlawn, the drive-through for burgers. No Revere, Hudson, or Copley high school kid didn't spend a summer or weekend night eating at Skyway. So,
by the way, aren't they replacing it with like a coffee shop?
Oh, yeah, like a chain, not Starbucks.
There's a really nice independent coffee shop right down the road in Fairlawn. If that hurts, I actually think it might be across the road, not even like right down the road. Like I think it's like maybe less than half a block. That upsets me that some chain's going to go in there.
100%. And Peterlin, it's no Wojos. I called you about that a couple months
That's right.
ago, but,
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, but I digress. All right, so I think LeBron is what the Cavs need. And these aren't like guys that are the Cavs, the current Cavs roster, not a bunch of guys that are always hurt. Just kind of like Embiid and Giannis, like you were mentioning. These are guys that I think are good core players. And I don't know what happened in that Knicks series. I think that first game just kind of took it out of them, and then you had the 2 7-game series preceding it. So I think LeBron helps that team. And by the way, now that there's all these guys coming out of the woodwork with their own microphones, like what happened to Chris Sheridan, Chris Broussard, the guys from the previous couple of decisions that really broke the real things, not this Imp guy, whoever that is. I've never heard of him.
I mean, Geltzeiler was on this station. He's still going and arguing with Lima.
It does very much have an all my rowdy friends have settled down type vibe to it.
What happened to Sheridan? did he go into like
I don't
accounting?
know. What happened to Broussard? Is Broussard still around?
Yeah, Broussard's he's on Fox Sports 1.
He is.
He actually
Nobody
not only
watches,
he's
but he is on there.
He's got a daily TV show and a daily radio show.
Yep.
All right, fair enough.
He might be doing too much content
anyway.
for you, Chris.
Chris, we appreciate you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
And thank you for shouting out Skyway, by the way. That is, again, Akron guy, went to Woodridge. I might have preferred another local drive-in as a touch more. It was a little closer, but Skyway was you kind of weren't really an Akronite unless you went to Skyway at least once.
What is Skyway?
It's very similar to the other S drive-in, Swenson's. I don't know why I'm pulling punches on that.
What's their hook? What do they do?
Good food, everything. Everything's good. Kind of like Swenson's.
Like Swenson's, though. Swenson's got the cheeseburger with obviously the olive in it, and then their own Swenson's deal. Like what's the hook at Skyway?
I've gotten everything there. I'm the wrong person to ask about that because I'll actively go to get everything but the hook just to be a pain in the butt. But yeah, it's been a while since I've been there too. Has not been since Swenson. Let's go with Swenson's. Let's go with Rodney in Cleveland. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's going on, man?
Not much, buddy. What you got?
Hey, Rodney.
You know what? I'm listening to all of the LeBron stuff, and my thing is, I'm going to try to look. It's just a thought. I don't know if it's an opinion or a theory, but my thing is this. Imagine this. We all know the Browns got a bigger fan base than the Cavs ever do. If a quarterback in Cleveland, let's say Shedeur pans out to be the quarterback of the future, the Browns end up, say, win the Super Bowl without LeBron ever returning back to Cleveland, he would not be the biggest thing in Ohio. So he's coming back, man. And he's already a big supporter of George Sanders. He's coming back. He's going to try to get another championship here in Cleveland before the Browns win one. I'm guaranteeing you that. That's just my thought, my opinion. Just a theory. I don't know. But that's where I'm at with it. Thank you, guys.
Rodney, we appreciate you. All right, so here's the thing. Shedeur's interesting because Shedeur's a global kind of deal already, despite not yet doing something that maybe falls in line with the kind of social media success. Like he's a huge brand.
But I think he's more national, whereas LeBron is global.
But if Shedeur ended up winning a Super Bowl, do I think that would skyrocket him ahead of a lot of really huge names that we all love? Yes. LeBron's the one I just don't know of. Because nobody's come close. Nobody in my entire lifetime. And I have seen a lot of huge stars, especially in baseball, but certainly a couple guys in football, a couple guys in basketball. I mean, Donovan does not come close to touching what LeBron does, and I don't think he ever will. if he's here for another 5 or 6 years even and being, one of the 11th best player in the NBA.
No, but was he talking Cleveland proper, or was he talking?
I think he's talking like with Northeast Ohio.
Because Northeast Ohio, the quarterback for the Browns that wins them the Super Bowl, it's about as big as it gets, is it not?
I don't know. I think people in the burbs still love the Cavaliers as well. That's my personal take. And Skyway. By the way, burgers, fries, and shakes. That's what it was. What?
I don't know. Clearly, you were thinking about it for a couple minutes. You wanted to give me a really good answer.
Well,
there.
yeah, because I didn't want to I didn't want to cop out and say burgers, fries, and shake.
I know, but did you understand the heart of my question? Usually, even within a burger, fry, shake place, they have how Swenson's
the Galley Boy.
The Galley Boy, exactly. You have your specialty, your thing that you're known for that puts you above and beyond. That and something that makes it a little bit different.
No, maybe that's why Skyway closed abruptly.
Yeah, that's
a real shame.
That's the truth right there.
They found their Galley Boy.
You need a hook. You need something.
You'll start doing like the Vinny
I've been
Vici.
doing it all day. I don't know if you noticed it or not. I've been doing it all day.
I noticed it, but this time it really stood out with a hook.
I don't know why.
It's time to have that conversation in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
a.m. with Jeff Thomas, as he'll catch you up on the latest in the sports world from the night before, along with playing the can't-miss clips from The Fan from the last 24 hours. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
The best Guardians coverage is right here on Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan. It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. Finally, a conversation worth having in just a couple moments here. We do have 32 teams in 16 days because only hacks do 32 teams in 32 days. That's child's play. We're going to do 32 teams in 16 days. Jack Fritz of WIP Afternoons. He also doesn't get his name on the show. That's coming up at 6:20. And then Dan Day of WQAM Sports Day. He does get his name on the show, but it's also kind of a generic name. WQAM Nights and Weekends coming up at 6:30. Many questions to be asked, but the Home Run Derby is tonight, and you've said you're going to watch.
Yeah, I'll watch.
It'll be on.
Yeah, why?
Well, no, so
it seemed almost like it was like a judging thing, like you'll watch.
No. So I think
It's not going to be locked in. We need to make that clear.
Well, I think that's where I am.
Still a home run derby at the end of the day.
It'll be on.
Yeah.
But I just don't know how much I'm actually going to pay attention.
Like, am I going to care greatly about the results of this? No, probably not. There are people that bet on this. Maybe they care a little bit more than most, but like, no. But I do.
Only if they got a personalized message from Bryce Harper saying, "Talk to your girl Brittany at FanDuel."
That actually would be awesome if he wins, and at his like acceptance speech as well. I talked to my girl Brittany over there at FanDuel, and then just kind of let off. I'll watch. I like all things baseball for the most part, but also I've always liked the home run derby. There's history there. There's things I like about it. I love the idea, even like kids in the outfield chasing down the balls and then potentially getting hit in the face, overrunning the ball. There's certain things I just like about it.
So here's where I struggle with it. And this might just be a time thing. So the first time I realized this, like when we talked about the NBA Cup,
yeah,
where it's like, I don't think our generation is ever going to look at the NBA Cup and go, that's for me, right? But some kid like Jax's age or in that age range, right out of college or right around college, that is a hoops head, over the next 20 years, that might become a thing for them, or even younger kids than that, right?
Right, and that was some of the first initial response to this, is the younger kids like the NBA Cup.
So, and the reason why I bring that up is, nothing can ever beat 1997 Home Run Derby. Nothing can ever beat
Was 97 the Coors Field one?
No, that was Cleveland. Yeah.
Oh, sure, of course.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I was thinking of iconic home run derbies in my head. The Coors Field one is obviously there, and then the one at Fenway's there.
I was just picking a year.
Oh, yeah, no. The Griffey at Coors Field was a sight, and then obviously McGuire at Fenway.
So I was more saying that was when I was growing up. And
sure.
And now listen, like the NBA Slam Dunk via 1997 or 1994, like nothing's ever going to beat that either. And part of me just realizes I think I've just seen so many home run derbies that it's just like I don't think there's any way that they can reinvent this where it'll ever mean to me what it meant to me 20 years ago, and I just have to accept that.
You were also younger at that point too, though. That's a different
less
lens.
Jaded.
Yeah, it's a different lens that you're watching it through.
Well, but I think that's the point. I think like with the slam dunk competition sucks because nobody of worth.
Well, so that one's actually gotten worse.
Well, yeah, but nobody of worth, and it can't be as cool as the dunks that I saw when I was 13 years old.
And they're just not getting as creative with it. And the other part of this is the judging component to it that has just really gone from we'll be strict about it to I'm just going to give everyone 50s across the board.
Yeah, and Mac McClung.
Yeah.
Like, we're going to import this guy on a regular season roster for 1 week on a 10-day contract just so we can justify putting him in the slam dunk competition.
Well, there's a specialist part of that, right? Like they've gotten to a spot where because of him, there's people that just specialize in slam dunks. It'd be not too dissimilar to if the PGA Tour had a long drive competition, and then Kyle Berkshire or someone that doesn't even play in the PGA Tour.
DeChambeau.
Yeah, but like there'd be people that don't actually play in the PGA Tour that win it because you can do that better if you specialize in it.
But like I look at this and I go like I don't think I do. Well, let me say it this way. I do think baseball has hurt the the home run derby because they continuously tinker with the rules, even once we've all agreed, or at least majority agrees that the rules were cool. Like I think you're in the minority of like now the baseball's going back to the number of baseballs that you get to hit.
I think
this. You're in the minority.
Yeah, no,
I think
like
most people are like that time thing was really working, and are questioning. I mean, I think Passan. And Jeff, listen, Jeff is a baseball reporter. Baseball reporters, by and large, are not wildly critical of the sport they cover nationally.
That's why I'm low-key convinced Passan grew up not a baseball fan. I haven't been able to prove it yet, but he doesn't give off big baseball energy sometimes. It's kind of why I like him in many ways.
Well, today he crapped all over the revamped home run derby, and I think he's right. Like when you get Jeff Passan from the heartland of America, God's clay, as we call him. Oh, nobody's called him that. But again, a rather milquetoast personality come out and say, I think it's going to be awful. I can't recall the last time I've ever heard Jeff Passan. That's the first time I've ever seen him say that critical of the game.
He's very critical, though. That's kind of why I say like he's not your typical baseball guy. Like he's very critical of the game. He constantly rips Rob Manfred. I mean, who doesn't? But like in the baseball world, people with platforms don't.
Compare him to I was going to say NFL reporters, Schefter and Rappaport have no.
I think that's why he's risen to the top the way that he has, though, is because he does.
Hair.
He takes this. It's nice hair, but he takes this NFL, NBA approach to baseball that just kind of works for people. Now, I don't know what about the new concept then. So the new swing-based format is what they're offering up here. My understanding of it was you get 20 and you get 20 pitches, then you get 15, and then you get 15. No outs, you keep going. So all swings count towards the allotment, but if a player hits a home run in their final swing of a round, they can keep swinging until they hit a ball that does not result in a home run. There's pool play attached to it. I don't know. I don't think it's the end of the world.
It stinks.
Now, I don't love the swing limits. Can I put that out there right now? This is the part I didn't know, and I didn't understand
I'm glad you did.
And trying to get the format earlier. I thought this was like when we watched it as a kid, where if you got 20 pitches, whatever that was, if you hit a home run, you just kept being able to hit home runs. So in theory, you could hit 75 home runs. That's not what this is. This is you get 20 pitches straight up. That's it. 15 swings in both the semifinals and the finals, and that's what you get. That part I don't love. And then it just is what it is.
Are we in agreement we'd both choose to win the home run derby?
Yeah, I don't think that's a competition for people at this point.
I mean, I'd like to be able to dunk enough to be in a derby of dunking.
Yeah.
But, I mean, even if you took me back to, 1997, if I could go swing for swing with Mark McGwire and have a chance of winning, or dunk for dunk with Vince Carter, I think I'd take the home runs.
I mean, there's just something I think
that's a 12-year-old taking a lot of juice, by the way.
I know, but in our human nature, I think there's just something much cooler than just watching a ball just fly off into the night than there is being able to dunk.
Maybe it's because I've just never been a consistent leaper.
Is that what that is?
Maybe
your vertical just was never strong enough.
I mean,
for
I
this?
have dunked.
Yeah.
I've dunked.
I'd hope so.
I've dunked
you're
a
6'5".
fair amount of time when I was younger.
Yeah.
It hurt. It was not the most comfortable. Gravity's a
Unless you had the vertical of like a phone book, I would have expected you to be able to dunk at some point.
I also have a gravity of a vertical. Vertical of a phone book. And again, gravity, not my friend. Let's get to the conversation real quick. Is Kwani back?
I don't think he's back necessarily, but it's very encouraging, obviously. I think it's just too early. It's a solid 35 at-bats. That's where I'm at with him. While acknowledging in the month of July, he actually, oddly enough, has the same wins above replacement for just the month of July as DeLauder does. It's tops on the team, obviously, but I think people look at DeLauder and say, boy, is he killing the baseball, and he is. He's had a great stretch here. You can make an argument, though. Quan has been every stretch of where DeLauder has been, Quan has been as well, including a much higher on-base percentage.
So he's definitely getting where he needs to go. I think what's interesting is, he's had one of the lowest average exit velocities in baseball all season long.
Mm-hmm.
That remains unchanged.
Right.
And I think that's really interesting that 35 days that we're not even seeing an uptick. Like, I think it might be like 0.1 miles an hour, 0.2 miles an hour, trying to like track it over the season. I think that's where I get most concerned because, again, he's never been like a high bat speed guy. But, like, usually he's in, like, the 87, 88 range. He's still at 83 miles per hour.
But there's a couple differences here because, again, he's never been a big slugging guy. That's not it. We know that. His walk percentage has never been, like last year, for instance, it was around 8%. In the month of July, he's walking at a clip of 17%. Like, he's walking at an extremely high rate, which means obviously he's going deeper into counts, but he's seeing the baseball much better. And, like, he's clearly having the results that dictate all of this. And it's not even, I mean, now listen, his BAPIP, as I bring up constantly, Nick, is through the roof, 385. So he is having incredible luck on balls batted in play. But, yeah, it's at least encouraging to see that he's had as good of an offensive month as anybody else on the team. It's DeLauder, Kwan, and Rocchio as far as the month of July is concerned. Nobody else is doing anything.
I'm just happy that I can stop for at least the moment asking if he's washed or not. Because I honestly, there was a point in June where I thought to myself,
he became unplayable at one point.
He was Stuart Fairchild.
Yeah, he legitimately became unplayable at one point, while also having great defensive moments too. Yeah. That was the maddening part about it. I don't know that I've ever appreciated his arm more than I have this year.
Yeah, you actually see it in center field in a way that I honestly thought he was in left field for a reason.
I mean, I have to look at some of the put out numbers attached to this, but just anecdotally, what my eyes have been telling me is I've seen more from him with his arm than I ever have, and it's just it's incredible to watch.
You do like when Steven Kwan puts out.
I do.
Yep,
I do.
Who doesn't?
He needs to do more of it. I think in life we all need to do more of it.
Well, we're getting older. Energy, although thanks to the new CPAP machine, got a lot more energy.
Boom.
Sparky is back, friend. Come on now. Come on, Eric Mack doesn't know what I'm talking about, but you do.
Are we going to get into like a read or something here?
I was just want to talk about Steven Kwan putting out a little bit more. 216-474-0092. Is it time to have the conversation? If Steven Kwan is back, I agree it's early, but it is encouraging. Although we do get to officially write off the idea that Steven Kwan will ever put together a full 162 games.
Yeah, usually it'd been the back half of the season.
Yep.
So that's nice if he gets us out of the way now, and then all of a sudden he's off to the races.
Maybe extend this into October. Come on
now.
He
got the memo. They're like, hey, Steven, you're killing us in the back half of the season, and we need you in the postseason. We need you when the games matter the most. What is this first 75 games nonsense?
It used to be Jim Thome. Jim Thome for like the first 30, 35 games of the year, unplayable. And then like May the 5th would come around, and he'd just start knocking the you-know-what off the ball.
Yeah.
Simpler times. 32 teams in 16 days in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
WQAM in Miami joins the guys next, talking about their teams in 32 teams in 16 days. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Matt Corrali.
LeBron watches on.
And this fall, I'm going to take my talents to.
Could he make another return to Cleveland? We are the place for all the latest NBA news and rumors. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. We got, in case you missed it, coming up in about 20 minutes time. In case you missed it, while we're talking about it, we are debuting a new bit today to get you ready for football. A lot of these hackneyed radio schlock jocks are going to try and say, oh, we're going to milk this 32 teams in 32 days bit. Not these hackneyed schlock jocks. No, we're doing 32 teams in 16 days. And our first guest of WIP, he's on 94 WIP afternoons on the Weishart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline to talk about the NFC East winning Philadelphia Eagles from last year going into this year. Jack Fritz joins us now. What's up, Jack?
What's up, guys? How you doing? We're also on LeBron watch over here, although I don't think that we actually believe we're getting LeBron in Philadelphia.
Well, I like that.
Yeah,
I like
you
your
really
lack
shouldn't.
of belief. That
Really
he should
that.
really come to Cleveland and nowhere else. But I do want to ask you, on paper, is this Eagles team better than the one you were talking about going into last year's, the 2025 NFL season?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the loss of A.J. Brown is one that is giving me cause for pause, but I think that he was such a negative force that could be one of those, you lose them, but it actually works out for the greater good type of situations. I think defensively, they're certainly just as talented, if not more talented. The addition of Reek Woolen on the opposite side, they're playing Dory Jackson over there. Dory Jackson in year 10. I mean, it's like it was at USC 15 years ago. So defensively, I certainly feel that way. They used the first-round pick on Mekhi Lemon, so you hope that could replace some of the production that A.J. Brown put up last year, even though it wasn't the most production in the world. I would say that I certainly feel better roster-wise, and I think just health-wise, they are in a better spot than they were heading into last season.
Jack, during this offseason, we had a lot of debates in the station, like way more than you'd think, about whether or not Jalen Hurts would be worth the number 6 overall pick, which the Browns had for the upcoming, for the previous draft. When you hear that, do you feel like that's the right compensation for Jalen Hurts, or do you feel like everyone was way off? Like, is that a steal for the Browns if that trade would have materialized?
No. I feel like that's a severe overpay, but I don't speak for a majority of the city about Jalen Hurts. I'm more of a Jalen Hurts skeptic than this is a top 5 quarterback in the league. I think Jalen is fine. I think that he needs a lot around him to be going well in order for him to have the win-loss record that he has. I mean, they won 2 games last year where he didn't complete a ball in the second half. I mean, it is Jalen and his win-loss record. You give him some credit for it. I think here we like to prop it up as a reason why to believe so much in Jalen as a quarterback, but I would not trade the 6th overall pick for Jalen Hurts. I mean, end of first round, second round pick, yes, but I would not trade. This depends on obviously the quarterback class and stuff like that, but like a top 10 pick for Jalen feels like a steep overpay.
I sentence you to a decade of watching Dylan Gabriels play football, and then we'll have this conversation again.
Yes.
What are the chances that Jalen Hurts isn't the starting quarterback for the Eagles next year?
The chance is not. I would put it about 10 to 15%. Like I don't think it's super high, but it's also not off the table. I do believe this is a prove it year, but I also think that the Eagles would like to give Jalen Hurts another contract extension. I don't think they're going into this year saying, we hope you fail. I think that they like Jalen Hurts as their franchise quarterback, what he represents. There's never any off the field drama. I just think that they view this as they need to push him. They need to have him adapt to where they believe that the game is going. And they look at this and they say, we were able to build a star-stacked roster with a quarterback on a rookie contract, I think that they think they can do it again. And I think Howie Roseman has thrived when paying a quarterback, on a rookie contract or a better salary rather than $60+ million. I think there's some skepticism to do that with Jalen, but I also don't think there's a better alternative out there. Now, maybe they can go the Darnold route, not saying Sam Darnold, but that route and bring in a reclamation project and pay him $25 to $30 million a year, which I know sounds crazy for a reclamation project, but it beats paying $60+ million a year, and you can fill out the rest of the roster that way. So I think they would like him to be the starting quarterback going forward. I think it is a prove-it year. I think they need him to take a step forward. They need him to be able to run the Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay type offense that they are bringing in. And if he can't, and if it looks like last year, I think that they would move on. But I don't think they're going into the year being geeked up about the idea of that.
Does Nick Sirianni just live on the hot seat or no?
I think the feeling of Nick Sirianni inside the building is different than the view of Nick Sirianni outside the building. So inside the building, I think they really believe in Nick Sirianni. I think they like him being their head coach. But I think this last offseason did scare them. It seemed like that they were trying to interview offensive coordinator candidates and they couldn't get one locked down. And hopefully, Sean Mannion said yes. I would say he's always kind of on the hot seat, but I do think the Eagles are very much in on Nick Sirianni, much more than the public seems to be.
All right, two quick ones before we let you go here. Nick Sirianni, closer to a genius or closer to an idiot?
I would say closer to just a guy. Yeah, I would certainly say he's closer to the latter than some kind of genius. I think he is someone that I think he's replaceable. I mean, he doesn't really do anything. He is more of a culture guy, keeping it all together. You can say, like, well, what does John Harbaugh do? What does Mike Tomlin do? Well, it's their program. I don't know if Nick Sirianni has a program. It's funny. I think the Eagles are a product of Howie Roseman, and I think that Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts are a product of the Eagles. Like, those guys are lucky to have the Eagles more than the Eagles are lucky to have those guys. And I know this is sounding like a spoiled football fan talking to the city of Cleveland, and I'm so sorry for that message. but I do think that they view this as we did with Doug 2 years after winning a Super Bowl. We could do it again if we had to. But I actually think that Jalen is more on the hot seat heading into this year than Nick Sirianni is.
I don't know why you'd be sorry. We've seen so much good football recently. All right, 20 seconds. What will make or break the Eagles in 2026?
Simple. It's Jalen being able to run this offense. I think that they believe in Sean Mannion. I think they got a future star coach, whether it's head coach or offensive coordinator. And if he can't run the McVay, Shanahan type offense, I think that the season will be in trouble, and Jalen's future as an Eagle will be in trouble.
Jack, great stuff, buddy. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Jack.
All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Jack Fritz there, WIP Afternoons of the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline, giving us the number one team on 32 teams in 16 days. To get to the number two team, we stick it on the hotline here. Dan Day, host of Sports Day on WQAM nights and weekends on WQAM down yonder in Miami, our sister station. Dan, welcome to the show.
Glad to be here. Monday Fun Day.
It is a fun day. It happens to be Monday, but we're also on LeBron watch. We should probably start there because just had Philly. Now we got Miami. Everybody's on LeBron watch. We'll get to the football stuff, but give us your percentage confidence that LeBron will choose to forego home one more time and go back to Miami.
I got 65%. I really think he knows the organization. He knows the town. He has a great chance to win here. And there's been the whispers over and over again about Miami. And sometimes when you hear these whispers, they know a little bit more than you might think.
That's
we got a lot
really
of
nice to join
here,
you there, Dan.
No. You guys won the Malik Willis sweepstakes. Do you feel like you actually won the sweepstakes?
We don't know. We're just waiting and seeing, to be honest with you. A lot of people have said a lot of different things. If anybody knows Malik Willis, it's, of course, our coach Jeff Hafley and our general manager John Eric Sullivan, who worked with them for 2 years in Green Bay. But he has 6 starts under his belt. That's it. That's the sample size. So as a fan base, no, we are not sold on Malik Willis yet. It is a wait and see, although Jeff Hafley and John Eric Sullivan would tell you he's our guy. Don't worry about it. So right now we just have to believe in the new regime and a lot of things, but especially Malik Willis.
So it's interesting you say this. There was, I can't remember his name, so I feel bad bringing this up. I think it was Brett Coleman. Said he sees a scenario where Malik Willis is good enough, but the Dolphins get the number 1 pick, and so then they decide to trade the pick, trade down, get Jeremiah Smith. I can't believe there'd be a scenario where Malik Willis is that good and you get the number 1 pick. Do you view that as the best of both worlds, that scenario coming true, though?
Yeah, that's the best of both worlds. They've told us that they're going to draft a quarterback every single year, no matter what. So if they're going to draft a quarterback, might as well have a high pick and a great draft this year. That would be unbelievable. That'd be great.
I think you were asking about like Jeremiah Smith, though, like a wide receiver as the best role. You guys are in the quarterback market then. Even if he shows some signs, like is Malik Willis having to really prove himself this year in a major way to move you off quarterback in the 26 draft? Or 27 draft?
I think we just want to acquire as much as we can. And, having a wealth of good quarterbacks is a good thing. These guys will trade. These guys will make moves. These guys will do what they have to do. So, yeah, I would want a quarterback if we do have the first pick, the second pick, or there is a good quarterback available.
If you're just joining us, we're doing 32 teams in 16 days. We just did the Eagles earlier in this segment. Now we're on the Miami Dolphins, getting you guys ready for training camp around the NFL coming up in a couple weeks. So I just asked Jack Fritzis about the Eagles, and he was pretty cut and dry. I think it's going to be more complicated for Miami. I could be wrong here. What will make or break the 2026 Miami Dolphins?
It's odd. I keep telling people we're a 4 or 5 win team on paper, but we're expecting that Malik Willis, with a small sample size, going to have a good year. All these second and third year guys, these rookies, we've drafted 13 of them. If they play better than expected, if our guys do step up and play better than they are expected, that will make this team. If they play as expected, that will break this team, unfortunately. So we have a very thin line we're walking right now in Miami.
What was the reaction of ending up doing a big coaching search the way that we did and ending up with Jeff Hafley?
Dolphin fans are a little weary right now. We've been, had some bad situations in the past. So we were happy to get rid of Mike McDaniel, to get rid of the powers that be, to kind of just whitewash and start over again. So I think that's happy. And now we're just kind of waiting and seeing. We haven't won a playoff game in 25 years. So we've definitely a little weary of everybody, but for the most part, it's what we have, and that's who we're going with. And I don't think there was anybody that thought you guys are in Cleveland, we thought about getting Stefanski and stuff like that. But in the end of the day, that's who we went with, and we're just going to have to ride with it. That's basically the way we're looking at it.
Dan, who has more wins in 2026? And remember, you're on air in Cleveland. The Browns or the Dolphins?
Oh, the Dolphins. Come on, man. You guys know how to mess some things up every once in a while. We're pretty bad about it, but we are at least kind of pointing in the right direction, and at least we seem like we have a little more of a direction and image. You guys are all over the place, and I'm a little worried about you.
This is like Festus and Billy Ray deciding who's more of a dumbass, I think.
No, but you seem Dan. You seem pretty high on the
plucky,
Dolphins.
I'd say.
All things considered. Why did they keep Devin Achane?
Devon Achane?
Yeah, why did they keep him?
Yeah, because honestly, this team sees a quick rebuild. They don't see themselves doing this 3, 4, 5 year rebuild. They see themselves in 2 years. If they can get the quarterback situation right and they have Malik Willis, that it's worth signing Devon Achane to a 4-year, even 5-year deal because we'll turn it around in 2 and we'll still have 2 more years of Devon Achane on the books.
I see myself as about 225 and a billionaire in 2 years because I like positive thinking too.
It's
there,
in your
Dan.
future.
All right, so we have it with Kevin Stefanski going down yonder in Atlanta. Tua Tagovailoa gets cut, signs basically the Russell Wilson deal with Pittsburgh a couple years ago with Atlanta. Is there fear in Miami of Tua suddenly being really good in Atlanta?
People joke about that. He had his best game last year against Atlanta, and people have said that here in South Florida. But to be honest with you, Tua Tagovailoa, for most fans, we know what he is. We know the injuries have caught up with him. The concussions have caught up with him. He might start some games. He may win a game here or there, but we are not worried about him going gangbusters up in Atlanta.
Dan, I wish you a lot of professional success. You're a gentleman for joining our show and all this stuff. We appreciate it. I wish you no success with getting LeBron James. I want him in Cleveland, and I would like the Heat to be like an 8 seed next year.
I understand where you're coming from.
By the way, because you're a pretty rosy guy, we all agree the Dwayne Wade statue is like the ugliest thing we've ever seen, right?
it's grown on us at first. Man,
stop it.
everybody was ripping it, but now we've grown an affinity for it. Let's just put it that way.
Okay, this
Dan,
is proof that living in
appreciate
Miami
you,
just
buddy.
makes you the happiest person.
It does,
ever.
yeah.
There's just nothing you can complain about.
When it's like
nothing you can
90
ever-
degrees and you're surrounded
all,
by
that's
big
all.
naturals and a lot of
Yeah,
waves. All of a
that's
sudden
all.
you're walking by going, the Wayne Wade statue isn't too bad.
You just wanted to see him say something negative, and it's like, yeah, you're not even going to get that.
I was
with
going
that.
to see if we're going to do that. Dan Day on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. So we got the Eagles and Dolphins down. Very excited. Tomorrow we have Tiki Barber on previewing the Giants. We're also going to have a member of the Bills Mafia media breaking down the Bills when we come back. I don't know why I set it up that way.
Well, it'd be fun if you broke down a different team.
That's true.
That's like the twist of the show. Some do 32 teams and 16 names with their appropriate teams.
Yes, not us.
We bring on Bill's guests to talk about.
You know why?
The Dolphins.
Because we're not
Yeah.
hacks. In case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
journey to Tokyo starts here.
Talk sports deep into the Cleveland night. Overtime with Jake Volnick. Weeknights at 7. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Basketball talk coverage on The Fan, presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years, guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that.
Final segment of the show. Got to say a big thanks to our guests today. If you missed a single one of them, you can watch the entire show back. You can watch us live every day starting at 2, by the way, on 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe. It's free. And you like free things. I've heard about you in that way. But we got to say a big thanks to our guest today. At 3:20, we had
Joe DeLeon.
At 4:20, we had Danny Cunningham. And then at 6:20, Jack Fritz and Dan Day.
Yeah.
It's been a day.
It's been a day.
Yeah.
It's Nick been nailed a day. it. Nick, fantastic job. What's funny is that it's like that's the one constant we have there, right?
That's why it threw me.
Yeah, that's what
It's my
threw you
first
off.
Monday.
But he hadn't been doing it for a while.
It's my first Monday in
fair.
about 3 weeks now.
I don't know why. 3:20 does feel like a lifetime ago.
I was thinking about...
I don't know why. It wasn't that long ago.
Spent the break thinking about Dwayne Wade statues and big naturals, and here we are. Now, lot to get to before the end of the show.
You thought Lima was a homer.
Oh, my God.
For, the basketball team in town.
Oh, yeah. Well, no, he's just on the payroll. That's
Yeah.
different.
Well, it sounds like Dan might be too.
I think that defeats Ken from like 2012. Ken today will have some spicy takes on either side of the aisle.
For sure.
But Ken, when he was first here at the station, was a bit more of a homer. I jokingly called him the Pander Bear once, and asked him if
Just once?
Well, okay, that's fair. The one that got a legit laugh out of Ken, but I think also bleep you, was, Ken, what's your favorite bear? A Pander Bear?
Yeah.
I wanted to say it again. However, that guy puts 2012 Ken to shame.
I mean,
5 wins for the Dolphins.
Well, also like putting his nose up at us, the Browns, and then in the process of it saying the Dwayne Wade statue is grown on people. On who?
Big naturals.
You just like saying big naturals.
I don't hate it.
There's no other. Also, isn't that like the opposite of what Miami's offering up?
Yeah.
They might be big, but
almost
they're
said
not. They're not natural.
That's true. That's true.
There's a lot of work done. That's like the whole bit on Miami's. There's a lot of work done.
It is a faux town, as it were.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining.
Tough break.
I don't think so. I think they're doing all right. Let's get to it in case we missed it.
Tough break for the big naturals fans out there.
You move halfway across the country, thinking,
fake.
No.
Why didn't anyone tell me?
I spent my life savings on this.
Oh, Google.
What murder?
What is the best big naturals place to move to? I don't know.
I don't want to Google that. Oh, boy.
I'm shockingly curious of what the answer is.
All right, well, you do your thing. I'm going to find this out, big
All
boy.
right. So we'll start off here. Bryce Harper, obviously, in the home run derby tonight. He's addressed the FanDuel video that we talked about last week, telling the Philadelphia Inquirer that in November 2024, someone identifying themselves as Britney submitted an order through Cameo for a personal holiday video for Terry. Basically, the long short of this is that he is not taking any accountability when it comes to this FanDuel video, and FanDuel had no right to do it, no right to put it out, and he is claiming and maintaining his innocence from the whole thing.
Yeah, Bryce Harper is not a victim in this, and Bryce Harper... Sorry, I just
What was the answer?
Results.
What was
I'll
the
get
answer?
to it and say no. Because I want to talk about what an ass clown Bryce Harper is.
Yeah.
Acting like a victim in this is really the only way you could screw this up. Hey, I didn't maybe think of the implication here. Or, hey, I probably should have vetted this better. Whatever. But I didn't know FanDuel was going to use this video. When you mention Britney from FanDuel in the freaking
when
video.
you say your host from FanDuel, that's about as much as you need. Now, FanDuel shouldn't have put their logo on it. I think that's kind of crap on FanDuel's behalf. But Bryce Harper had more than enough information to understand what he was doing.
Also, did he not realize that FanDuel was going to put their logo on it? Shouldn't he have expected when Brittany from
I don't think
FanDuel?
I don't think that's the expectation when you just pay for a cameo.
So here's the thing. I don't think there are any true victims in this story. The guy who's a gambling addict who lost his family's house is the closest thing to it. But he was a willing participant. Bryce Harper, the second least victim of all of it. And honestly, even FanDuel in this isn't this big, mean villain. Everything they did was on the up and up. Everything they did was on the level. If somebody wants to make that not on the level, well, then they should go ahead and do that. There are lawmakers that can take care of that. But like this idea that anybody's the victim or anybody's the bad guy, no, it's an unfortunate story. It's not a Marvel movie. Not everybody's a bad guy and everybody's the hero.
Harper has retained counsel for this specific situation.
That he has. All right.
Yeah, what do we got?
That's an AI answer.
Okay.
Ooh, world by Big Naturals. That's interesting. I said there is no official data or specific town known for that. Bus size is largely tied to body mass index, so the distribution of larger cup size closely mimics general demographic and obesity rates.
Okay.
So you should stay in the heartland is what I'm hearing.
So we're a pretty good spot for naturals.
I think so. Well, I didn't need social media or the internet to tell me that.
Yeah. I started to Google it, and I just decided that wasn't maybe. I just don't need that in my life.
I gotta know that New York
There's
Post.
a lot of defensible things I can come. Like I can to my wife if she stumbles upon like a Google search that I have. I can defend a lot. I don't know if I can defend what's the best place to live for big naturals. I just don't have. I'm trying to think of what my defense is. I don't think I got it.
What if I sent you this country version of it? Because they actually do break it down by countries. And is this Norway? Okay. Norway was an outlier. Okay.
Norway's got a lot going on.
Yeah. So they're actually
they pay really decent. They have nice like healthcare. Norway's got a lot happening for itself. Yeah.
The U.S. trailed second with an average BMI and cup of C. UK's okay, right there.
Sure.
Dead last, Greenland. I have heard the suicide rates in Greenland sky high.
It's really cold.
Yeah, I thought it was that.
It's really
Turns out.
Because remember, Greenland is ice and Iceland is green.
Turns out.
That's how you remember that.
It's a lack of another kind of light. This one artificial.
Hate to
headlights.
Hear about it.
Headlights.
Man, does he know his stuff. Woo!
All right.
Thank you, Bascom.
You went, nope. An Usher concert includes him heading into the crowd when he's not, dry humping fans, with his fans. And recently he spotted Dave Chappelle.
I bet he'd actually be great to ask for best states and best places for big naturals.
I bet you he would have.
He's experienced all of it.
Well, that's assuming that he's a fan. Not everyone's a fan. Okay? Anyway, Usher spotted Dave Chappelle in the crowd. The two dapped each other up on video. Dave was videoed. He had a drink in one hand. And I'm going to say some type of cigarette. I don't know it was a blunt. It probably was a blunt. I don't know if you've seen the video.
I have.
The question that came away was Dave Chappelle more drunk or high during this encounter? Because he was both.
I just loved how excited he got.
Yeah, he really was.
He was genuinely happy to be on the video board and like, hey, it's me, Dave Chappelle. Also, while wearing a shirt that said Dave Chappelle on it, which is really funny. I always love when really famous people wear their own branding and their own clothing, as if like this is going to be the difference. You're gonna need to see that. But it was great. I loved it.
I just assumed that he did that because he's a comedian. Ironically, did you not take it that way?
No, I didn't take it that way.
He just really likes his own.
I've seen him wear enough of his own branded stuff. I think that's just what he does.
Ooh, that knocks Dave Chappelle down a peg.
Is that like when I saw Carl Nassib wearing Carl Nassib gear?
Yeah,
and it was like, ooh, I didn't know you had gear, Carl Nassib.
Yep.
Of all people, when he's with the Browns, before he became like mega famous.
Now, see, Carl Nassib was a very dry, funny guy. He might be the kind of guy doing that ironically.
He had his own logo and everything. Like, when he got drafted to the Browns, and then I saw him in the locker room. It was his own logo, own branded everything. It was like a 4th-round pick. Wild.
Okay. That's right up there with retweeting your own tweets.
Donovan Mitchell, obviously, at Jay-Z. I saw a video of LeBron at Jay-Z as well. Did you see that video? Didn't know if that one, I mean, my goodness.
Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks. Have better comebacks. I'm kidding. I kind of used you as a punching bag today. I was just being playful. I had a rough Sunday. It's not you, it's me. Big thanks to Jake Murray. Big thanks to Matt Corrali. JP, that's a solid-ass Monday show.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow.
Guys, we're not that kind of show. You're not going to hear that kind of talk here on this station ever again because we're not just sports, all right? The only TNA we're interested in, total nonstop action of the sports variety.
TNSA.
Have some sync. We'll be back tomorrow, guys. See ya.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go. I love you. Have a great day. Take care, Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.